Fractured Kingdom, Daughter of Sea and Sky, Book 4, written by AR Colbert, narrated by Jennifer Groberg. Part 1. The Center of the Earth. Chapter 1. The grass wasn't really blue in Kentucky. I mean, logically I knew it wouldn't be, but it was always referred to as the bluegrass state, and I guess a small part of me thought the grass might be a slightly different shade, a blue-green, maybe? "What are you thinking about?" Tate asked, coming up to a stop. "Oh, nothing at all." He grinned. "You don't have to be nervous. I promise I'll keep you safe." I began to tell him that I wasn't nervous at all, but figured I'd keep my ego intact better if I didn't reveal my ponderings on blue grass. Besides, we were about to leave the grass behind altogether. Devon had brought us to an empty, wooded part of western Kentucky, just outside of Mammoth Cave National Park. He didn't stay long because he had to get back to Millie, so it had just been Tate and I walking through the forest for the last 10 minutes or so. He'd explained that the Mammoth Cave system was over 400 miles long, and apparently there was an entrance to Agartha at its depths. "Seems kind of strange to put the entrance to an ancient hidden territory right in the middle of a tourist destination," I said. "It's protected, but there are only a couple of humans brave enough to approach the entrance each year anyway. It's not exactly convenient." "And you have to do this every time you want to go back to Agartha?" Tate laughed. "No way. Hardly anyone messes with the cave entrances anymore. We usually enter and exit through the poles." "As in the North Pole? Like where Santa lives?" "You're cute," he said, brushing a thumb across my cheek. "But Santa stays far away from the poles. We've got a private airstrip up there, and a facility that allows us entrance into the openings." "Hang on." I stopped and put my hands on my hips. "Do you really mean to tell me that there are giant holes at the poles of the Earth that lead down into the middle, complete with an airport, and humans haven't discovered them yet?" "No." Tate shook his head. "The humans definitely know they're there. We've got a working arrangement with the leaders of some of the largest governments on the surface. They've agreed to help us keep it a secret. Why do you think you've never seen maps or satellite images of the poles, and no airlines fly over? We let them give very expensive tours a couple times per year to keep suspicions down, but only to a handful of people, and we always clear their memories of our presence before they leave." "That's nuts. I never would have guessed." "That's the point," he said, pushing some small branches out of the way to reveal a large crevice in the stone wall we'd just reached. "After you." I hesitated for just a moment before stepping into the shadows. Tate was right behind me, and the golden glow of his aura seemed to intensify and light the way before us. It was a narrow passage that immediately wound away from the opening. It would have been pitch black in short time if not for Tate's warm illumination. "This is one of the secret openings to the cave system. There are many, but the bigger ones have all been taken over by mortals giving tours." "They're all connected, though, right?" "Right. So technically, someone could find Agartha from any of the entrances if they hiked long enough, but our guardians would never let them in." The passage opened up around a second bend into a cavernous chamber. Tate's aura was no match for the blackness that consumed the large space. We could only see a few feet in front of us now. His hand found mine, and any hint of fear I might have felt disappeared. "It's not much farther," he said. We walked across the hard earth, and I did my best to ignore the sounds of scuttering I heard across the floor and the flapping of wings overhead. All-powerful leaders of sinister groups like the Manticorians barely registered on my radar, but bats were a different story. I bit down on a soft squeal and ducked as one of the nasty critters flew a little too close for comfort. Tate chuckled and pulled me along. The air changed as we walked farther into the cavern. It grew cool and damp, and it almost felt as though the cave was breathing. "I thought you said we were almost—" "Shh!" Tate stopped abruptly and froze himself to the spot. I stilled as well, straining my eyes to locate whatever it was that had given him pause. "Listen." His whispered words tickled my ear. I held my breath, listening past the sounds of the cave critters and the distant drips of water falling from somewhere within its depths. I could barely make out the sound of rushing water, like a river, and secondary to that was a murmur of voices. "Who is it?" I asked. "I don't know, but we should prepare for the worst, just in case." We moved ahead, more quietly now. Every so often we would pause and listen again. The voices grew louder as we went on, and as the chamber curved off to the right, the walls began to narrow. Up ahead, the sound of the rushing water now filled the damp air, and the soft white glow of 2 large flashlights shone on a cave wall at the opposite end. Our keeper hearing was much more sensitive than a human's, and it was clear now that we were dealing with humans, but we didn't want to get careless with our approach. We moved to the edge of the chamber, still careful with soft steps and slow breathing to remain unnoticed by the people ahead. There were 2 of them, both men. One looked to be just slightly older than us, and the other could have been his father. They stood at the edge of an underground river, talking quietly back and forth. Their words became clear as we neared them. "I can't see anything on the other side, Dad. Just a wall. Please don't do this." "It's murky, but there's an opening there. I know it. I've spent the last 10 years preparing for this moment." I squeezed Tate's hand, and he lowered his head so I could whisper in his ear. "Do you know what they're trying to do?" "They're trying to get into Agartha." "Is that the way?" Tate looked ahead toward the flashlight's beam disappearing into the water of the river. "Yep." A thrill of excitement danced through my chest. Agartha was underwater? Maybe this whole breaking into other territories business would be easier than I'd thought. A loud splash drew my attention back to the men, or man rather, as the younger dropped his flashlight and yelled after his father, who had disappeared beneath the dark river's surface. A second later, he leaped into the rushing water as well. I didn't have a chance to think before my feet were moving. I flew across the hard earth faster than I knew I was capable of running, and the sound of Tate calling my name barely registered as I dove headfirst into the river. I instantly saw more clearly below the water's surface. My muscles came alive along with my senses, and it only took half a second to spot the younger man flailing in the murky water. He whipped his head back and forth, searching for the older man, but it was too dark for him to see his father. It wasn't too dark for me, though. Above ground, there was only a wall on the opposite side of the river, but here I could see a flat opening about 4 feet below the surface. The older man's kicking feet disappeared under the wall, while his son still waved his arms around blindly. I wrapped an arm around the younger man's waist and propelled us forward after his dad. The water looked much the same on the other side of the wall, and miraculously, the older man was still kicking. I watched as he confidently swam back up to the surface. His son thrashed and fought against my grip, but the water gave me strength I didn't have on land. Securing my grip around his torso, I swam up toward his father. The older man was pulling himself back onto dry ground when our heads broke through the surface. "Get off me!" The younger man squeezed a boot between us and shoved me hard in the stomach. It was enough to break my hold on him, but I wasn't injured. It would take much more than that to hurt me in the water. "Who are you?" The father turned back with a grin. "It's one of them. One of the Nymphilim." The younger man looked like he'd been burned. He backed away from me, looking horrified, and quickly swam to the bank to rejoin his father. "I'm not a Nephilim," I said. The older man simply nodded once in my direction, then helped his son onto the land. The cave on this side of the wall was still very dark, but there was light coming from somewhere, just enough to prevent us from feeling completely blind. I was about to climb out and ask the men what exactly they expected to find here, when Tate came up from the water at my side. "There's another one," the older man said. It's a wonder they haven't killed us yet." "I told you, we're not—" Tate put a hand on my back, stopping me from finishing my sentence. "We won't kill you," he said simply. "In fact, we'll even escort you to the entrance." "What are you doing?" I whispered, as we waded through the water toward the underground riverbank. "I don't want to drain any more power today. I may need it when we get back to Agartha. Besides, the guys at the entrance never get much action. I'll let them handle the mortals." "They're not going to kill them, are they?" I risked a glance up at the men. The younger watched me, pale-faced, and walking backward like I might infect him with some invisible disease. "Probably not." The older man was smiling wide as we joined them. "I knew it. I've been saying for years that your kind still existed. Tell me, is there really another sun at the center of the earth?" "Something like that." Tate tried to suppress a smile. We turned another corner and immediately saw the source of the light. 2 guards stood against a flat stone wall about 20 yards away. They both glowed with the same golden hue as Tate, and as soon as we were all in their sights, they shot what looked like bolts of lightning from their palms. Chapter 2. The air sizzled with electricity. I should have been dead. We all should have died from a shock that large. But there was some kind of invisible barrier surrounding us and offering us protection. One of the Agarthian guards paled. "Thaddeus, I'm so sorry. We were told to be on high alert in case of an attack." The second guard kept his palms extended forward until his partner elbowed him in the side. He squinted ahead as though he didn't quite believe what he saw. Tate dropped his hands to his sides. He'd been the one controlling the shield. "I'm glad to see it, but there are no enemies here." "What about her?" The second guard gestured toward me. Suspicion tugged his brows together. "What is she?" "I'm Atlantean-ish." The old human man gasped, and the noise seemed to remind the Agarthians that there were mortals in our presence. "Atlantis is real, too?" The old man laughed. "Even if you kill me right here, I feel like my life is complete." "Don't give them any ideas," the younger man said. "Are the mortals with you, too?" The second guard lifted his hands again, ready to fire that strange lightning once more at Tate's command. "No, they just want to see the Nephilim," he winked. "Got it." The guard frowned. "Come on over, boys." The older man stepped forward, and his son grabbed at the back of his shirt. "It's a trap." "It's not a trap." The guard turned to face the stone wall, placing both hands on it. The wall seemed to shimmer before fading away to reveal a city bustling with life down below. It looked more like a screen playing a live video feed than a window, but there was no doubt that this place, whatever it was not from the world we knew. The older man's eyes grew wide with wonder. Entranced, he moved toward the wall. Even the sun couldn't deny the magnificence playing out before them. "A city within a hollow earth." The older man shook his head in disbelief. "It's incredible. But why?" He turned to face the guard. "Why are you so willing to show us your home?" "You won't remember it." The guard's voice had taken on a song-like quality. 100 voices, high and low, all blended together into one strange and enchanting melody of words. "You will watch for a moment longer before turning back to the river. You will swim to the other side, return to your lives on the surface, and forget you ever found the entrance to Agartha. You will tell your friends that the Nephilim are not real. You will laugh at anyone who claims the earth is hollow, and you will give up your search for other intelligent life forms." The old man nodded. "Yes, I will. But it sure is beautiful right now, while I'm aware of it." "That it is," Tate said, stepping forward. "That it is." The mortal men turned away a moment later, just as the guards had instructed them to do through their glamour. With one final longing glance at the entrance to Agartha, They rounded the corner back to the river that would lead them away. That was the last we saw of them. "Now," Tate said, turning back toward the guards, "if you don't mind, I need to get to the palace." The first guard immediately obliged, scooting out of our way while the second kept a sharp eye on me. We stepped forward, but just before I reached the wall, the second guard, good old lightning hands, moved to block my access. "I was hired for this position because of my natural ability to sense danger." He frowned. "Call it intuition, call it a sixth sense, but it's telling me that this is a bad idea." "Well, as your interim ruler, I can tell you that your sense is wrong this time. She's with me." The guard swallowed and gave a slight shake of his head. The first guard elbowed him again. "Watch yourself, Jasper. This is our king." "Interim king," Lightning Hands corrected. "And like I said, this is a bad idea. I'll have to report it back to Osborne." I tensed at Osborne's name. Why would his opinion matter at all? And why did the thought frighten me as much as it did? I knew I could take him. I'd already proven that twice over. "Give Osborne my regards," Tate grinned, but the gleam in his eye was anything but friendly. Jasper recognized it too. He stepped silently to the side, allowing me to follow Tate toward the wall. Tate reached out, and the stone shimmered into a new image as his hand made contact with it. It was less shocking now than it had been in Atlantis. I suppose I was becoming used to the magical aspects of keeper life now. When he stepped through to the other side, I didn't hesitate to follow him into the new territory. There was no city. I didn't know what kind of image the guards had played for the mortal men earlier, but this wasn't it. We were still in a cave, not much different from the system of tunnels and caverns we'd just left. The only difference was that this one sloped down at an incline so steep I had to physically concentrate on keeping myself upright. A small, childlike part of my brain wanted to lay down and roll to the bottom the way I did down grassy hills back in Oklahoma when I was a kid. Only I couldn't see the bottom of this hill. Knowing the Agarthians, I'd probably roll right into the mouth of a dragon or something equally terrifying. Tate reached for my hand again, and I immediately felt a sense of calm. We were in this together. With him by my side, I could do anything, even slay whatever dragon may wait at the bottom of this hill. But, of course, there was no dragon. In fact, after just a few minutes of walking down through the steep, sloping tunnel, an opening jutted off to our left. Tate led me into the darkness, back to level ground. The space was small enough again that his glow easily illuminated the path before us, and it was 100 times easier to walk on the flat ground here. "You're not really Nephilim, right?" Tate laughed. "No, not any more than you are. But we don't mind the mortals believing that. If that's what they need to call us to make sense of it all in their minds, then it's fine by us." "And what they said about a hollow earth?" "Yeah, that part's true. We don't have another sun, of course. We'd all fry. But we do have a source of light down there at the core. Mostly, it's still a lot of tunnels and caves, but there is a surface in the middle where gravity shifts, and the city they showed the mortals is our capital, Shambhala." "The center of the earth, accessible only by the poles and a cave in Kentucky?" I shook my head in disbelief. "Oh, it's accessible in many different areas. You can enter through Brazil, the Himalayas, even under the Great Pyramid of Giza. Kentucky was just the most convenient to us." This time it was my turn to laugh. I'd call him crazy if I wasn't seeing it firsthand for myself. "So, this palace of yours, I'm guessing it's in Shambhala?" "Yep. It's about a 7-day hike from here. Lucky for you, we have portals built into the cave systems." He slid his hand across a dusty wall. "And we're just about here." He glanced over his shoulder with a mischievous grin, then stepped through the stone wall. I took a deep breath, then walked through the wall behind him. Chapter 3. The other side of the wall couldn't have been more opposite from the cave in appearance. I'd pictured the middle of the earth as looking very dark, maybe with a red glow. I'd expected damp, dank halls and bats, lots of bats. Instead, I stepped upon the glistening white marble floors of a great hall of a palace. Tate's hands were in the air, calming the guards who surrounded us. Their eyes were all wide golden circles, glued to me. "Hi," I squeaked. "That's her." Movement from the left side of the room drew my attention to a guard who was quickly making his way toward me. The other guards glanced around uncertainly, but Tate immediately jumped into action. He rounded on the guard, and I swore it looked like he grew a half a foot taller as he funneled his anger at the older man. "Back down," Tate bellowed. The guard stopped in place, shooting daggers in my direction, but silently obeying his interim king's command. "No one is to lay a hand on her. Everly Gordon is my guest, and she is to be treated with the utmost respect for as long as she chooses to remain in Agartha. Am I clear?" "Yes, Your Majesty, but Osborne—" "I don't care what Osborne said." Tate narrowed his eyes, daring another guard to speak against him. "She is welcome here." We waited for several seconds more before Tate turned toward an attendant I hadn't previously noticed standing in the doorway. "Please prepare the noble suite for Miss Gordon. I'd like Lindy to attend to her. Will you please let the others know as well?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The young attendant scurried away. He took my hand then. "Would you like to wait in my rooms until yours are ready?" Sure." I hadn't quite gotten my wits about me again just yet, so I followed him without question. He led me out into a foyer with a winding staircase up to what I assumed were the guest suites. One floor past that was the royal residence. The whole palace was bright, with glossy white marble and glistening gold accents. Warm light filtered in through giant leaded windows, and I craned my neck to see its source. There was no sun here, but that definitely looked like sunlight illuminating an airy world outside, with lush greenery surrounding the bustling city of Shambhala. "Are you sure we're in the middle of the earth?" "Positive," Tate said with a laugh. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" "Gorgeous." We stopped to gaze out of a floor-to-ceiling window on the landing just in front of the royal residence. There were mountains and rivers and forests just beyond a city that was somehow futuristic in appearance, while simultaneously looking like it was pulled from the pages of a fairy tale picture book. "It's too bad we'll have to destroy it." "What?" I whipped around to face him, certain I'd misheard what he said. "According to the legend surrounding the prophecy, it's your job to destroy the Keepers. I assume that means our territories and all other aspects of our lives will also fall." He frowned, lost in thought as he looked over his city below. "And it's probably for the best, if I'm being honest. Our people are too far gone." The main door to his residence swung open, and an older man dressed in a suit stepped out into the hall before I had a chance to ask anything more about what Tate said. "Your Majesty." The man bowed unbelievably low. I thought his nose might have kissed the ground. "I heard you were on your way. I've put in a request to have dinner sent up for you and your guest shortly." "Thank you, Jacoby. We'll get cleaned up." Tate popped his elbow out for me to lace my arm through, then led me into the most luxurious living accommodations I'd ever seen. Tate's family residence put Millie's multi-million-dollar Manhattan townhouse to shame. Every surface was marble or gold, and it looked like someone took a giant bedazzler and added real gemstones the size of my fists throughout the rooms like confetti. Yet somehow, even though it was totally over the top, it didn't feel ostentatious. Or maybe I was just too blinded by my love for this man to realize how tacky it really was. No, not love, right? Or maybe it was. Maybe the universe was playing the cruelest kind of trick on me, making me fall in love with a man who could never be my soulmate, igniting my heart with a man who would quite literally be the death of me if I gave in to these emotions. "You okay?" Tate asked. He snapped his fingers, and a candle in the center of a small table for two sprung to life. "Yeah, I'm fine." I wasn't about to share those thoughts with him. Not right now, anyway. Besides, I was pretty sure I'd just witnessed a miracle. "Did you just make fire?" He crinkled his nose and scratched the back of his head. "Kind of. It's an enchantment they put on the palace here. It's supposed to bend to the whims of the ruler." "And you're the ruler?" I shook my head. "That's still kind of hard for me to believe." "You and me both." He moved over to a window beside the table, overlooking his kingdom again. I joined him there, rubbing gentle circles on his back. "You keep asking if I'm doing all right, but how about you? How are you handling everything?" So much had happened, I'd almost forgotten that his father was killed right in front of him just a few hours earlier, and his twin was missing too. He gave a small shrug. "I thought I'd be more upset. He was a terrible ruler and a worse father, but still, he was the only dad I had." "You're probably still a little numb from the shock of it all," I suggested. "No, I don't think that's it. It's like somewhere, deep inside, I know this is right. This is how things are supposed to play out." He turned to me and took my hands in his. "This is your destiny, and I think it might be mine, too." We stood there, looking into one another's eyes for a moment. It was definitely not the most appropriate time, but I couldn't resist the urge to lean in and kiss him again. I craved that feeling of unity our kiss had provided back in the hotel, and I wanted to see if we could replicate it. Our faces were merely an inch apart when he turned away. I ignored the flush that crept its way up my neck. Of course he turned away. That was the responsible thing to do. He was supposed to be mourning, not making out. The butler returned a few minutes later with the mouth-watering dinner prepared by the palace chefs. We enjoyed the meal alone, while Tate told me a little more about Agartha and its wonders. "Would you like to explore it tomorrow?" he asked once his plate was cleaned. I pushed my own empty plate to the side. "I would definitely like to see the fire lake." Subtlety was never my strong suit. As amazing as Agartha sounded, I was here on a mission. I had a blade to retrieve and a prophecy to fulfill. We could tour the place afterward. But seeing Tate's features deflate gave me a change of heart. If it was true that the territory would be destroyed by my deliverance, then perhaps I should make some time to see it with him first. It seemed important to him, and that was good enough of a reason for me. "But of course, I would love to see the rest of Shambhala first, if you're sure you have time for that." "I have all the time in the world for you." His golden eyes glistened, and my heart flipped in response. He escorted me to my rooms after dinner, and I fought to give him the space he needed. I couldn't get enough of this man, the ruler of Agartha. He was a bit rough on the outside, but now that he'd let me into his heart, I never wanted to leave. We lingered for just a moment before saying goodnight, but I didn't try to kiss him again. No, not tonight. Instead, I would try to find a way for us to enjoy each other's company and kisses for the rest of eternity, just as soon as I fulfilled this prophecy. Chapter 4. A fit of giggles erupted from a small group of Agarthian children peering over the rail of the bridge we walked across. I paused for a moment, glancing at Tate to signal for him to stop. We'd escaped the palace without much fuss and walked the streets of Shambhala in the warm mid-morning sunlight, and getting out had ignited my curiosity for the city. There had been other children playing as well, all bright-eyed and happy, as they ran and rolled in the grass between tents in the marketplace. But this group on the bridge was distracted by something in the water below. "What are you guys looking at?" I asked, stepping up to the rail a little ways down from them. "Watch this!" A golden-eyed boy flashed me a mischievous grin as he pinched off a piece of bread from the loaf in his hand. "Throw this in the water." He dropped the fluffy lump into my palm. "Just anywhere down there?" The girl next to him giggled again with anticipation, nodding. I tossed the bread down into the water, watching it send ripples outward. It only lasted for a moment, though, before an enormous, iridescent, hot pink fish rose from the depths of the river and took the bite in a single gulp. The creature was unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was the size of a seal, but more closely resembled a goldfish covered in neon cotton candy. The children laughed uncontrollably. Tate did too, as he reached over and tapped the underside of my chin to close my gaping mouth. "What was that?" "That was a rosy bubble bass." "That was not a bass like any I've ever seen." "Then I'd say you've got a lot more to see in your life." Tate winked and pulled me along. "Bye, Prince Tate." One of the little girls batted her lashes and waved goodbye until a boy I guessed was her brother stepped on her toes. "It's King Thaddeus," he whispered angrily. The rest of the children all laughed some more. I had to admit, the Agarthian people were growing on me. We might have gotten off to a rough start, what with Tate hunting my soul and the girls on campus pinning me to walls. Oh, and Clayton Miles stalking me, of course. But it turned out most of the people here were delightful. And Tate was eager to show me all of the wonders Shambhala offered. There were shops and restaurants, musicians in the street, and artists painting on the corners. The Agarthians all seemed so happy and at ease. It left me wondering why Tate believed them to be too far gone. I couldn't imagine bringing any harm to this city. Many of the citizens stopped to greet Tate as we passed them. They dipped their chins with respect, referring to him as a rightful ruler of Agartha, their king. But as we walked deeper into the city, further from the palace, I began to see others who would avert their eyes, or even scowl as they saw us coming down the street. Tate didn't seem bothered by them, though I was certain he must have noticed. We approached a large park in the middle of the city, walking along an outer sidewalk for a moment, before crossing the street toward more shops on the other side. Tate gestured toward a lovely blue cottage with a perfectly manicured lawn and a sign overhead that read, "Moonflower." He tugged my hand to follow him across the street, and though he may have been trying to shield me from seeing what lay ahead in the park, his plan failed. A quaint little park bench, one that would have looked warm and welcoming on any other day, was vandalized in fresh red paint, bright as the flowers planted beside it. Someone had hastily written, "Bow to Titus," or "Bow to no one." Judging by the hard set of his jaw, Tate had seen it. But by the time we reached the little cottage, his muscles had relaxed, and his frown was replaced with that boyishly charming half-grin of his. "Let me introduce you to Hattie." A small old woman threw her arms around Tate's waist when we stepped inside. She looked about 80 in human years, which meant she was probably pushing 900 in reality. "Thaddeus, I was beginning to wonder if you'd forgotten how to get here." He knelt down to give the tiny old woman a hug. "Impossible. A man can't forget chocolate like yours." He winked. "Hattie, I'd like to introduce you to someone. This is Everly." The woman turned her gaze to me. Her eyes were a little milky, but the golden glow behind the glassy surface seemed to intensify for a moment as she took in my features. After a long minute, realization seemed to strike, and she clutched her hand to her chest, attempting to bow at the same time. "Whoa, Hattie, that's not necessary." Tate put up a hand beside his mouth and whispered loudly so I could hear. "She doesn't like it when people point out how special she is." "I'm not—" I couldn't even finish the sentence before Hattie was standing before me, tears in her eyes. "The Deliverer." Her shaky voice was barely more than a whisper. You know about that? Tate asked with an incredulous grin. I know everything. Hattie whacked him gently on the arm and pulled him farther into her little shop. Now come, let's get this beautiful creature some chocolate. Tate waggled his brows at me as we followed Hattie to a counter in the back. The cottage was full of exotic Agarthian flowers I couldn't name, all wonderfully arranged into exquisite pieces. It was a rainbow of colors, all impossibly vivid, and the entire place smelled incredible. Other gifts lined the walls, but it wasn't until we reached the enclosed glass counter that I saw the chocolates. They were works of art. Some were glossy, some glittered, others were shaped into mythical creatures. There were truffles and nuts and bars, all mixed in with the delicate sculptures as well. My mouth was watering before she even opened the door, but once the smell hit me, it took all my power not to gasp at the aroma. Did you really make all of these? Hattie nodded proudly. Pick anything you like. It's on the house today for my king and my deliverer. She gave a small bow again before gesturing toward the open shelves. Thank you. I looked nervously toward a very excited Tate before examining the delicious treats more closely. It only took a second for my eyes to settle on the chocolate of my choice. It was an owl, sculpted from white chocolate and brushed with a glittering gold dust. He was perched on a dark chocolate branch, complete with knots and twists, like that of an ancient tree. It was completely enchanting, and it reminded me of Al. Wise choice, Hattie winked. Go on, take a bite. It was so pretty I hated to ruin it, but it smelled so good I couldn't resist. I snapped off a small piece of the branch and moaned. Oh my goodness, this is the best thing that has ever touched my lips. I take offense to that. Tate quirked a brow, and Hattie cackled in the background. I think I have some flowers that need watering out back. I'm going to step out for a minute, she said with a knowing look. Tate glanced back at me with a twinkle in his eye once the door closed behind her. Some people say that Hattie's chocolates are magic. I've even heard some of the young girls bragging about how they use them to make poor, unsuspecting Agarthian boys fall in love with them. I took another bite of the heavenly treat. I can see why. He stepped toward me and wrapped his hand around the back of my neck, lifting my face to his. Slowly he leaned down, and the butterflies in my belly went wild at the realization of what was about to happen. Our last kiss had been magical, and it was only an experiment. Now that our feelings were out in the open, what kind of an effect would we get this time? Everly, I batted my lashes, waiting for him to hurry up and finish his thought, or else I might just cut him off with my lips. I think you've got a little chocolate on your mouth. He swiped my bottom lip with his thumb and popped it into his mouth. Then he kissed my forehead and walked away. I was too stunned to speak for a second, sorting through the rush of adrenaline I had from his proximity and the hurt I felt from him choosing not to kiss me again. Was I mistaken? Was I the only one who felt the bond? There wasn't time to ask him. Hattie came running back through the doors, panting. You need to get out there, Thaddeus. There's a commotion across the street, and I think you are the only one who can stop it. Chapter 5. You should wait here. Any mirth from our exchange just moments before completely vanished from Tate's face. His golden eyes darkened, a storm brewing within them. Should? Maybe, but there is not a chance I'm leaving you to face whatever is out there alone. I strode confidently ahead, moving past him to grab the front door. Thank you, Hattie, I called out over my shoulder. It was a pleasure to meet you. Tate touched my arm before I could step out. Are you sure you don't want to stay and finish your chocolate? Things could get ugly out there. Agarthians can be a bit unpredictable. I'm sure. I remembered the red paint dripping down the bench out front, and I suspected whatever commotion Hattie referred to had something to do with Tate's new position. It seemed not everyone was happy to have him in charge. After you. I pulled open the wooden door and gestured for him to go out. The light outside was bright, though I still couldn't place where it was coming from, since there was no sun. I heard the shouting across the street before my eyes adjusted enough to make out the angry mob. Standing on the park bench was the guard who had reluctantly allowed my entrance into this underground world the day before, Lightning Hands. Beside him stood Osborne. As Agarthians, it is our duty to our territory and to the greater earth above to lead with the highest nobility. We need a king who understands the complicated inner workings of Agartha. We need a leader who has studied the political history of the Keepers, one who can rule with the knowledge of our ancestors. And most importantly, we need a king who wants to lead. Aside from the true heir to the throne, there is no man who loves Agartha and its people more than this man. The guard gestured to Osborne. Until we can locate King Titus, we should insist that Osborne takes the role as interim leader. It should be up to the people of Agartha to choose who takes the reins of our territory, not some stuffy old council members behind closed doors at a conference we weren't even invited to attend. Tate clenched his teeth and made his way to the growing crowd in the park. I hurried to keep in step beside him. They didn't look dangerous, but they weren't exactly a cheerful group of kids at a carnival either. Tate was crashing their meeting, and he was the last person they wanted to see. Tate fixed his face into a cocky sneer, the kind of look he used to give me when he was still hunting my soul. He clapped slowly, loud enough to draw the attention of the bystanders back to him. Such a moving speech from this previous member of the Royal Guard. Did you have anything to add, Osborne? Murmurs filled the crowd as realization dawned on them that the guard had just lost his job. They shifted uncomfortably on their feet, suddenly worried about what other punishments Tate might bring upon them for being involved. But Tate's eyes were glued to one man only. Osborne sneered right back at him, with an arrogance only an Agarthian hunter could be capable of. Ah, Thaddeus, we were just talking about you. I heard. Well, since you're here, I suppose you should know our people have a slightly different idea for the future of Agartha than the members of the council did. I hate that Titus is still missing, and I can't just sit around anymore while he's still out there somewhere. So I've agreed to lead the charge in finding him. But it seems the people may wish for me to lead more than just the manhunt. Given my track record of loyalty and dedication to the royal family, they've nominated me as the interim ruler. My blood boiled as Osborne spoke, but to Tate's credit, he didn't so much as flinch at Osborne's words. The men never broke eye contact. It was a mental game of chicken, and my money was on Tate. How very noble of you. Unfortunately, the laws don't work that way. I am the second-born son, and next in line for the throne. You abdicated the throne, Osborne shot back. I never had a throne to abdicate. Titus was primed to fulfill the role of king. I went on to carry out other work for the territory. Now that it's my turn to serve, I'm here, at least until we find my brother. Osborne looked like he bit into the sourest lemon, his features twisted with disgust. I fear that may be a conflict of interest, seeing as you're the reason your brother is missing. He is not! The words flew from my mouth before I had time to think them through. Osborne had that effect on me. I was raging. Darkness crept in around the edges of my vision, and my inner Athena urged me to strike against him. Goodness knows he deserved it, but thankfully I had enough reason to know better than to attack him here in Agartha. You were there when Rasputin struck, I continued. You watched his men kill the king. Tate had nothing to do with it, and you know it. It was Rasputin and his Manticorians who took Titus. Rasputin and your Manticorians. Don't play dumb, girl. We all know you're working together. You're not like the rest of us, and you can't hide it anymore. My fingers felt for Rossel's small dagger I had hidden in the waistband of my pants as Osborne took 2 long strides toward me. His accusation thickened the air, making it difficult to breathe as every Agarthian eye turned toward me. The murmurs started again. They'd just noticed how different I was. Not Agarthian, but not quite Atlantean either. My white aura suddenly felt like a spotlight. Power heated up in my chest, pumping out from my heart through my limbs. I was filled with a charge, and I wouldn't be able to hold it in much longer. The moment Osborne laid a finger on me, the power would unleash, and I wasn't sure exactly what that would mean for everyone else standing nearby. I wasn't even sure if I'd be able to protect Tate. Touch her, and you die. Tate's warning was a low, feral growl, and it wasn't an empty threat. Anyone who saw the look on his face knew that he'd snap the life out of Osborne, or anyone else who dared to put a hand on me. I didn't need his protection, but seeing his fierce loyalty for me was a welcome change, and it was further confirmation that we were connected on a different level now. Soulmates or not, Tate was more than a friend. We were 2 pieces of the same puzzle. The men silently circled around one another for what seemed like forever. Eventually, the other Agarthians in the crowd began shuffling their feet, moving away from the rally-turned-staring contest. "Come on," I said after another moment. Tate's bicep was tight under my hand as I gently pulled him away from Osborne. My inner warrior had decided Osborne wasn't a threat, for now, anyway, and we had more important things to do than play Osborne's games. There was a blade waiting for me to retrieve it in a fiery lake somewhere around here. Tate turned toward me, his jaw instantly relaxing as he laid eyes on me. "You're right. We should go. This guy isn't worth our time." He took my hand and we walked slowly back through the park toward the palace. I felt Osborne's eyes on our backs until we turned a corner out of sight. It was only then that I felt comfortable asking about the blade. "I don't want to wait another day, Tate. We've got to get it as soon as possible. I'm sure that's not the last you'll hear from Osborne and his cronies. I want to be ready in case he makes another scene. Or worse." Tate ran a hand through his hair. "It's more than just a handful of cronies. Half the nation wants Osborne on the throne. That was their goal all along. Even if Titus became king, it would be Osborne calling the shots. He's been trained right alongside my brother since the 3 of us could walk." "So what? It's not his throne to take. And if only half of your people want him to lead them, then that leaves another half who want you. Besides, you've got the power of the Deliverer on your side," I winked. "And after we get the blade, he really won't stand a chance against you. So what do you say? Should we go get it?" "I wish it was that easy." His throat bobbed. "Let's wait until tomorrow at least, please. I really just want one perfect day with you." He didn't finish his thought, but he didn't have to. I knew what he was thinking. He wanted one perfect day together because he thought it might be our last. No one had ever survived an attempt to get the Fire Lake blade before. Maybe I was a fool for thinking I could be the first. Chapter 6. I stabbed the steak on my plate and dunked it in the yolk of an egg. Any other day I would have been thrilled to eat steak and eggs for breakfast. It was a kind of thing I'd always heard about, but never actually been able to afford for myself. But today, even the most delectable breakfast turned my stomach. I was a bundle of nerves. Tate and I had shared a lovely afternoon and evening touring Shambhala, but he retreated to his room early last night without so much as a kiss goodnight. I tossed and turned in my own suite for hours, thinking about the mission that lay ahead of me. Today was a day I was going to retrieve the Fire Lake blade. As far as anyone else was concerned, this was the last day of my life. Maybe that's why they prepared steak and eggs for me. It would have been a good last meal if I'd been able to eat it without getting nauseous. Tate didn't eat much either. We spoke a little about the blade over breakfast, but there wasn't much to discuss. It was a bit of a mystery. No one knew what it looked like or where exactly in the lake it was hidden. Other than some folklore passed down through the ages, we didn't have any solid evidence that it existed at all. Our plates had long been cleaned, and I swirled my spoon through my lukewarm coffee as I built up the courage to stand and move forward with my mission. When I looked up from my cup, Tate's golden eyes were trained on me, his emotion unreadable. "We better get going," I said more to myself than to him. He gave a solemn nod. Standing, he led me silently back through the palace toward the great hall we'd entered on my first day in Agartha. After commanding a couple of guards to clear the room, Tate grabbed 2 water bottles resting for us on a small table beside a giant portrait of a knight. "You can go first." He waved a hand toward the painting. "I take it this is another portal?" A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I forget you're new to this." He took my hand into his. "We can go together." I hadn't realized how badly I'd been craving his touch. This was the first time we'd made contact since the chaos in the park yesterday. My heart still pounded every time he was near, but I'd been so focused on giving him the space he needed to grieve for his father and overcome the challenges with Osborne that I'd forgotten how complete I felt when we were together. I hoped he still felt it too. The portrait shimmered as we touched it, and together we moved through the cool plain inside the frame and into a dank cave system on the other side. He immediately dropped my hand again, but I tried to shake it off, focusing on our surroundings instead. "Are we back in Kentucky?" "No, though Kentucky doesn't sound half bad right now. This is still within Agartha. We're about halfway between our world and the surface. Entering through this portal covers us in a shield that will protect us from the heat at these depths. Otherwise, it would get pretty steamy." "But it's not enough to shield me from the fire lake?" "Not even close." He frowned. "Come on, I'll take you to it." The only sound in the dark cave tunnels was the crunch of our shoes on the gravelly floor. We walked silently for 10 minutes or so before the cave began to brighten. Tate's golden glow was overpowered by a deep blue light. It was so faint at first that I thought I might have been imagining it, but it grew brighter and brighter as we moved ahead. The ground began to drop downhill as we neared the light, and though I knew it was coming, I still wasn't prepared for the sight that lay ahead once we finally cleared the hill. The fire lake was stunning. A small stone staircase led down to the expansive lake, and from where we stood, it looked like the most incredible crystal blue water. But it wasn't a real lake. It was an expanse of rolling blue flames. "Take a sip of your water," Tate instructed as he did the same. "You can't feel much of the heat because of the protective shield, but it will still burn you up. You need to stay hydrated." I was burning, but it wasn't from the gorgeous blue flames licking across the surface of the lake. It was something internal, a fire in my chest, white-hot, urging me closer to the lake. "It's here," I whispered. "I can feel it." Tate wore a brave face, but it didn't conceal the worry in his eyes. He looked like he might ask me to turn around and go back home at any moment. But now that I was here, and I could feel the power of the blade calling to me, there was no turning back. Tate must have known, because he didn't say a word. I moved down the stone steps, following an invisible string tugging me along. As I neared the shore of the lake, the heat began to break through my shield. I could feel the skin across my cheeks growing tight under the dry warmth. "Everly, back up! You're on fire!" I glanced down to find a flame dancing across the hem of my jeans. I brushed it off and took 2 steps back, turning in time to see warring emotions across Tate's face. "The blade is in there," I'm gonna have to go in." He shook his head silently, but didn't object. He thought I was going to die, and really, how could I survive it? I turned back to the lake, mesmerized by the motion of the fiery surface. It was almost choreographed. The way the flames moved reminded me of a ballet. I could even hear the music, ancient and full of emotion. It was a song of sorrow and a song of promise. The lyrics were enchanting, sung in a language I'd never before heard. I pulled my gaze away back to Tate. He couldn't hear it. No, this song was for me. An idea occurred to me then. Twisting off the plastic lid of my water bottle, I channeled all of my energy into the liquid, willing it to rise out of the bottle. The water responded, rising and growing as I urged it forward with my mind. If I could somehow overpower the flames with water, I could forge a pathway to the blade. It was my only reasonable option, the only way I could survive this insane mission. As I worked, I realized I was humming a tune of my own. It was different from the song of the blade, but complementary somehow. Words formed on my tongue that I'd never before heard. It was the song of Atlantis, and it was something I knew in my soul, but not in my mind. Perhaps it was time for me to step out of my soul's way and let my ancient untapped knowledge get to work. The water continued to pour out of the bottle at an impossible rate, growing and multiplying until it formed a large, flowing liquid wall. Once I was certain it was enough, I lowered my hands in a calming motion before me, laying the watery wall over the flames like a blanket to create a narrow pathway. I wasn't sure if I could extinguish them, or if I would have to use the water as a vehicle to enter the lake, like a highway over the scorching surface. Unfortunately for me, neither was true. The water met the flaming surface with a sizzle and steam, then it was gone. No one knew how deep the fire lake was. There could have been miles of flames to cut through for all I knew, but my little water blanket wasn't even close to being strong enough to overcome the vast waves of heat emanating from the lake. I tried again to pull more water from the bottle, but the spot where power burned in my chest before was nearly empty now. I'd used it all up. Cursing, I threw the bottle into the lake and watched it instantly melt to nothing. "It's okay, Ev. We'll do some more research and try a different approach another day." Tate's cheeks were flushed from the heat, but noticeably more relaxed. His whole stance had changed as relief flooded him. I wish I had felt some relief as well, but all I could focus on was my failure. There had to be a way to get in there. I could hear the song of the blade even now as I regretfully left it behind. With tensions running high in Agartha, Rossel unleashing terror on the keepers, and Rasputin's Manticorians threatening the entire surface of the earth, there wasn't time to delay. If I couldn't get the blade, I at least had to find the next piece of the tablet while I was here. I wouldn't let my time in Agartha go to waste. And just maybe, the tablet would have the information I needed to retrieve the blade. All I knew was that there was definitely a connection between the blade and the prophecy. I could feel it as clearly as I felt my connection with Tate. "I'll agree to try for the blade another day under one condition." "What's that?" Amusement flickered in Tate's golden eyes. I suspected the interim king of Agartha wasn't so used to little Atlantean girls calling the shots. "I'd like to spend the rest of today searching for the Agarthian piece of the tablet. Know of any highly classified locations we might be able to explore?" "There might be a couple, but they're all back near the palace." "There's nothing else here in the caves?" "Just the Hall of Souls." My heart skipped a beat. I knew I wasn't at risk anymore, but the thought of entering the place where fractured souls were left to die was chilling. I doubted the tablet would be there, but I couldn't deny my curiosity. "Will you take me there?" Chapter 7. The Hall of Souls wasn't close to the fire lake at all. It was about halfway between the portal and the palace in Shambhala, but it turned out there were miles between the two. The cave system was never ending, and my feet were aching by the time we arrived. While the fire lake was an intense blue, the Hall of Souls emanated a redder hue. It wasn't warm like a sunset, but haunting and almost cruel. This was how I'd always pictured Agartha before I arrived, and really, this was at the heart of what they did. It was the Agarthians' duty to extract all the fractured souls from the surface, and this was where the souls were kept. The hall was too large to be called a room. It reminded me more of the size of the convention center where my high school prom was held. Only instead of blue and green brocade carpet and gaudy chandeliers, we were surrounded by stone. It wasn't any less beautiful, though. The red gold glow held an enchanting quality, enchanting and terrifying. The air was cool and damp. Chill bumps dotted my arms. There was one main aisle down the center of the space, with rows and rows of wading pool-sized openings in the floor on either side. I paused near the entrance to peek inside one of the pools. These were the source of the glow, but instead of being filled with water, they were filled with a heavy mist, like a low-laying fog swirling at an indiscernible depth. "We don't have to stay here." Tate's voice cut through the silence. "There's nothing to search in here. It's just the pools." He said it so casually, like we were at a water park, but there was an inescapable weight in the air. These were souls, brothers, sisters, husbands, wives, real people whose lives were taken from them. They weren't just pools. I swallowed the lump in my throat and moved deeper into the hall. "The tablet can wait. I need to—" What did I need to do? Pay my respects? I was dead center in the large room, turning in a small circle to examine the space from every angle. Tate stepped closer to me, presumably to move me along, but I wasn't finished yet. Kneeling down, I examined one of the pools more closely as I vaguely registered him stopping behind me. I don't know what I expected to see. Souls weren't visible. At least, I didn't think they were. Thinking back to the incident with the fractured attack on Abby's dad, I remembered Osborne extracting the con artist's soul through a silver box, but I never saw inside. Was it full of this same swirling fog? Were these the souls? I tilted my head, examining the mist. How many fractured souls were in here now? The hall was massive, and each pool was large enough to hold hundreds of those little silver boxes. Certainly, some of them were evil, like Rasputin's Manticorians. But how many of them were mistakenly taken? I could have been in one of these pools if my luck had played out differently. Warmth spread across the left side of my body as Tate dropped to his knees beside me. I looked up to see his eyes reflecting the emotion I fought inside. Perhaps he'd had the same thought. "I'm glad to be on the outside of these pools right now, instead of swirling around inside with the others." A flicker of hurt pinched Tate's features. No, not hurt. Regret. "I'm glad too. If I had carried out those orders—" He grimaced, unable to finish the thought. "I'm so sorry, Ev. I didn't know." I turned back to the mist. How many others do you think were wrongfully taken? And do they know where they are right now? Do they know what happened? Tate stared thoughtfully into the mist for a long time. I was wondering if he planned to answer me at all when he finally spoke again. "A few months ago, I would have said none of them were wrongfully taken. I honestly believed that every fractured soul belonged here. But I'm not so sure about anything anymore." "It just doesn't seem right. They could be here for an eternity, just waiting for another piece of themselves that might not even exist anymore. Maybe they aren't fractured at all. Maybe they're just different." I thought of Sean and Abby, and how they could never be together, or else they'd risk having fractured children. It wasn't fair. The keepers were amazing in many ways, but they really got it wrong when it came to managing relationships. What if it's all a lie, Tate? What if the fractured aren't inherently evil? They just don't know how to manage their powers because they've never had the opportunity to learn. All these lives. I swallowed and bit back the tears that had come unbidden to my eyes. This was making me much more emotional than I expected. All these lives could have been saved. Things could have turned out differently for them. I turned to find him staring at me. The air between us practically sizzled with the electricity of our bond, as though it grew more powerful with the weight of our emotion. What if things could turn out differently for us, too? If the laws around the fractured were a lie, how could we be sure the curse between lovers of different keeper races wasn't a lie as well? This bond between us couldn't be imagined. It was as real as the air we breathed, and I couldn't believe that the universe would be so cruel as to make us soulmates, only to kill us with some keeper curse because we fell in love. Love. There was that word again. And as I stared into those warm, glowing golden eyes, I knew it was true. I knew it in the marrow of my bones. Tate's gaze dipped down to my lips, and before I knew it, I was leaning into him, welcoming his kiss. My eyes closed, and I held my breath in anticipation. But when his lips came, they met me with the chaste peck on the forehead before I immediately grew cold. Opening my eyes, I found him standing in the next row over. He must have run away from me as fast as he could. "Have I done something?" I asked, incredulous. It wasn't like me to be so bold, but I knew I wasn't imagining this connection. He'd admitted as much. Because I thought there was something special between us. When we kissed at the convention, I shook my head, unable to put that feeling into words. But now, it's like you're afraid to come close to me at all. What is it? What happened? Tate squeezed his eyes shut, hands balled into fists at his sides. I'd upset him somehow. My cheeks warmed with embarrassment. I was such a fool. This wasn't love. Not for him, anyway. I remembered back to the conversation I had with Rasputin about how Tate was using me for my power. I couldn't have believed it was true at the time. I still couldn't believe it. But why else would he be so hot and cold? Why would he pretend to be crazy about me one minute and then refuse to show me any kind of affection the next? With a deep breath, I steadied my chaotic emotions and made for the exit. This hall was full enough. I didn't need to add a fractured heart to the mix as well. Tate stood between me and the cave beyond, but I put as much space between us as possible as I stormed ahead. His grasp on my arm caught me off guard. I spun in place, but before I could speak, Tate's mouth covered mine. I leaned into him, not of my own control, but under the orders of some ancient need that had been awoken. My fingers twisted into his hair as he pulled me even closer with a hand curving around my waist. I was his, he was mine. There would be no separating us now. The kiss lit a fire in me, white hot. It started in my chest and worked its way through each of my limbs until my entire body was aflame. But it still wasn't enough. It could never be enough. I don't know how long it lasted, but all too soon, Tate pulled away, leaving me breathless and panting in my place. "That," he said on shaky legs, "is why I've tried to keep some distance between us. This thing between us, whatever it is too much for me. I'm not strong enough to resist it, and I know once I start, I won't be able to stop." I nodded, understanding and agreeing with every sentiment. "You're too important, Everly." His grin and the way his gaze raked over me left my belly in a knot. "As badly as I want you, I can't get you killed. Save the world first. Deliver us. Then we can really ignite this bond. Screw the consequences. Even if the curse kills us, I can't think of a better way to go. Chapter 8. I was so cold. I tossed and turned, rubbing my arms to bring some warmth back into my flesh, but it was no use. Wrenching open my eyes, I realized I wasn't in my bed anymore. I was floating, rolling in the waves. But this wasn't water. It was too cold to be water, and I was drowning. Impossible for an Atlantean. Shivers racked my body as I searched for the surface. I needed oxygen. I couldn't breathe. My legs thrashed and kicked, but I couldn't move. I couldn't swim. It was only then that I realized I wasn't alone. I was surrounded by hundreds of other beings, non-corporeal, all fighting to find a surface that didn't exist, all drowning in our own sorrows. They couldn't speak, but I knew who they were. The fractured. Together we clung to the faintest wisp of life in the Hall of Souls. I wasn't fractured. What was I doing here? What were any of us doing here? I fought against the cold some more, refusing to let it drag me down. If I allowed it to take me to the dregs of the bottom, I was certain there would be no coming back. The others fought alongside me, each of us engaged in our own private war. We would not succumb. Something sparked in my chest at thought of a battle. Athena. I had the strength of a warrior goddess brewing inside me. I leaned into the spark, fanning it into that now familiar white-hot flame. It melted through the cold, providing me strength as it extended from my chest to my shoulders, down through my arms and legs. I was stronger than the cold. I would not succumb. The white heat fully engulfed me now in the protective shield of its flames. I was invincible. A yell escaped my raw throat, burning as it erupted and shaking the hall to its core. With one final surge of strength, I thrust myself up, until my face broke through the surface of the pool. I gasped for air, sweaty and tangled in my sheets. A dream. It was only a dream. I repeated the words out loud, rubbing my temples and willing my heart to stop racing. But a hint of heat remained in my chest, tugging me from my bed. I stood, sliding my feet into slippers, and my hand found its way to the doorknob before I had a chance to consider what I was doing. My body gave me no choice in the matter. I had to find Tate. I knew the way to his rooms. In fact, after an afternoon of searching for the missing piece of the tablet, I knew my way around the palace and the inner part of Shambhala far better than I'd ever expected. But there had to be more to it. After all, we still hadn't gotten any closer to the tablet. What other secrets did Agartha hold? There were no guards outside of Tate's suite. They were either remarkably trusting of everyone in the palace, including me, or they didn't actually care much about Tate's welfare. My money was on the latter, especially after seeing the crowds following Osborne in the park. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Osborne had somehow paid them to leave Tate unattended. My blood was beginning to boil again as I silently pulled open the door. His sitting room was dark and quiet, no one in sight. My teeth ground together as I realized how alone he was in here. These people should be ashamed of themselves for leaving their interim king unprotected. Finally, I reached his room, and I was fully prepared to take up the position of guard outside of his door just as soon as I could confirm he was safe. But the moment I saw his still, sleeping face, all traces of anger completely dissipated. He looked like an angel. I wanted nothing more than to curl up beside him and snuggle his peaceful, sleeping form. But I didn't want to disturb him. In fact, I wasn't entirely sure why I was standing in his room at all. It had seemed like the right thing to do when I awoke from my nightmare, but now it just seemed childish. And yet, I couldn't pull myself away from him. I told myself I would just adjust the blanket to cover his bare shoulder, then be on my way. That was it. But it wasn't. I knelt down at his bedside, admiring the way his dark lashes fell across his cheek. I was fully aware of just how stalker-like my behavior was in that moment, but I didn't care. I loved this man, and I cherished every moment I was with him. The feeling was so strong I couldn't hold it in any longer. My voice was barely audible as I said the words aloud. Maybe we're soulmates, maybe we're not. But one thing is for sure. I love you, Thaddeus Castellanos. His eyes didn't so much as flutter. He was still passed out cold. But that didn't stop the world from shifting. First I noticed the light, pure, unfiltered, without a source. It filled the room, gently illuminating the space like the first rays of morning sunshine. Then I felt the warmth in my chest, or maybe it was there all along, but it grew hot, hotter still, until I was reunited with that white-hot flame from my dream. And suddenly, I knew exactly what I had to do. With one final look at my love, I turned and silently left his rooms behind. I tiptoed down the stairs, finding my way back to the great hall on the first floor of the palace. Amazingly, there were still no guards, no attendants. It was as though we were the only two souls in the entire city. That was a good thing, because I couldn't imagine the guards would have been too thrilled with what I had planned next. With a final lungful of air, I stepped through the portrait of the night, ready to retrieve a blade of my own. Chapter 9. My friends were always jealous of my photographic memory. It was understandable. It definitely gave me a leg up when taking tests in high school, but it was never as useful as it was in this moment, navigating the cool caves of Agartha alone. Again, I swore I could feel the cave breathing. It inhaled and exhaled as I carefully plodded my way through its winding halls, reminding me that I was merely a visitor here. I tried to be respectful. I needed the cave on my side, just in case something grew angry with my next move. I was going to steal the Fire Lake blade. I didn't think of it as stealing, though. It was more like returning the blade to its rightful owner. The sword didn't belong to Everly Gordon necessarily, but somewhere in my history, I knew that it was mine. One of my incarnations, at some point in the distant past, owned that sword, and my soul was ready to take it back. I fought against the warmth in my chest as I neared the lake. My inner warrior was desperate to be freed, but it wasn't time. I needed her to stay put with my powers tamped down until the time was right. There wasn't an infinite supply, after all. I'd never felt as much strength in real life as I did in my dream when I set the warrior free in the Hall of Souls. I knew that if I did it again, she would protect me from the flames. I was betting my life on it. The blade's song reached me before I saw the lake. I recognized the sad tune immediately, but it was more urgent now. The blade knew I meant business this time. I was coming to rescue it from its fiery prison. My steps picked up speed as I neared the flaming expanse of the fire lake. As I reached its shore, I began to peel back the restraints on my power. The warmth under my sternum exploded the instant I gave it space to do so. A heat that couldn't be explained spread through my shoulders and belly, down my arms and my legs, until the tip of each toe was bursting with enough energy to bring the whole cave down. I looked down at my skin, and for the first time I saw the white glow of my aura. I was lit from within, and instinct told me I was fully protected by the shield the white-hot flames provided only to me. Looking out over the lake, I uttered a single word. "Stop!" The flames obeyed as time jerked still. One step, then another. I kicked off my slippers before dipping a toe slowly into the blue flames and pulling it out for a quick examination. There was no pain, no redness. The heat had no effect on me. With the confidence of a general stepping into battle, I strode all the way into the lake. The bottom dropped quickly, and the flames consumed my body after only a few steps. Frozen in time, they more closely resembled a blue version of the northern lights, and I imagined myself the subject of a painting rather than a girl in a nightgown at the bottom of a flaming pit. The song was louder now, pleading for me to come. I stopped thinking, pushing all logic and reason from my mind as I allowed the natural instinct of my soul to lead me to the blade. I walked for some time, never wavering as my power stayed strong. There was no guessing when I finally reached my destination. A large boulder sat at the bottom, at what I guessed was the center of the large lake. The top of the stone reached my shoulder, and it was as wide as a small car. The flames kept their distance from the stone, offering up a clearing, frozen in time around the boulder like a kaleidoscope of color. But the most striking detail was the gilded handle of a sword plunged deep into the rock all the way down to its hilt, the Fire Lake blade. I paused only for a moment before reaching for the handle. It was surprisingly cool in my palm, and new tendrils of power from the blade danced their way up my arm, meeting my own white-hot power at its source beneath my sternum. Mine. One gentle tug was all it took to slide the sword from the rock. It slipped out as easily as a stick of a half-melted grape popsicle in the middle of an Oklahoma summer. But the power of this blade was far more delicious. The blade extended as long as my arm. There was a considerable weight to it, but holding it felt natural, and the power of the blade buzzed through my entire body now, entangled with my ancient untapped powers, and leaving Athena quite pleased with her new possession. Blade in hand, there was one more thing I needed to do. I practically ran back up the steep slope of the lake bed, stopping short only when I noticed the dark figure of another person standing on the shore up top. "Everly!" Tate's tear-streaked face kicked time back into gear. Blue flames danced around me as I closed the distance between us, feeling much like a fiery siren emerging from her lair. "Are you okay?" Tate's eyes widened when he took in the giant sword in my hand, but his focus was entirely on me and my well-being. "I had a dream. You were in my room and—" He ran a shaky hand through his hair. "And I told you I love you." Power surged in my chest again at the words. Tate's throat bobbed and he nodded. "I knew you were coming here. I came to stop you, but I was too late. I reached the lake just in time to watch you freeze the flames and step inside. Then you were gone." "You watched me walk in?" "Yeah. I couldn't move after you stopped time. I wasn't even breathing, but somehow I still saw what happened. It's like my physical body was frozen, but my soul was with you." His face blurred as tears sprang to my eyes. With the blade held at my side, I wrapped my left hand behind Tate's neck and met his glistening gaze. "I hope your soul will stay with me always. I love you, Tate." "I love you too." We kissed, a gentle thing full of relief and comfort, and as we stood in one another's arms, the invisible rope seemed to wrap itself around us, binding us permanently together. "My soul is all yours," he whispered as he pulled away. And I knew it was true. My heart was ignited. More than that, it was engulfed in flames that fed into my power. We were stronger together with our souls entwined, and I knew without a doubt that everything the keepers had been taught about soulmates and fractured souls was wrong. I would deliver them the freedom they deserved. Stepping back into my fuzzy slippers, I took Tate's hand in mine. "Come on, we need to go back to the Hall of Souls." Chapter 10. The walk seemed much shorter this time. Perhaps I was high on the rush of adrenaline after securing the blade, Or maybe the blade's power combined with my own made me that much faster. I couldn't explain it, but as we reached the Hall of Souls, I knew without a doubt that we were doing the right thing. A soft white light still emanated from my skin, and Tate's golden glow seemed more prominent now as well. Whether it was the power of the sword or the power of our bond didn't matter. We were a force to be reckoned with. Thankfully, we didn't have to concern ourselves with any danger from these poor fractured souls. They'd swirled in the pools just as I remembered. It was just as I dreamed, and my heart cracked at the unspoken fear and turmoil they experienced. I wanted to save them. I wanted to free them. But how? My pulse thumped hard in the hand that gripped my sword. I closed my eyes, tuning out everything in the world aside from that steady pulse. There was another, beating in time with my own heartbeat. It wasn't Tate's. It wasn't even the blade. There was something else in the hull, and it called to me. Never opening my eyes, I followed the beat, entranced by its rhythm. Led by instinct, protected by my blade and backed by my soulmate, I feared nothing. I simply allowed my feet to do the walking. The beat of the pulse worked itself up into a crescendo, taking my heart right along with it. The anticipation was nearly killing me when suddenly the pounding stopped. My eyes snapped open, and I found myself standing beside an especially golden-tinted pool along the back wall of the hull. The souls here had worked themselves into a tizzy, swirling into a furious chaos. It was like they knew I was here. They knew what I was planning to do before even I knew it. Lifting the sword over my head with both hands, I plunged the blade deep into the depths of the pool. The mist parted, the souls splitting to opposite sides, and there on the stone bottom, about 3 feet from the top of the pool, lay a rough-edged corner of an ancient stone tablet. The tablet glowed with a blue light, its pulse keeping time with my own, inaudible but visual with flashes of light. I held out a hand, and the tablet lifted from the ground, flying into my grasp. "The prophecy," Tate whispered from over my shoulder. "It was here all along." There could be no better place in Agartha to hide it than in a pool of souls that would never be emptied. I sighed. Never emptied before now, anyway. The souls quivered at my words, but I knew it wasn't time. There wasn't anything I could do for them just yet, but I vowed in my heart to come back and make things right as soon as I was able to. The answer was just out of my grasp, but something told me the prophecy would piece everything together. We just had to decipher what it said. "We need to find Driscoll." We turned toward the palace rather than backtracking to the portal. The tunnels were thick with the air of anticipation, and occasionally the ancient cave system seemed to groan and creak like a beast awakening. Still, we ran. Tate felt the sudden urgency as well. The tablet pushed us ahead, faster and faster. It needed to be reunited with the other pieces, and nothing would stand in its way. We were nearly back to the underground entrance to the palace when the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. "Tate, wait. Something is wrong." The blade warmed itself in my hand, preparing for battle. Tate and I backed up against each other, circling around to locate the potential threat we both could now feel. But as far as we could see, we were alone. "What do you suggest?" he asked in a low voice. "We've got to keep moving." We'd only gone another 20 yards or so before the first wave of power rushed toward us. It ricocheted off of a bend in the wall, crackling over my skin as I threw out my arms to protect Tate. An invisible shield blocked the attack from reaching him, and the effects of the lightning power couldn't reach me either. The sword in my hand glowed bright, its steel full of the same white-hot power I felt coursing through my veins. It protected me. Footsteps crunched on the gravel around the corner as what sounded like 3 or 4 men came running toward us. The shock of seeing Tate and me still standing drew them up short once they cleared the corner. but it only took a moment for their surprise to morph into rage. "It didn't work! Get him!" A small team of Agarthian guards rushed us, some holding weapons and others blasting electric power toward us with the flick of their wrists. I slashed my sword in an arc through the air, and a gust of white-hot power sprayed out from its tip. The guards were thrown back against the cave walls, their breath forcefully expunged from their lungs as my hit made impact. They were alive, but they wouldn't move for a while. I'd made sure of that. "Keep going! We've got to get out of here!" I didn't know how many other guards would be sent after Tate, and I didn't want to find out. We needed to get back to the surface to find Driscoll. As soon as we knew what the prophecy said, these measly little Agarthian guards would mean nothing. Osborne's claim to the throne would be laughable, if there was a throne left to claim at all. We ran through the tunnels, stepping over the fallen guards until we finally reached the palace entrance. More men stood on the other side. The palace had been empty in the night because apparently all the guards were preparing to stage a coup. Too bad they didn't see me coming. My sword sliced through the arm of a man who had just knocked an arrow directed at Tate. His bow fell to the floor with a clatter, and I ignored his cries of pain as he gripped the sticky sleeve where my deep cut had made its mark. "Try that again, and I'll take off the whole arm," I growled. The other guards stepped back then, some still ready to fight, but others recognizing me as a threat. None of them made another move to attack, though one emboldened by the group of men surrounding him raised a fist with a shout. "We will not bow to you, Thaddeus." "No one is asking you to. I'm simply stepping in until the time comes for you to bow to her." Tate gestured toward me, dipping his chin in reverence. The move might have embarrassed me before, but now I was starting to believe he might be right. Like it or not, these men would be mine to deal with soon enough. All the keepers would be under me, if they were able to survive whatever I dealt them through the prophecy. The tablet buzzed in my hand at the thought, reminding me that we were on a mission that couldn't be sidetracked by some angry Agarthians. "I'll die before I bow to that fractured trash." The loud-mouthed guard sneered in my direction. "As you wish," Tate said, raising his hands. "No!" I held out an arm. "Don't hurt him. We don't have time for this. We've got to keep moving." The guard snorted, feeling like he'd won. Poor little guard. He had no idea what was coming. Tate and I moved forward, but I paused just long enough to press my blade into the soft spot of the guard's neck. "You're welcome for allowing you to live. Tell the others Deliverance is coming. Oh, and give your buddy Osborne my regards. I'm sure I'll be seeing him again soon." A single drop of blood slid down the guard's neck from the small cut left by my sword. He pretended to scoff, but I felt him tremble before I turned away. A renewed sense of purpose rushed through me as we ascended the stairs to the first floor of the palace. The tapestry portal leading back to the mortal world was just steps away. Soon we would find Driscoll, decipher another part of the prophecy, and change the world as we knew it. It was only a matter of time now. Deliverance was coming. Chapter 11. "It will be a long hike in the mortal world," Tate said, as we stood in the great hall of the palace. The world was still dark through the windows, though I suspected the first light of morning would announce its arrival at any moment. "Devon won't be waiting for us this time, so we'll have to walk until we find a lodge and can arrange transportation back to the city." "We better get started then." "Did you want to change or grab a bag or anything first?" I held up the tablet and the sword. "I have everything I need. As long as you're by my side, I think we'll be fine." Tate grinned. "I wouldn't have it any other way." The woven tapestry that took us back into the mortal world hung on the large wall to our left. An image of an old English garden was displayed in muted colors across the large wall hanging. Talk about false advertising. I remembered the cool cave where we'd left the caves in Kentucky with a shiver. They weren't half as welcoming as that garden would be, but at least I'd get to go back in the water of the underground river. Remember, there will probably be guards positioned on the other side of the portal. I honestly don't know how many have been charmed by Osborne. I couldn't tell you if they will be friends or foes, but it would be best to expect the worst, just in case. I nodded, already having reached that conclusion myself. I'm good to go when you are. With my sword at the ready, I joined Tate's side. On a whispered count of 3, we stepped through the invisible portal. The moment we reached the other side, we were immediately thrust against the wall. There was a carnival ride I used to love as a little girl. It resembled a spaceship, and we would all file in one by one, taking a spot around the inner perimeter. The ride would spin so fast that the centrifugal force would plaster our bodies to the wall against sliding cushions. We could turn ourselves upside down so that our feet were above our heads, but we wouldn't fall. That's exactly how I felt on the inside of the cave wall. But instead of laughing with joy and the thrill of the ride, I was fuming with rage and concern over my soulmate. Finally, a familiar voice droned. I was beginning to think you would never show up. I craned my neck enough to see Russell and a small army of Olympians. The same short man who broke into Millie's house had his arms extended, holding me in place on the wall beside Tate, and the 2 Agarthian guards who must have been on patrol when the Olympians arrived. The guards were asleep. At least I hoped they were just sleeping. "Put us down, Russell!" There was fire in my command and fire in my palm as I maintained my grip on the sword. "I plan to, but first I need you to agree to play nice with my men." He didn't look afraid, but the fact that he made any request at all told me he knew what kind of power I now yielded. Otherwise, he would have simply taken whatever he was after without any regard for me. Perhaps my attack at the warehouse made an impact on him after all. I considered freezing time, but in doing so, I would trap myself here against the wall. I needed the Olympian to release his hold on me. Then I could make my move. "I'll play just as nicely as you do." I looked pointedly at Russell, and he seemed to catch my drift. A flicker of fear dashed across his face before he steepled his features into a look of apathetic confidence. "You don't look like you're in a position to be bargaining, I'm afraid. So I'll make the offer again, and it will be the last time. You can agree to keep your hands off my men, and I will have them set you down." "What if I don't?" "You don't have to." Tate's voice took on an unnatural song-like quality. "Because these Olympians are going to set us gently back on the ground, and they will not use their powers on you again. Not today, not ever." I knew the effects of the sirens were weaker on other keepers than they were on the mortals, but Tate's boost in power from our bond made his glamour surprisingly effective. I had to actively hide my look of surprise as the Olympians wordlessly obeyed, lowering our feet to the ground. Wrapping my fingers around the handle of the sword, I had every intention of taking Russell out right here, once and for all. But my traitorous arm wouldn't do as I wanted. Something inside held me back, and meeting Russell's eyes, I knew there was more to the story, much more. "May I see the blade?" There was a childlike wonder to his words. Maybe I was a fool, but I didn't think he would pose a risk, not with the blade anyway. The handle of the sword pulsed in my hand in response, letting me know I was correct in my assumptions. The human part of my brain still didn't want him to have it, though. "I don't think that's going to happen." He tilted his head, studying it more closely. "It's remarkable. I never thought I'd see the Fire Lake blade in my lifetime." My heart raced as my chest began to heat up again. I looked at Tate to see if he felt it too, but I couldn't get a read on his expression. Russell leaned forward to inspect the finer details engraved into the handle of the sword, and the strangest idea took hold in my brain. "You know what? On second thought, Go ahead." Russell lifted his black eyes to me with surprise. "Really?" I raised the sword toward him, laid across both of my palms like a peace offering. "Be my guest." "Everly, what are you doing?" Tate asked, not even trying to hide his disapproval. The other Olympians all looked tense as well, none of us trusting the others. But the blade knew its owner. It wouldn't betray me. And if this was what I needed to get the information I still required out of Russell, then so be it. I still believed he might be the only person who knew where my mom was. I couldn't kill him until I discovered what he knew, at least. We stood silently for a long minute as Russell visibly warred with himself. Ultimately, his greed, or curiosity perhaps, won out. He lifted his hands and hesitantly reached out for the sword. I knew the second he made contact with the metal. I heard the sizzle in his fingers as his flesh began to melt from the incendiary blade. He cried out in pain, and the mob of Olympians who had followed him into the caves immediately rushed me. Everything happened so fast, I didn't even see who struck me or what they used to knock me out. All I knew was the fear on Tate's face one minute and darkness the next. Chapter 12. A cool hand and soft-spoken words stirred me awake. An icy compress was mashed against the back of my skull, but I was otherwise quite comfortable, propped up by a mountain of pillows and covered in a fuzzy, never-ending blanket. "Millie?" I squinted at the hazy outline of my aunt, willing the world to come back into focus. I moved to wrap my arms around her neck, thankful that I was still alive. But my right hand was weighed down with a death grip, still holding fast to the handle of the Fire Lake blade. I felt Tate next, a welcome tingle caressing my skin, just before he came into view. His lips pressed against my forehead, leaching the pain right out of me and leaving a tender warmth in its place. "Are you okay?" His fingers gently brushed a stray piece of hair from my face, distracting me from the pain and everything else other than his glittering gold irises. "She's awake! Dom!" Tate was shoved out of my view with a hard bump of Gayla's hip. Her perky platinum bun wobbled atop her head as she clapped her hands. "Dom, get in here!" Dom appeared next, looking happy to see me, but there was definitely more trepidation in her gaze than there had been in the others. I'd learned long ago to trust Dom's instincts. "What's going on?" I croaked. I sat up and surveyed the room. We were in Millie's study, which had been pieced back together after the Olympian attack. I had no recollection of how we got here or how long I had been out. The last thing I remembered was Russell. His name escaped in a breathless growl. He stood nervously against a shelf in the far corner of the room. What were they thinking letting him in here? His people had nearly killed me. I lifted my sword. It was a struggle at first, but the warmth in my chest came easily now. I summoned it, gathering it up in my fist as I prepared to launch it from the sword and sizzle Russell on the spot. "Everly, wait!" It was Tate who called out. It was a good thing, too. I don't know that anyone else's voice could have cut through to me. I paused, keeping the sword ready. "It's okay." Tate joined me on the couch, resting a hand delicately on my shoulder. "Russell's on our side." "Yeah, right." I lifted my weapon again, bringing it down only after a few seconds of Tate's hand relaxing the tension in my shoulder. "It's true," Millie said. "He was with Tate when Devon found you in that motel in Kentucky. He helped carry your body here." "The Olympians weren't supposed to strike you," Tate added. His face reddened slightly, and his jaw clenched. "It's my fault. I prevented them from using their powers against you, so when they thought you were attacking Russell, they resorted to physical force instead." "As did you after she fell," Russell said, his words dripping with derision. Tate's chin dropped, and I wondered just how many of Rossel's Olympian guards fell at his hands. Maybe I should have felt some guilt, but all I knew was pride. My soulmate had stepped up to defend me the best way he knew how. I couldn't feel bad about him harming the very same people who almost threw Sean out of the window. They got what was coming to them. But as for Rossel, just because you found him with Tate, it doesn't mean he's gone good. His men nearly killed me, twice. Rossel has tried before too. But I get my hands on the Fire Lake blade and he's suddenly reformed? Fat chance. Rossel moved forward then, a storm rolling in his black eyes. My chest heated in response, my muscles flexing under his attention. I won't try to defend my actions. I've made some grave errors. But time is running out, and I need you to come with me now. Pfft. I glanced around the room to see solemn looks on the faces of my friends and loved ones. They were buying his crap. I'm not going anywhere until I find Driscoll. I looked around again, hoping maybe I'd missed him in my first survey of the space, but he wasn't there. The tablet was, though. I saw its familiar blue glow pulsing from atop Millie's desk. Everly, honey, we have some bad news. My aunt lowered herself to a knee before me. Driscoll is missing. What? I stood, dropping the enormous blanket to the floor. What do you mean he's missing? Devon went to retrieve him from Port Amaris after he brought you three back here, but he's gone. No one knows what happened to him. Devon is still searching even now, investigating every possibility. Sean is doing the same here in the city. We'll find him. If he's still alive, Rossel added. I spun around to face him, sword extended again. What did you do to him? I know it was you. Is he banished to some island again, bound by one of your wicked curses? Rossel's shoulders fell. No, Driscoll is not the cursed one you should be concerned for right now. Who else have you cursed? My gaze swept the room again. Everyone looked slightly uncomfortable. Dom spoke next. I believe Rossel is cursed. I can't glean any information from his mind, and he becomes violently ill when he tries to speak about certain subjects. Certain subjects like what? The prophecy, Dom said. Then more quietly she added, and your mom. The source of my power squeezed tightly in my chest, burning up the sob that tried to escape. I knew it. I knew he was responsible for my mother's disappearance. And now he held the rest of the prophecy in his power as well. It looked like I only had one choice. Will you come with me to Olympus? He asked again, softly. I'll need the king's permission, right? Is Barius okay with it? Rossel's lips pinched together. We don't think you will require anyone's permission. Dom stepped forward and rested her hand on my shoulder. I've been doing some more thinking, and the braid of power mentioned in the prophecy may just be your ticket into any of the territories. A braid is made of 3 strands, and there are 3 keeper races. Right, I'm Atlantean, and I've definitely got a strong connection to Agartha. I met Tate's eyes with a soft smile. But I still don't have a connection to Olympus. Rossel turned away. Gala shrugged. We don't know that for sure, and you do have some unique powers. You've got a crazy glow, an Agarthian soulmate, and that sliver of brown in your eye makes me wonder if there might be a little Olympian magic in you somewhere, too. That seems like a stretch. Yeah, it does. But then there was also that vision I had of you walking through the Olympian gates. My eyes narrowed. You had another vision? Maybe you should have led with that. Everyone's attention was glued to me as they awaited my response. Even Rossel turned back to face me. I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply, deferring the decision to the ancient, wiser part of me deep inside. And the answer was clear. "Should I pack a bag?" I asked, "or will the Olympians accept me as I am?" Part 2. Lies in Olympus. Chapter 13. The assistant football coach also happened to be my biology teacher in my senior year of high school. That meant we watched a lot more videos and nature documentaries than was probably good for us, especially during the playoffs. One video in particular sprang to mind as I prepared for my trip to Olympus. The video was about a very rare leucistic snake. It was white as snow and albino in appearance, but its eyes were black instead of pink. I remembered being grossly fascinated by this writhing creature, both horrified and hypnotized by its calculated movements and restrained power. Russell gave me a similar feeling. I watched him work on making notes for Millie and jotting down a message to be carried by owl to someone already in Olympus. And I got the same crawly skin sensation as I did from the snake. Were they really going to send me away with this man? The same man who I believed to be responsible for my mother's disappearance? The same man who kidnapped me, tied me up, and tried to kill me not long ago in a warehouse? It was hard to believe that he was our best option, but I knew there was no other way we'd get our hands on the final piece of the tablet. I got the sense that Russell knew where it was, even if he couldn't say as much. And if he still wanted me dead, he could have easily made it happen when I was still unconscious back in Kentucky. That logic didn't do much to ease my nerves, though. The only reason I'd agreed to this at all was because Gayla offered to tag along. As an Olympian, she would have access to the territory without issue. And since she had the vision about me entering into Olympus as well, we thought it might be good for her to come. You know, just in case the vision changed or something. I'd sure hate to be struck dead before I even passed through the gates. Stupid keeper curses. There was still one condition before we left, though. "Any word on Driscoll?" Millie checked her phone. "Nothing yet." I glanced cautiously at Russell, knowing how he'd react even before I said my next words. "Hopefully we'll find him soon. I'd like to stay here in the city until we can locate him. I don't want to go to Olympus until I know what the Agarthian piece of the tablet says." Russell whirled around to face me, looking all too graceful like the creepy snake man that he was. "We cannot wait. We must go now." "Go ahead." I raised a shoulder. "I'm not holding you back. But I intend to stay right here until we find Driscoll. If you have a guess as to where he might be, now would be a good time to mention it." I plopped down on Millie's sofa for emphasis. "Everly." My aunt slid into the spot beside me, trying and failing to not sound patronizing. "Russell is not responsible for Driscoll's disappearance. He was an Agartha, like you." "Well, someone took him. Driscoll wouldn't have tried to leave Portamaris on his own. He knows the risks." "We couldn't access Portamaris even if we tried." Russell furrowed his brows. "It's visible to Atlanteans only." "You're right." I chewed on my lips for a moment, thinking it over. Then it had to have been someone already on the island. And there was definitely one man there who had a history of betrayal against us. "It must have been Tano." "It wasn't." Millie seemed completely convinced. "How can you be so sure? He's turned against you before, or have you forgotten about the time he killed your soulmate in cold blood?" My words came out with more of a bite than intended, and they struck my aunt where it hurt. "Of course I haven't forgotten. How could I? He was the first suspect that sprang to my mind when we learned Driscoll was missing. Don't you think we considered that option? We've been up and down that path already, Everly. It wasn't Tano." "It's true," Dom added. "I was here when they brought him back for questioning. He truly doesn't have anything to do with the disappearance." Millie was still tense when I placed my hand on her shoulder. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I'm pretty tightly wound right now, but I shouldn't have taken it out on you. You didn't deserve that." Her eyes softened. "It's okay. We're all on edge." Her eyes cut accusingly over to Russell, further confirming my own suspicions. "So if it wasn't Tano, who could it have been? What other Atlantean could have some vendetta against poor old Driscoll?" Tate stood suddenly, a growl rumbling from his chest. "This isn't about Driscoll at all. It's about you. I would bet my life on it." He began pacing, his golden eyes flaming. "Driscoll was kidnapped to bring you in. I can't believe I didn't see it before. They took Titus, not suspecting the Agarthians would take over the case. They expected you to follow. But when you didn't, they went after Driscoll instead." "Who?" Millie asked, shaking her head. "Rasputin." Every eye in the room turned to me. I think Tate's right. "But Rasputin isn't Atlantean," Millie argued. "He can't access Porta Maris either." "He can't, but Peter Bratton can." It felt like the air was sucked out of the room. Everyone sat quietly for a moment, considering the possibility. But I'd already made up my mind on how to proceed. "I'm going to get him back." "That's exactly what they want you to do. Even if you knew where they held him, they would be ready to strike the moment you showed up." Tate's jaw hardened at the thought. "I do know where they're holding him, and they can't strike me if I strike first." I blew a piece of hair out of my face, casually regarding a glint of light off of the Firelake blade, before turning back to the others. "How long does it take to get to the Cathedral of St. John the Divine from here?" Chapter 14. I wasn't a fan of Tate using his glamour on mortals, but in this case it was necessary. Jeeves sat stoically in the driver's seat of Millie's limousine, never once questioning the strange group of us crowding into the back. He didn't even ask about the sword I carried. It was a good thing, too, because I found myself unable to set it down. It was like something inside me refused to let it go. But there was no way Tate would be able to use his powers on everyone walking the city streets. That's where the hood came into play. It was actually Gayla's idea, maybe her best one yet. "You ready?" she asked, hand on the door handle. The limousine was parked right alongside the cathedral where I suspected we'd find Rasputin, and hopefully Driscoll. "Let's do this." I pulled the red hood of the cape I wore up over my head. Gayla stepped out of the vehicle first, lifting her phone camera at arm's length in front of her face and barking out orders like the director of a movie set. I snickered at Tate. "You're next." He groaned and pulled a fuzzy werewolf mask over his face. The effect was even more believable with those glowing golden irises peeking through the eye holes. "That's a good boy," I said as he climbed out. Perhaps this wasn't the best time for cutting up, but if I didn't laugh, I feared I might crumble from the weight of the task laid before me. "Are you sure you don't want any of us to come with you?" Millie's brows were pinched with concern from the opposite side of the limo. "I'm positive. Rasputin won't hurt me. He's made that very clear. I'm invincible, with this anyway," I added, lifting my sword into the air. There was also the thought that I suspected Rasputin could be my father, but Millie got upset the last time I'd mentioned the idea, so I held my tongue. "Okay, but please let us know if you find yourself in any trouble. If you're not back in 15 minutes, we're going in after you." There was no use arguing with her about that. We Gordon women knew how to stand our ground on matters we found important. "Understood." "I said action!" Gayla shouted from outside the vehicle. "Gotta go." I turned and hopped out of the vehicle, immediately raising my sword in the air toward Tate. He released a very unconvincing growl and made half-hearted claws with his hands in the air. "You killed my grandmother, you mangy mutt. Prepare to die." My acting skills weren't much better than his, but they served our purpose. Passers-by on the street barely glanced in our direction. That was the beauty of New York City. Cosplay and fake sword fights on a cathedral lawn didn't stand out to them any more than a hot dog stand. Gayla's idea to fake an indie movie scene was brilliant. I was able to wield my sword in broad daylight without drawing any unwanted attention. Tate and I carried the scene all the way over to the door that led down to Rasputin's office below the cathedral. And once we had enough distance between us and the street, we stopped the acting. "Bravo!" A familiar voice rang out in my mind, drawing my gaze up into the tree branch hanging over the small path we stopped upon. "Al?" "In the feathers." He hopped down the branch a little closer to me. "Where have you been? I couldn't find you after the convention. Did you go to Agartha and get the Fire Lake blade?" "I did. There's a lot to catch you up on, but it'll have to wait." I cast my eyes back to the door. "You're going to see Rasputin, aren't you? Want me to come?" "No, I've got to do this alone. Stay with the others. I'll be back soon." Tate and Gayla regarded the owl with uncertainty. His head swiveled to take them in before he focused his yellow eyes on me again. "Be careful." "I will." I faced my friends next. "Promise you won't follow me in there. He's dangerous, and you guys don't have the same protection I do." I notched my chin toward the sword in my hand. "Cross my heart," Gayla said. Tate wasn't as quick to respond. After a brief moment of hesitation, he pulled off his mask and stepped forward, cupping my cheeks in his palms and sending a wave of fire through my body from head to toes. Bringing his face just inches from mine, he whispered, "I love you, Everly Gordon. Come back to me alive, okay?" He kissed me before I could answer. The rest of the world melted away in the short time our lips touched. Then all too quickly, he was gone. The flame he'd placed in my heart was still a raging inferno, though. Our love through this bond was a powerful thing, and greater strength coursed through my veins as I pulled open the door. With one final glance to my friends, I turned to face the darkness lurking beneath the cathedral. The hall I entered was quiet. I focused on the mosaic of light from the stained glass along the walls, trying to keep my nerves at ease, but it wasn't necessary. Every step I took was more sure than the last. My heart drummed a steady beat that only grew louder and more confident the closer I got to the basement door. And as I twisted that knob and descended the stairs, it had all but turned into a war song. Athena was awake, and she was out for blood. I marched through the dimly lit halls of the basement toward Rasputin's office and paused outside the door. The blade burned hot in my hand, ready to strike. His door was cracked, so I lifted my foot, ready to kick it in, but it swung open instead. A tall, hooded figure in a long, faded black robe greeted me. His smile pulled his long, unkempt beard, and he gestured for me to enter. "Come on in, Everly. We've been waiting for you." Chapter 15. My first urge was to slice through Rasputin's neck with my blade, but a decapitation would be bloody and brutal, and it wouldn't serve my purpose. I needed to find Driscoll. Rasputin was a means to an end. I inhaled deeply, hoping the cool, damp air of the basement might soothe my inner Athena's bloodlust, then dropped my chin in a bitter greeting to Rasputin. "Where's Driscoll?" The old man stepped back to reveal his nearly empty office. Empty, except for the chair in the center of the room that held Driscoll, strapped down to its rigid back. A gash above his left brow was covered in dry, crusted blood, and the skin around his eye was swollen and purple. He was filthy and fatigued, and though he couldn't speak around the gag shoved into his mouth, his raging glare said enough. "Untie him. He's coming with me." Rasputin laughed, the sound garbled like he had a throat full of dusty gravel. "Oh, Everly, you know it's not that easy." I'd expected him to refuse, but at least I gave him the chance to make a better decision. Now I didn't have to feel bad about plunging my blade into his old body. I lunged, but he was gone before I reached him. His voice came from behind me next, the humor gone from his tone. "It would be impolite to murder your host before we have a chance to speak." I spun around, pushing the heat in my chest through my arm and into the sword, flinging my power through the blade at the old man. But again, he disappeared. A large chunk of rock came loose from the wall where the blast from my sword landed, sending up a cloud of dust as it slammed into the floor below. My inner warrior was roaring now, ready to destroy, and I could. I could wreak havoc in this small basement office. I could bring the whole cathedral down if I wanted to. I felt the power bubbling up inside me. But I needed Driscoll, and I wouldn't risk losing any other innocent lives that may be in the building as well. Sensing my hesitation, Rasputin continued. "You are here to see if this man can interpret another piece of the prophecy, yes?" "I'm here to rescue an innocent man from a monster." Harsh words from such a lovely mouth. Rasputin exaggerated a grimace. "Especially considering this monster may be able to help. Would you like me to interpret the tablet for you?" "I want you to let Driscoll go." I refused to confirm or deny that I was in possession of the tablet. The less Rasputin knew, the better, though I suspected I wasn't fooling him at all. He walked casually over to the chair where Driscoll was seated and placed his hand on his captive's shoulder. Driscoll winced and tried to pull away, but he was bound too tightly to move an inch. "We've discussed this before, but I'm not sure you understand. I want to help you. I have been training up an entire army of humans, keepers, and everything in between. We have dedicated our lives to the very thing you were created for." "Is that how you think of me? As your creation?" The barest flick of his brow betrayed Rasputin's confusion. "You didn't think I'd figure it out, but I did. You impregnated my mother, thinking that we could join together and destroy the keepers once my powers came into effect. My mother knew. She tried to keep my powers hidden, probably out of fear that you would find me and use me as a weapon against the world. Well, unfortunately, you didn't consider the fact that abandoning me as an infant would destroy any hint of loyalty I might have had to you. I may be the deliverer, but I'll only deliver to you what you deserve." The fire burned so hot in my chest that I could see my actual glow. A soft white light emanated from my arms, leaving no doubt that my words were true. I was the deliverer, and I was prepared to kill my father. Rasputin's expression remained solid. For about 10 seconds, there wasn't a sound to be heard. But I didn't fear his reaction. I didn't fear anything. I also didn't expect him to smile. Rasputin's eyes crinkled in the corners as he threw his head back and laughed. A full belly laugh, so hard I thought he might choke on his own spit. "I'm not your father," he said at last, once he'd regained his composure. "Though it is precious that you see me as a father figure." "You act like you know so much about me. If you're not my father, then who is?" "Wouldn't we all like to know?" A slow grin pulled his mustache wide. A strange combination of relief and despair rushed through me at the news that Rasputin wasn't my dad. I was glad to not be the daughter of a villain, of course, but I had no other likely guesses. This power I possessed was unlike any other. And if we weren't related, then why was Rasputin so careful not to hurt me? He'd lashed out at everyone around me, but he had yet to lay a finger on me. As though he could read the frenzied thoughts racing through my mind, Rasputin took a small step forward. His voice was gentle when he spoke again. "Everly, I want to work with you. I see you for who you are, and we have the same goals. The keepers have grown far beyond their purpose. Their thirst for power will destroy us all if you don't stop them. With my power and army behind you, you can fulfill your destiny. It's meant to be. Hand me the tablet, and I will prove it to you. I will show you what it says." "No." I spat my answer through gritted teeth. His smooth facade cracked for only an instant, but it was enough for me to see the anger boiling inside. I suspected it took a great amount of self-control for Rasputin to stop himself from attacking me and taking the tablet by force. It was certainly more self-control than I had. The hilt of my blade grew hot in my hand, begging me to use it. And who was I to deny an ancient call to action? Power surged through my limbs, and I thrust my weapon toward the old man. I felt the blade make contact with his shoulder, but then he was gone. I whirled around, ready to strike again, but the room was empty aside from Driscoll and me. "We weren't finished yet," I called out, not sure if Rasputin was invisible or somewhere else completely. I turned in a slow circle, readying myself for the instant he reappeared. My chest was burning, white-hot flames itching to be released. Rasputin had lived for too long. It was clear he wasn't going to provide me any additional information. His usefulness had run dry. He must have known it too, because he didn't return. After a solid minute of panting and searching the space for any signs of him, I was brought back into my right mind by the sound of Driscoll grunting through his gag. With a final look outside the office, up and down the hall, I accepted that Rasputin had gotten away. Thankfully, he'd left Driscoll here for me. I made quick work of removing the gag and untying the ropes that bound him to the chair. He was shaky on his feet, but he could walk. "Are you okay?" I asked, scanning him for any additional injuries. "I am now." He coughed into the crook of his arm. "But I would like to get out of here." "Right." I wrapped my arm around his back and guided him back to the exit. "Let's get you back to Millie." Chapter 16. Tate and Gayla swooped in to help me carry Driscoll's weak body back to the limo the moment I emerged from the cathedral. "Are you hurt?" Tate asked. "No, but Driscoll has seen better days." We pulled him into the back seat of the limousine, and Millie wasted no time checking him over. I felt Dom's scrutinizing gaze as Jeeves veered the vehicle back onto the street. She frowned when I met her eyes, finally voicing the scene she was playing out in my mind. "Rasputin got away." I nodded. It was easier than recapping everything, so I opened my mind wide to her. There was pity in her eyes when she finished taking it all in, and I looked away. As tough as I may have appeared, Rasputin's confession about not being my father cut deeper than I expected it to. I just wanted to know where I came from. An hour later, we all gathered back in Millie's study, including Devon, who had zapped back in with Sean by his side as soon as they heard Driscoll was found. Al had followed us back to her place as well, flapping through the air above the New York City streets as we drove. I opened the window to allow him entry to our meeting. There was no use hiding his existence anymore. Everyone had either seen him fighting the Manticorians after the convention or heard about it by now. The only one who raised a brow at the appearance of my little owl friend was Russell, and he wasn't going to get an explanation. After a hot shower and sandwich sent upstairs from Pierre, Driscoll filled us in on what happened the day he was taken. I was right about his kidnapper. It was Peter Bratton. Peter had entered Port Amaris with a very true confession that he had been removed from his position in the Atlantean Guard. He forgot to mention, however, that he was working for the Manticorians now. Driscoll had tried to fight back when Peter sneaked into his room during the night, but he wasn't as strong. Peter was a brute of a man, and it was his great hairy fist that did the damage to Driscoll's eye. He knocked him out, and Driscoll found himself in Rasputin's basement office when he awoke. He'd been there for 2 days before I arrived. Sean's face reddened at Driscoll's recount of the story, but I suspected it was more out of anger than embarrassment. He'd never had a great relationship with his father, but any traces of love that remained had been completely obliterated after Peter's stunts in Atlantis and at the convention where he killed Tate's father. He turned toward the old man. "I'm so sorry, Driscoll, and my words may not mean much, but I swear to you I will make it right. My father will pay for this." "I appreciate your concern for me." Driscoll scratched his nose. "But everything turned out fine, and we don't need to speak of it anymore. Besides, I know the real reason you all were so eager to rescue me. Go ahead, bring out the tablet. I want to know what it says just as badly as you do." Millie gave a small nod, so I moved for the cabinet where we'd stored the latest piece of the tablet. It had been calling to me since we got back to Millie's place, like it knew we were ready for its message, and it was ready to reunite with the other pieces. As I retrieved the newest piece, Millie disappeared into her bedroom where the other half of the tablet was stored. I knew that joining the pieces together would create another rush of power, and I hadn't been ready for it yet. I wanted to know what it said first, but after Driscoll interpreted it for us, there would be no use keeping them apart any longer, especially if I was to go with Russell to Olympus after this. There was a collective silence in the room as everyone watched the small piece of stone pulse in my hand. I felt its power as strongly as I felt the sword's energy in my other hand. It was an extension of me, of my power. The prophecy was ready to come alive. I held it out for Driscoll, unwilling to let it go. He didn't dare touch it, which was wise. It would have surely been too much for him. The old man squinted as he leaned in to take a closer look, and the rest of us in the room held our breath. Driscoll's eyes moved rapidly back and forth over the ancient symbols, the wheels turning in his head, and finally the corner of his mouth quirked. "What does it say?" He scratched his nose again. "Well, it says you're going to kill the keepers." "What?" My heart raced. That had been the rumor, of course. But standing in a room full of family and friends, I didn't want to believe it. I was okay with destroying their system or eliminating their power. Destroying the concept of the keepers was perfectly fine, but killing them? Nope. "What does it say exactly?" "It's only a corner piece, so we're working with fragments of thoughts here. I can't be sure until we have the rest of the tablet." "Hand me the other half," I said, setting down the sword and holding an empty hand out to Millie. She stood near the door, wearing heavy-duty rubber gloves that extended all the way to her elbows. The top half of the tablet pulsed wildly in her hands, looking like it could explode with energy at any moment. The instant it touched my hand, I had no choice but to push the pieces together. They demanded to be reunited. A blinding light filled the room, and my chest felt like it was cracked open and welded shut again with the burning flame of power. If this was only 3/4 of the tablet, I worried that once it was complete, the full power of the prophecy may kill me. But after several long seconds, the light faded, and I was still alive, if not a little unsteady on my feet. "Whoa, Ev!" Al's voice in my mind was the only thing I heard. "You don't look human at all anymore." He was right. I looked down, surprised that I was able to see my own aura. Not only was I glowing, but my skin had taken on a pearlescent quality. And if it was strong enough for me to see, I wondered how different it must look to everyone else in the room. Their open mouths and wide eyes told me it was quite a sight. I shook them off, refocusing on Driscoll. "Will you read it?" He cleared his throat and began. "The daughter of sea and sky, together with the one who ignites her heart in her centennial incarnation, shall form a white braid of the bowers that bind. The deliverer alone can wield." He paused, looking up at me below heavy brows. "This is where the new piece starts." "Got it." I was on the edge of my seat. "Please continue." "The sword, and fire too, hunger for, keepers shall perish. The deliverer will unite as one, before and shall be." A quick glance around the room revealed that everyone else was just as confused about it all as I was. Everyone, except Russell. His features were pinched as he fought an internal battle he couldn't win. At last he met my eyes. "May we leave now?" "Shouldn't we try to figure out what this means first?" He clenched his jaw. "It's not complete." Dom stepped forward and reached for my arm, but she stopped short of touching my strange, glowy skin. "I think what he wants to say is that he can help you get the full story. The final missing piece is in Olympus, and I'm thinking Russell can bring you right to it." We turned back to the man, trying to read his dark, calculating gaze. He revealed nothing. And though the logical part of my brain begged me to keep my distance from him, I couldn't deny the steady beating of my heart, drumming out a rhythm that urged me into motion. The glow across my skin brightened as I mentally relented to my inner warrior's command. I had no other choice. My fate was sealed by the prophecy, and I would have to find the last remaining piece. It was what I was created for. "Is she right? Will you take me to the missing piece?" I reached for my sword, already knowing the answer and preparing for the trip to Olympus. He said nothing again. The curse would strike him if he tried to speak of it, but I knew. I knew this was the final leg of my journey, an adventure I could have never imagined for myself. It was my destiny to change the world. Chapter 17. The plan was for Devon to teleport us to the nearest Olympian portal, but I wasn't ready to jump up and leave immediately. First, we needed to develop a plan for those who would stay behind. I can't help but feel like this is the beginning of the end. I leaned into Tate's side, and he wrapped his strong arm around my shoulders, pulling me in even closer. His presence steadied me. It helped me think more clearly. I didn't know what to expect in Olympus, and Russell couldn't give me any clues, but there was definitely a sense that everything was coming to a head. "It's got to be about Rasputin and the Manticorians, right? Surely the prophecy doesn't mean that all of the keepers shall perish at my hands." I sat up again and looked around the room at all the faces of those who had supported me through the weirdest time of my life. And Russell. He was there too, though he definitely didn't land in the support group. Dom shifted uncomfortably on her feet. "We can only hope that's the case. There are definitely some bad eggs in all the keeper territories, but we're not all power-hungry like Rasputin." I watched Russell as Dom spoke, and the twitch of his mouth didn't escape me. There was more he wanted to say, but he probably couldn't, not without being struck dead by the curse he was under. My heartbeat morphed into a steady war song as the conversation continued. With the full tablet, my sword, and my soulmate, I knew I would be unstoppable. I desperately wanted Tate to accompany me to Olympus, but it was impossible. He wasn't of Olympian descent, and there was no way King Barius would authorize another keeper leader's entry into his territory. Besides, Tate had issues to sort out with his own territory. The Agarthians were divided among themselves, half wanting Tate to continue to lead them, and half under the illusion that Osborne would be better in the interim. Idiots. Osborne wasn't good for anything. But more than all of that was the impending sense of doom I felt in my bones. A war loomed over us, greater than any the world had ever known, and I had somehow become the face of it. I only hoped we could keep it at bay until after I'd acquired the last piece of the tablet. Then I would unleash what Rasputin had coming to him. "Let them know," I whispered to Tate. "If it's true that I'm going to destroy those who have let the power go to their heads, then we need the ones worth saving to keep their distance from me. I want to deliver the good keepers to safety, and I don't know that I'll have enough control over my power when it all goes down." "What about us?" he asked. "You can't expect us to stay away." The others in the room murmured their agreement and leaned in close, awaiting my response. I swallowed. "It's probably best if you all keep your distance from me, too. I don't know what I'm capable of, and I won't know it until it's too late." Al fluttered over to the couch. "I can't do that. I've sworn an oath to you. I will be by your side no matter what, and if it kills me, it would be a great mercy. I've lived for thousands of years. I'm ready to go. There is no greater cause worth sacrificing myself for than this." His feathery white body blurred through my tears. "Thank you." Dom stepped forward next. "Let me guess, the owl isn't leaving?" I bobbed my head, trying not to cry. "Well, neither are we." Gayla joined her, crossing her arms over her chest. Sean was next, hands balled into fists at his side. He was ready for a fight. Millie and Devon stepped up behind him, each looking fiercely determined not to back down. And Tate, the look in his eyes almost undid me right there on the spot. "You know I'm not going anywhere. Besides, you need my power." He leaned closer, his lips brushing my ear as he whispered, "Almost as badly as I need you." I prayed Dom wasn't reading the thoughts going through my mind right then, but Rosso cleared his throat before I could go too far. "All right," I took a deep breath, "but let it be known that I tried to save you all, and look out for each other while I'm gone. Al is really useful at keeping tabs on people, and owls have access to Olympus, right? As messengers?" "That's right," Dom nodded. "So we should be able to reach you if anything goes wrong here." "And I'll have your back up there." Gayla grinned and took my hand, pulling me away from Tate. "Sorry, Loverboy, but I don't think she'll let go if I don't make her." She winked, and my heart warmed at this ragtag group of keepers, representing all the different races and uniting together for one cause. These were my people, and I would do whatever it took to save them. I sheathed my sword into the belt Millie had pieced together for me and threw my messenger bag over my shoulder. I wasn't sure if bringing the tablet with us was the best idea, but I couldn't bear to leave it behind. I didn't want it out of my sight, and something told me we were going to need it where we were going. "Are you ready, then?" Devon and Rossel approached me, and Gayla, looking a lot less afraid than I felt. My friend squeezed my hand, a gentle reminder that she was in this with me, and it was only then that I realized I didn't know exactly where we were going. "Where is the Olympian portal located?" "The most famous is atop Mount Olympus, of course, but it would be difficult to get you all there in one trip." Devon looked a little ashamed that he wasn't strong enough to do it, but he'd been working so hard to find Driscoll for the last several days that I was happy he could get us anywhere at all. "It's fine, though, because the Mohonk portal is way nicer anyway." Gayla looked at me over her shoulder. "Have you ever been to the Catskills?" We landed on a clear, flat cliffside overlooking a scene that could have been displayed on a painting. In fact, I could have sworn I'd seen this exact image on a puzzle at Hobby Lobby, probably titled Autumn Radiance or something equally enchanting. It was an explosion of reds and yellows and oranges on trees surrounding the most picturesque little lake. A castle-like resort sat nestled quietly off to the side, a cherry atop the natural beauty of the Hudson Valley. The Mohonk Mountain House was a prime example of what the humans viewed as an elite getaway for the wealthy. If only it were that simple. They'd lose their minds if they knew what kind of secrets were really held within its historic walls. "Ah, takes me back to my childhood," Gayla sighed. "You're still a child," Russell huffed, and turned toward a tall stone tower behind us, his shoes crunching heavily on the rocky cliff as he stomped away. A couple of humans stood in front of the old structure, snapping pictures with their cell phones. They scattered when they saw Russell coming. I wasn't the only person he creeped out. "This is where I've got to leave you," Devon said. "Be careful up there, and come back to us as soon as you get the missing piece." "I'll keep her safe." Gayla stepped forward, a look of sincere determination drawing her pretty mouth into a hard line. "Promise." "Come on," Russell called from over his shoulder. We said goodbye to Devon and followed Russell up a couple of worn steps and into the tower. A plaque on the front of the stone monument said it was built 100 years earlier as a memorial. "He was Olympian," Gayla said, as I read the name on the memorial plaque aloud. "He bought this land as a retreat for our people, and they added the portal to Olympus shortly after he died. It gets a little touristy at times, but the humans generally know when to stay out of our way." One look at Russell's chilling glare was all I needed to understand what sent the humans running. If it weren't for that steady war song in my chest, I'd probably want to run too. It only took a moment for us to find ourselves alone inside the old stone memorial tower. An empty fireplace sat against one wall of the first floor, large enough for all three of us to fit inside. As we neared it, I saw the telltale shimmer of a keeper portal, invisible to mortal eyes. It wasn't nearly as glamorous as the painting portals in Agartha, but it was a step up from the Atlantean portal at the bottom of the ocean, I supposed. At least there weren't any sea monsters here. Russell closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, and I couldn't help but wonder what he was so afraid of on the other side. Wasn't he the king's right-hand man? His nerves ignited my nerves, and Gayla's steady presence was the only thing preventing me from running after the humans. I could do this. I had to do it. "Get your sword ready," Russell said. Then he yanked me through the wall. Chapter 18. Olympus was really white, like shockingly white. It looked a lot like how I had imagined it would be to skip across the tops of the clouds when I was a little girl, but much less joyful. No, Olympus didn't bring me any joy at all. All I got from this ethereal land was a hefty weight of foreboding. The portal spat us out onto a platform at the top of a white marble staircase. Clouds and a thick purple haze in the sunlight made it difficult to see what lay below, but I had a good guess Mount Olympus was somewhere down there, back on the mortal earth miles beneath us. Though it was evening down there, the sun shone brightly on us above the clouds. The platform was at one end of a ridge of rough, pale mountains. A towering white stone acropolis reigned high at the opposite end of the ridge, and a pale golden path led from our platform to its enormous white columns. Its commanding presence told me it was probably the Olympian palace, where King Darius dwelled. The ridge curved around where I assumed to be a city in a valley at the base of the peaks, but it was obscured by a thick mist, a glowing shroud of mystery. Russell looked left and right, his movements jerky and disjointed. There was a panic in his otherwise empty black eyes. Remembering his words from before, I wrapped my hand around the hilt of my sword. We didn't see a single soul as we carefully made our way down the golden path toward the palace. After several minutes, I relaxed my grip on my weapon, content to take in the sights of Olympus, or what little I could see of it anyway. The cloudy mist covering the city in the valley emanated a pale lavender glow, the auras of its people. It was the only way I knew there was life here at all. "Is this how you saw it play out in your vision?" I asked Gayla. I was grateful to still be standing, though I didn't quite understand how I'd been able to enter the territory without being stricken by the curse. Dom's theory about my white aura must have been true. In some way, my power must be like a braid of all three keeper races, allowing me to access here. Gayla nodded cheerfully. "Yep, You walked right in like one of us. I told you there was nothing to worry about." She had just barely gotten the words out before a large stone flew up through the mist and landed squarely in the center of Rossel's forehead. I ducked just in time to dodge another one. Gayla cursed loudly and yanked me to the ground, where Rossel's body was now sprawled on the golden pavement. His white hair was spread like a fan above his head, and he groaned, reaching for his forehead. A thin trail of blood dripped down from the spot where the rock had made impact. "Get up!" Gayla shook him violently, but it did no good. Rossel had been hit hard, and he wasn't going to be able to get up again any time soon. It was a wonder he was still awake. He had to have been concussed at the very least. "We've got to run," my friend said, turning frantically back to me. "The king's guards may be using stones now, but they won't be as nice when they discover you here without the king's approval." It made sense, and the mortal girl from Oklahoma would have done just that, run to save my life. But I wasn't just a mortal anymore, and I certainly didn't plan on running. Credit to Gayla, I saw the instant she realized I wasn't backing down. Her resolve hardened, and the flame of power in my chest burned hotter when I saw that she would remain by my side. I wasn't alone in this, and I wasn't fighting just for myself. I was fighting for Gayla, who had never been given the opportunity to choose how she lived her life. I was fighting for all the keepers who had been forced into lives chosen for them, lives without any real purpose other than increasing the power of the leaders already in place. No more. I would deliver them from the shackles that had bound the keepers for thousands of years. It was time to put an end to this. I wheeled around, just in time to see the first of the Olympian guards emerge from the ridge, stepping through the mist. Her hands were raised, and a bevy of rocks hung in the air before her, ready to be launched toward us. I'd dealt with telekinetics before, but never such a large number of them. More guards came up from the mist then, probably 50 of them in total. They weren't all telekinetics. Some held real weapons, swords and bows with glowing arrows nocked and ready to fire. Many of them were aiming for Gayla and me, but I was surprised to see just as many taking aim at Rossel. If the king had somehow discovered Rossel's plan to help us find the missing piece of the tablet, then of course he wouldn't be happy about it. This was the kind of royal secret that was never intended to be released. The prophecy was a rumor that the keepers had spent millennia trying to keep quiet. I didn't know why I hadn't considered the situation from Rossel's position before. It had been so easy in Atlantis and even Agartha. I was a fool to think it would be just as easy here in Olympus. The first guard pushed both hands forward, sending the rocks soaring toward us at inhuman speeds. Good thing I wasn't human. My ancient instincts kicked in before I could even process what I was doing. The rocks slowed until they hovered in the air a few feet from us like a swarm of giant gnats. Certain they weren't going to start flying toward me again, I took a deep breath and looked around. Time had stopped, frozen. I was the only person aware of my surroundings. I could already feel the pressure in my chest. There were too many of them, or maybe it was because we weren't on Earth anymore, but the amount of power it took to sustain the pause was greater than I'd experienced before. I wouldn't be able to hold them off for long. I moved Gayla first, getting her far from where the rocks would strike. Then I started pulling weapons from the other guards. But as I worked, the pressure continued to grow until my ribs felt like they might crack under the strain. Knowing I had only seconds left, I changed my plan and began kicking guards back down the ridge. One at a time, I placed my foot squarely in their chests and knocked them to the ground. I'd almost finished when the last string of power snapped and time shifted back into motion. There were startled gasps and yells as the guards all tried to reorient themselves. Several were a ways down the mountain, bruised from their falls. The others were just confused. I could feel the power building up inside me again, my skin growing hot. Stepping forward, I raised my sword and called out to the guards. Back away, and no one else has to be hurt. You can't stop the plan that is in motion, but you can get on the good side of history before it's too late. Lower your weapons and halt your power. It's time for deliverance." An obnoxious, slow clap thundered out from down the ridge. "Bravo, little girl." The guards parted, clearing a narrow path through which the king of Olympus stepped forward. He was large and unattractive for a keeper, with thinning white hair that he wore long to distract from his receding hairline. He was overweight, but not soft, a man who had once been a trained warrior but had long since passed his athletic prime. I didn't remember how many hundreds of years he'd been leading the Olympians, but it was certainly long enough for him to grow comfortable on his throne and let his appearance fall by the wayside. His entrance had distracted me, and I didn't notice the heat in my chest fizzling out until it was too late. King Barius was known for having a very rare power. He had the ability to drain other keepers of their individual powers, even as it appeared the powers of the Deliverer. I tried to gather up whatever wisps of might remained and flung them into the fire lake blade, but nothing happened. It had become an ordinary sword, like a piece of metal like any other, and I was as weak as a mortal. "Seize them all," the king bellowed. Chapter 19. My powers were gone, but Barius couldn't touch my will to survive. I swung my blade, my arm reverberating from the impact it made with one of the Olympian Guard shields. It was heavy and awkward in my hand, reminding me how much of my might came from my immortal soul rather than raw skill. But that didn't stop me from fighting. "Barius, wait!" Russell cried out from behind me. I couldn't turn and look at him, because any lapse in my attention would provide the guards an opportunity to capture me, but it didn't sound like Russell was putting up much of an effort. A flash of platinum blonde hair and a fierce yell told me Gala wasn't backing down at least. But she was unarmed and just as powerless as me. We weren't going to make it very far against this army of Olympian guards. "Don't you know who this is?" Russell shouted again, desperately trying to get the king's attention. "I've brought you the Deliverer." "Of course I know who she is. Do you think me a fool? What I don't understand is how you thought you could sneak her into our territory without being caught." The guard I fought against pushed me back with his shield, using my loss of balance as an opportunity to strike. The impact should have sent my own sword flying from my grasp, but thankfully the blade refused to leave me. Even as my grip loosened, the weapon remained steady in my hand. "Whoever wields the blade is invincible." Tate's words rang out in my memory, bringing me a small sense of comfort as another guard jumped into the fray and the two expertly secured my arms behind my back. They might be able to capture me, but they couldn't take me down. "Drop your weapon," one of them snarled. "Make me!" The second Olympian tried, foolish man. He reached for the blade, and though my power no longer surged through the steel, the blade's power remained intact. His scream was pure agony over the sizzle and pop of burning flesh. King Barius raised his hands. "Stop!" He eyed me closer then, stepping forward eagerly as he finally realized what I held. "You have the Fire Lake blade." It wasn't a question, so I didn't give him confirmation. The blisters on the palm of his guard were answer enough. He reached out a hand as though he wanted to take hold of the weapon, but Barius knew better. "You see, Your Highness, my men could not eliminate her with the blade. We had to find another way to lure her here to you." The quiver in Russell's voice wasn't lost on me. The normally harsh and cruel man was afraid of the king. "I see." Barius stared at me a long moment before turning to Russell. "It brings me great relief to know that you did not betray me as suspected." My stomach turned. I knew the idea of Russell joining our side was too good to be true, but it still stung. I was more angry with myself for trusting him than I was mad at him, though. He was just doing what wicked Olympian snakes do. I should have known better. "Release the seer." Barius waved a hand in Rossel's direction, then focused on Gala. "Not this one, though. I suspect her intentions were less than honorable." Gala's lip turned up at the king, and I felt a surge of pride at seeing the fight in her. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be enough. "Lock her in a holding cell until her father arrives. He'll deal her a punishment far worse than I could. And as for our deliverer," he cocked his head to the side as he took me in again, "bring her down to block 33. "But that's where—" The king's hand shot up, silencing the guard who had dared to object. "Do as I say. No questions." The guard's grip on my arms tightened as Rossel was released by the woman who had bound him during the fray. I instinctively fought back, jerking my body hard away from the man's grip. But another came, then another. A rope was spinning around me, moving effortlessly through the air by Olympian magic rather than manpower. I stomped on the toes of the man who held me, eliciting a yell, but his grip stayed firm until my arms were securely bound behind me. Thankfully, they didn't think to remove my bag before strapping my arms down. The tablet was tucked safely by my side, hidden away in my bag under the ropes. "What about the blade?" A female guard gestured toward my sword. "Leave it," Rossel said. "The 33rd block is the safest place for it. No other man can take the blade lest he die." The king grunted his approval, but he clearly wasn't happy about it. Gala was dragged away, yelling the entire time about how she would be back, swearing that she wouldn't allow them to get away with this. And Rossel? The man simply stared at me with those hollow, black eyes. I'd expected a smug smirk, perhaps, maybe even a little taunting. He'd gotten me just where he wanted me, in the hands of his leader. They couldn't kill me now that I had the blade, but there were certainly other ways to punish me. This Block 33 place didn't sound particularly pleasant. But there was no victory in Rossel's expression. His jaw was hard set, his shoulders tense, and some sixth sense told me this wasn't over yet. Logic screamed that I had been betrayed by the man, but something about the look on his face kept a flicker of hope alive inside me. It was the last thing I saw before a thick canvas sack was yanked over my head. Then my feet were lifted off the ground, suspended in the air by an invisible force, as the Olympians carried me wordlessly across the ridge. There was no use fighting against the Olympians' unseen powers. I'd be better off reserving what little energy I had left for when I met solid ground again. Barius couldn't remain by my side forever, and when he left, I knew my powers would return. Then I would be nobody's prisoner. It was a long time before we reached the Olympian Palace. I'd been transported through the air, across the ridge for probably half an hour or so before the party stopped. Orders were whispered just out of earshot, then a door was opened. The guards' heavy footfalls sounded like they were now on tile, rather than the rocky golden pathway across the ridge. We were inside. Barius barked more orders, nothing useful, and most of our party was dispersed, leaving only the king, what I guessed to be 2 or 3 guards, and me. I didn't hear Rossel leave, but I couldn't tell if he was still with us or not. The man was stealthy, even when he wasn't trying to be. The guards marched through the halls of the palace, and it felt like we'd gone around 3 corners when I heard the distinctive sound of stone scraping on stone. We paused until the sound stopped, then I was plunged down into cold, dank air. The feeling on my skin reminded me of an old basement, and through the cloth sack over my face, I watched the light fade to darkness. My heart thudded against my ribs, amplifying the hollow feeling beneath my sternum where my power should have been burning hot. Even the hilt of my sword felt lifeless and cold in my hand. There was a creaking of metal, and no time to brace myself before my body hit a hard stone floor. I bit down on the yelp that tried to escape, refusing to appear weak in front of the king. And the moment I realized I was free from the guards' invisible tether, I struggled back to my feet, the movement difficult with my arms still bound by the rope. I bent over, shaking my head to rid it of the cloth sack that jerked my face upward, inhaling a deep lungful of the misty air. As I did, the lock on a door clicked shut. Rossel stood with 2 guards and King Barius on the opposite side of steel bars that kept me enclosed in a small empty prison cell. 3 of the men looked at me, watching to see what happened, but Rossel's attention was fixed elsewhere. He stared thoughtfully into the cell beside me. A thick stone wall prevented me from seeing who or what lay behind those bars, but it was certainly important, judging by the concern etched across Rossel's face. Barius didn't address me when he finally spoke. "Keep her here until we can put together a plan." A greedy smile overtook the king. "I have some arrangements to make." Rossel turned toward me, dipping his chin in a movement so small I thought I could have imagined it. Then he followed the king and his guards down a long hall, leaving me with nothing but a cold floor and a racing mind. How was I going to get out of this? Chapter 20. As soon as their footsteps faded, I got to work. They'd had no choice but to leave me with my blade, and I had every intention of using it. I twisted the weapon in my hands, careful not to drop it. With my power dormant, the sword was nothing more than a piece of metal. Thankfully, it appeared to keep its own power. It didn't scald me like it had the others, but I couldn't put it to use until the after effects of being near Barius faded. I needed my powers to return. Even a basic sword was useful, though. Finally getting it into an upright position, I slid the blade up and down across the ropes that bound my arms. The movements were small and stilted, but I didn't stop until the rope was broken. The rope fell to the ground and I paused, the faintest sound catching my attention from the cell next door. It was the last cell in the hall, the only one we hadn't passed when the guards brought me down here. Until I knew what I may be dealing with in there, I didn't want to give the other prisoner any reason to think I was up to something. But the noise didn't come again. Once my breathing stabilized, I silently opened my bag to ensure the tablet was still safe inside. It was there, but even the stone seemed to have its life drained. There was no glow, no pulse, no inexplicable draw keeping it close to my side. That's when I realized Barius wasn't here anymore, but his power remained active. I stepped closer to the bars of my cell, running my hands up and down the cold metal, fingers prickling at the contact. The prison must have been infused with the king's ability to absorb my power. And with my power gone, the tablet and the Fire Lake blade were merely stone and steel. Which meant my power ignited them just as much as their power ignited me. It was a symbiotic relationship, and the only thing missing was the final piece of the tablet. With the prophecy restored, I suspected even Barius's power wouldn't be able to suppress me. The thought reignited my hope. I had nothing to fear. I was the deliverer. It was my destiny to save the world. Pressing my face to the space between the bars, I called out, emboldened by a feeling of invincibility. "Hello? Is anyone else in here?" "Everly?" There was some shuffling in the cell next door before a slender arm reached through the bars closest to my cell. I could barely see it in the darkness of the hall, but I knew who it was. "Everly, is that you?" My mother's hand grasped at nothing in the air. I watched it like it was a part of someone else's story playing out on TV. I felt the emotion. I saw her, flesh and bone, alive. I heard her voice calling for me, and still, it took me a second too long to believe that it was really her. She called my name a third time before I came to my senses and realized this wasn't a movie. This was real life, my life, and my mother was alive. I'd found her at last. I rushed forward, shoving my own arm through the bars and grabbing her hand. We said nothing at first, just squeezing the other pieces of each other we could reach. A tear ran down my cheek, falling to the dusty floor below with a tiny splash. "I can't believe you're here," I whispered. "Are you hurt? What have they done to you?" "Nothing. I'm fine, really. Better than fine, actually, now that I know you're okay." She squeezed my hand, and the familiarity of her touch made my heart swell. "We've got to get out of here." "We can't. I've been trying for weeks. Barrius has enchanted the cells. We have no power here." "We don't." I pulled my hand away and stuck my sword through the bars in its place. "But there's still some life left in this. As long as I have it, they can't hurt me, and I am willing to do whatever it takes to get us out of here, even if that means leaving a few Olympian bodies in my wake as we leave." "Everly." "I've seen a lot in the last few months, Mom. I fought off the Kraken, reached the bottom of the fire lake in Agartha, slept a night in Portomaris, and won a battle against the Manticorians. I may have even found my soulmate. Eliminating a few Olympian guards who are threatening our lives won't be an issue." She said nothing in response. There was no sound, but her stifled sob. "It's okay, Mom. I know who I am, and I know what I have to do. I'm sorry you got wrapped up in this. I know you didn't choose this for yourself. You have nothing to do with the prophecy, but mark my words, I will not let you be collateral damage. I will deliver you from harm, just as I'll deliver the rest of our people." Her arm disappeared back through the bars, and I heard her body slide down the stone wall. "The prophecy? Goodness." Her breathing intensified. "I can't believe I never put it together." "Put what together? What do you mean?" "It makes sense," she said softly, still sorting through her thoughts. "I never understood how it was possible. But this..." She inhaled deeply and spat out her next words at rapid fire. "Everly, your father..." A coughing fit cut her short. My mother heaved, choking and physically ill by the words she could not speak. The curse. It was still active, and I had not yet heard the full story. "It's okay, Mom." I tried again to calm her. "You don't have to say any more. I'll figure it out soon. I'll get us out of here, and we'll get all the answers." My voice dropped to a whisper. "Then I'll save the world." My mother couldn't tell me anything about how she got to Olympus. I still had no confirmation of who had kidnapped her or why, but she didn't have to tell me. I knew Russell was responsible. I'd known since I first spoke to him on Gala's yacht, but I never expected to find myself here with her. It was both a blessing and a curse. Since she couldn't say much, I caught her up on what I'd been doing and what I'd learned instead. She tried to stay strong, but her sniffles would break through from time to time, and I lost track of how many times she apologized. She told me she was sorry almost as many times as she told me how proud of me she was. The guards didn't return, not even to bring us dinner. Maybe it was better that way. We eventually drifted off to sleep, hands clasped through the bars outside of our cells. My arm was numb from the odd angle when I awoke some number of hours later. My body stilled, certain I'd heard something. It sounded like footsteps, but there was nothing but silence punctuated by my mother's restful breathing now. I strained my ears, listening intently until I'd convinced myself it was only a dream. Carefully pulling my arm back inside the cell, I stretched my achy muscles. That's when I saw him, hooded in black, visible only by the pale skin framing his black eyes. Russell. He stood near the far side of the cell. It was dark, and the man moved quietly, hidden in the shadows. Whatever he was doing here, he didn't want it to be known by any other Olympian eyes. He put a finger to his mouth, then rustled in his pocket until he pulled out a key. He leaned close, placing his face next to an opening between the bars of my cell. Part of me wanted to use the proximity to punch him in the nose, but my curiosity won out. He wouldn't be here in disguise in the middle of the night unless he was doing something to benefit us. King Barius wouldn't have it. I stepped close enough to hear his whisper. "There's something I need to show you. If I let you out, will you follow me?" "Are you going to lead me back to the king or other uncertain death?" He frowned, unamused. "No, it's—" He hesitated, shaking his head slightly. "It's just something you'll have to see. I can't tell you any more." It was the final piece of the tablet. It had to be. Rossel wasn't permitted to discuss the prophecy. The curse prevented him from it, as I'd seen back at Millie's place. My pulse rushed loudly through my ears as my excitement grew. "Yes," I whispered, nodding eagerly. Our discussion had awoken my mother. I heard her get to her feet on the other side of the stone wall, and I longed to see her face. "But she's coming with us." I jerked my chin in the direction of her cell. "Of course." Ross's agreement came as a surprise, and doubt flickered again in my mind. It was too easy. Was this a trap? No, surely not. If he wanted to hurt us, he would have done it in broad daylight, to the delight of the king. Besides, even if he tried, my blade would protect me, and I would protect my mother. Once we were out of this enchanted prison, Barius's power would no longer drain us of our own. My mother could teleport us away after I secured the tablet, and I had no doubt that I would be able to defeat anyone nefarious who crossed my path once the prophecy was fully intact. With just a simple click of the lock, I was free. My mother stepped out a moment later, and I threw my arms around her. She was a bit thinner than when I'd last seen her, but she otherwise seemed to be in good health. I breathed her in, enjoying the feel of her arms, the feeling of home. We weren't home, though. This place wasn't safe. Rossel cleared his throat impatiently, reminding me of the urgency with which we needed to escape, and I reluctantly pulled away from my mother's embrace. "There's a secret exit this way." Rossel turned with a swish of his black robe, and we had no choice but to follow him. Chapter 21. We passed a number of empty cells before we reached the exit for Block 33, the enchanted part of the royal prison where my mother and I had been held captive, a place unknown to the majority of Olympians. A spark reignited in my chest the moment we passed through the archway back into the musty halls of the palace basement. I inhaled, mentally fanning the flame of my precious powers. A staircase ahead probably led up to the main part of the palace, but Rossel didn't take us to it. He stepped into a small alcove in the wall and pulled on a low, flickering lantern that hung there. The stone wall creaked and groaned loudly as it opened to a narrow space beyond, and Rossel hurried us through, panic flashing in his dark eyes. "Move quickly," he urged us ahead, pushing gently against our backs. Once inside, the wall began creaking back into place. There was an instant where I feared Rossel had locked my mother and me into a dark antechamber by ourselves, prisoners again. But just before the stone wall reached its original position, he leaped inside with us. "Hurry!" Rossel quickened his pace, moving to the front of our group. Even as he ran, I noted how his feet didn't fully touch the ground. He was a strange creature, wise and infuriating, cruel and deliberate, mysterious in all the wrong ways, and hopefully the answer to all of my questions. My mother and I looked clumsy in comparison, chasing him as he glided through the dark halls. A thin, half-rotted wooden door spat us out of the building and onto the palace grounds. From the outside, it appeared to be nothing more than an abandoned old servants' entrance, but I felt the energy humming from the frame as we passed through. It was likely enchanted as well, permitting only those who the king approved to move over its threshold. And I wondered again if we were the ones being duped by Russell, or if he had truly turned against the king of Olympus. If the latter was true, he either expected to lose his life as a result of his next actions, or he knew everything was about to change. Russell led us to a worn, switchback path that winded down the steep side of the ridge behind the palace. At first, I thought he was leading us into the city, but we were on the wrong side of the ridge for that. As far as I could see, this was the edge of the territory, the end of Olympus. At the bottom of the ridge, there was nothing but the night sky. We didn't have to go far. After a short hike, the path jutted off to the right. Just ahead lay a large mouth to a cave, illuminated within by a soft white light. An 8-foot-tall black wrought iron gate stood firmly in front of the entrance, but I didn't know whether it was intended to keep something vicious inside the cave or to keep nosy explorers like us out. My power was back in full force now, the heat in my chest drumming along with my pulse. I searched for the draw I knew I'd feel once we came into close proximity to the last piece of the tablet, but it wasn't there. We'd have to go inside to find it. I moved for the gate, turning once I was within arm's reach to find that I was alone. My mother stood beside Russell, several paces back. The color had drained from her face, and both of them looked like they were going to be sick. I couldn't imagine what kind of horrible beast must have dwelled inside to have both of them looking so ill. "Are you guys coming? Or should I do this alone?" I pulled the blade from my belt, its weight a comfort in my hand. Leave it to the Olympians to hide the tablet behind some deadly mythical creature. Whatever monster hid inside this cave, it was no match for my full power, backed by the protection of the Fire Lake blade. I dared it to try to hurt me. Russell and my mother exchanged a disconcerting look. "I can do it. In fact, maybe it's safer if you guys wait out here. The tablet will call to me when I get close." I raised my weapon. "And I don't fear whatever is in there." "It's not that." My mother's eyes glistened in the moonlight. "Everly, you should know that—" Another coughing fit cut her off. Russell frowned in her direction before focusing his black eyes on me. "I'll open the gate for you. The tablet is not there, but—" He rubbed at his neck. "Just hurry. You have about an hour before this opportunity will be gone, and I'll be killed if we're caught." Russell stepped forward and took hold of the large lock on the gate. With the twist of a long, unusual-looking key, the lock clicked open. He gently pulled the gate open and gestured for me to go inside. I hesitated at the opening, staring into nothing and wondering where the pale light emanating from deeper inside was originating. There was only one way to find out. Placing one foot in front of the other, I took my time walking toward the bend in the cave, cognizant of the power that grew hotter in my chest with every step. Something big was about to happen. I knew it. My inner warrior knew it. Even the sword in my hand seemed to ready itself. I'd considered the possibility of many kinds of beasts, each more dangerous than the last. Something so hideous that the Olympians had no choice but to hide at the edge of the territory in a cliffside cave, trapped by iron bars. What I didn't consider was that it would be an old man. He stepped around the bend before I reached it, backlit from the glow deeper within. Shadows obscured his features, so all I could see was his long white hair, matted and unkempt. He was slightly hunched, placing his weight on the staff he held in his right hand. It was a smooth, crooked stick with a glowing purple orb at the top. "Make it count," Russell said, and the gates clattered shut behind me. The sound drew the attention of the old man away from me. Then, with a shocking burst of youthful energy, The man ran forward. I lifted my sword, ready to defend myself, but he shot right past me toward the gate with a snarl. As he passed, I realized he was much younger than I'd originally thought. His hair was white, yes, but his jaw was hard, pale skin taut, deep brown eyes lit with a fire inside. "Matilda Gordon?" The man's baritone voice was deep and strong as he yelled for my mother. There was a familiarity there, but it wasn't a friendly one. Outside the gate, she dropped to her knees, tears in her eyes as she raised one hand toward the man. "Callan!" He roared, losing all control of his sanity, as he grabbed the bars of the gate in his hands and shook them violently. The metal clanged against his strength, and it felt like the whole cave rocked with his anger. "They told me you would return. Face me. Enter, so I can rid the world of you once and for all." A sob escaped my mother's throat. Who was this man, and what kind of beef did he have with my sweet mom? She didn't answer him, turning her gaze back to me instead. The man followed it, facing me with a fury in his eyes that made my chest burn. I adjusted my grip on the sword and straightened my shoulders. "Who are you?" The man, Callan, pointed his staff at me, the purple globe on top glowing even brighter now. It looked like there were webs of violet lightning exploding within the small glass ball. With every flash of the tiny storm inside, I saw an equally explosive flash of anger in the man's eyes. The light brightened his face enough for me to better make out his features. He had strong cheekbones and a sharp jawline. He was handsome for a lunatic. He leaned heavily on his little walking stick of a staff for someone who didn't really need its assistance, and I knew he didn't need it because I'd seen him run and practically tear the gate apart. He was strong and able-bodied, even if his mind was a little worse for the wear. "My name is Everly Gordon." I stood a little taller. "And I am the Deliverer." His chest rose and fell 3 times before he finally lunged for me. Chapter 22. I instinctively brought my arms up before me, blocking the man's attack. His staff came flying toward my face, but I lifted my blade, causing the wood to crack and splinter into 2 pieces with the force of his strike. The man still had a death grip around the piece with the orb, which was almost blinding with its increasingly bright purple glow. He looked more like a dagger now, with sharp splinters where the other end had snapped off. The crazed look of a madman lit up his eyes as he lunged for me again, making every effort to stab me with the wood. He was easily a foot taller than me when he stood to his full height, and he must have weighed twice as much. There would be no way for me to defeat him without my inner Athena rising to the surface. And I knew she was in there. I could feel the white-hot power surging through my veins. But it was just out of reach somehow. I urged it into the blade, ready to slay the man with its might, but my power wouldn't budge. "Don't hurt him!" My mother's voice cut into my brain, my face twisting as I tried to process her words. She was worried about him being hurt? Fat chance! The man had backed up several paces and leaned forward, looking every bit like a bull ready to charge me. I steadied myself, lifting the sword again. Power or no power, I wasn't planning on taking it easy on him. He was trying with everything he had to destroy me, and he'd said my mother would be next. There was no way that was going to happen. I swung my blade toward the man's neck just before he reached me, but my aim was impossibly off. There was no way I could have been so far off of my target, even without my inner power. But the blade seemed to resist the man, pushing back against my might so that it made impact with his staff-turned dagger instead of flesh and bone. The purple orb shattered, filling the room with a blinding light before it went dark. Glass shards flew in every direction, scratching across my skin and creating a glittering carpet of sharp edges where the fragments landed on the cave floor. And the man who had been mid-attack just stopped. He straightened, rubbing his head with a grimace, and then looked at me. Confusion twisted his features before we both turned our attention to Russell and my mom, who were both very loudly vomiting uncontrollably outside the gates. "Tilly!" The man rushed over and gripped the gates again, but his anger was gone, replaced with a frantic kind of concern for my very sick mother. My grip loosened on the sword, certain that the man was no longer a threat. Of course, my sword seemed to have known it all along. My only guess was that his behavior had been linked to the glass orb atop his staff somehow. With it broken, he was a completely different man. That didn't mean I was ready to put my weapon away just yet, though. I dropped it to my side, adjusted my bag to the other shoulder, and cautiously joined him at the gate. He eyed me again as I stepped up to him, but there was no malice there. "Mom, are you okay?" I ignored the sharp intake of breath beside me as the man studied me more closely. I was more concerned with my mother, and even Russell, as they dry-heaved outside. It seemed to be slowing, though, and after another minute, my mom stood, eyes wet and hair disheveled. At least she wasn't sick anymore. "I'm fine, sweetheart," she smiled. "Better than ever, actually. And you?" The question was for the man, not me. "Are you back with us, Callan?" The man still appeared thoroughly confused. He ran a hand through his tangled white hair, looking back and forth between my mother and me. "Is this your daughter?" Russell finally got the lock on the gate open again, and they entered the cave with us. My mom stepped right up to the man, biting her lower lip as she slowly nodded. Callan's eyes widened. "Is she—" My mother nodded again. Callan put a hand to his face, looking me over. She's beautiful. She looks just like you. I can't believe I almost hurt her. I can't believe I almost hurt you." Full of anguish, he turned back to my mother. A tear spilled over her lower lashes as she pulled the man into an embrace, resting her cheek on his shoulder. "It wasn't you." She stroked his hair as she consoled him. "It was the curse. You had no control over your actions." Understanding began to dawn on me, but I needed to hear it before I'd truly believe it. Callan, this man, was this my father? I turned to Russell, but he avoided eye contact, shifting uncomfortably on his feet. Unsurprising. He didn't strike me as the affectionate type. I, too, gave my mother and the man a moment to reconnect before at last they pulled away and faced me. "Is the curse broken, then?" Callan asked Russell. The seer nodded, gesturing to the fragments of glass. "The curse was shattered with the orb. Tilly and I have forcefully emitted what remained from our systems, and we should be able to speak freely now." He glanced at his watch. "But I urge you to hurry. We're down to half an hour before the guards do a sweep of Block 33. Once they discover the women are missing, we'll have mere seconds before Olympus is shut down at the borders. He'll kill us all to prevent the information from spreading." "I'm sorry to interrupt." I stepped forward with my hand in the air. "But would anyone care to fill me in on what is going on here?" My mother smiled. "Everly, meet Prince Callan, lost heir to the Olympian throne. Your father." Chapter 23. My father, a prince, and an Olympian one at that. It was impossible. The different keeper races weren't able to bond without being killed. What made my mother and Callan any different? How had they survived the curse? The shock must have been evident on my face, because my mother tilted her head with a sad smile. I know it's hard to believe, darling. The truth is, I don't understand how it was possible either, not until you told me that you were the one written about in the prophecy, but it makes sense now. You'll have to explain it to me too, then. I'm almost as lost as she is. Callan sent an uncomfortable glance in my direction. He didn't know about me. He'd had no idea that he was a father. And though we were mere strangers, a broken piece of my heart was smoothed over with the knowledge that he hadn't deliberately chosen to leave me as an infant. He'd never had the chance to know me at all. You'd best start at the beginning, Russell said with a frown. But do be quick. My mother nodded. It began about 20 years ago. I had just been promoted to work with Maxwell as a messenger for the leadership of Atlantis. It was an important role, and I took my work very seriously. It was my job to relay messages to Mount Olympus in Greece. It's the largest portal to the territory here, and since I couldn't teleport to Olympus itself, I would stop there and find a guard or an owl to carry our news the rest of the way. It was there that I met Callan. He was being trained up as a next heir to the Olympian throne. As his father's only living child, there was never any question for his future. He'd completed his studies and was beginning his rotations with the different Olympian specialties in the mountain, and I didn't realize it at the time, but I fell in love with him the moment I laid eyes on him. Callan's cheeks reddened slightly, the adoration in his eyes clear as he listened to my mother's story. We became fast friends during his time there, and we continued to communicate when he left the mountain for his next rotation. We sent messages back and forth from Olympus through the owls, and we would secretly arrange to meet up any time he was permitted to return to the Earth's surface. But one night, everything changed. The Millennial Gala. Callan rubbed his chin, trying to hide a smirk. Now it was my mother's turn to blush. Russell grunted his disapproval, but my mother continued unfazed. The ambrosia was flowing that night, and everyone was in high spirits, as keepers always are at the turn of a century. But this one was extra special. It was a new millennium. Callan and I snuck off away from the crowd, and months of pent-up chemistry were finally unleashed. We couldn't help ourselves, though we knew what would happen. The curse? I asked, trying to shake the image of my mother and this man unleashing their chemistry. Ew. Yes, we knew the risk, and we were willing to take it. A lifetime without each other wouldn't have been worth living anyway. I knew how she felt. Hadn't I had the same thoughts with Tate? If Callan and my mother were soulmates, there was no way they would have been able to resist each other forever. The draw to one another was too strong. It was out of their control. But the curse never struck. She stared into the distance, lost in a memory. It was something far worse than a curse, Callan added. We were caught by my father. No. My jaw dropped. What did Barrius do? He called me, Russell said. He was furious. You see, he has legions of seers to help prevent this kind of thing from happening, none more highly trained than myself. You couldn't have prevented it, I said, not if they were destined to be together. I know. Russell shook his head. And I didn't try, because I knew the truth from the very beginning. We all turned to look at him, waiting with bated breath for him to elaborate. He paced silently, mouth twitching as he tried to find the right words to say. Well, what is the truth? Russell stopped. There was a prophecy made thousands of years ago. The exact wording has been muddied as it's been passed down over the years, but all keepers knew the main point of it. Their time and power would come to an end at the hands of one called the Deliverer. The oracle who delivered the prophecy had given a bit more description of this deliverer, claiming the being was to be pieced together from all three races, Atlantean, Olympian, and Agarthian. But no one knew when or how this deliverer would come into power. The kings of the time were terrified at the prospect of losing their kingdoms. Their identities were wrapped up in their power. They would be nothing without their titles and their rule over keepers and humans. So they broke the tablet upon which the prophecy was written and scattered the pieces across the territories and into the tundra where no one could possibly put it back together. Then they brought together the most powerful people of their nations to forge an unbreakable curse. They determined that if they could prevent the races from bearing mixed children, they could prevent the deliverer from ever being born. And it was so for thousands of years. Many, many keepers have been killed by the curse. Those who bred with mortals also suffered, as their offspring were murdered under the guise of being fractured souls. But really, all the death and destruction was a direct result of the ruler's own greed, the very thing the deliverer was sent to destroy. The information was coming at me like water from a fire hose, and I feared I might drown under the pressure of what happened and what had to be done. But the curse didn't strike them, I said to Russell. My mom and Callan survived. That's right, because it was their destiny to conceive you, the deliverer. Callan shook his head. I'm Olympian, and Tilly is Atlantean, but that's only two of the races. You said the deliverer was to be all three. A white braid of power, I whispered. My heart raced as the pieces all came together. Daughter of sea and sky. But I can't do it alone. I'm supposed to work with the one who ignites my heart, my soulmate, the Agarthian prince. Titus? My mother's eyes widened. Tate. I couldn't hide my smile as his name crossed my lips. He's the third strand of the braid, the one who completes me. And he is technically the king now, not a prince. Rosso glanced at my mother from the side of his eyes. I'll fill you in later. With his attention back on me, he finished his story. Anyway, I saw you in a vision, and I knew their illicit relationship was the beginning of the end for the keepers. I tried to warn the king, giving him the opportunity to right his kingdom before he faced your judgment. But he wasn't interested in that. He didn't know that the damage was already done, that the child was already conceived. He separated the young lovers to prevent the deliverer from being born, locking his son away in this cave and ordering Matilda's arrest. But she vanished before he could catch her. So he cursed us instead, binding the spell to the globe you destroyed. We were not able to speak of the relationship or the prophecy, and Callan was cursed to thirst for the blood of his ex-lover. He had no control over himself, driven mad by the proximity of the globe that he was spelled to protect in here. I went into hiding for almost 20 years. My mother's features were pinched with regret. I bound my powers and suppressed yours before they ever emerged. I wouldn't let them take you. But after so many years, the pressure was gone. Barius presumed me to be dead, and you were determined to get out of Oklahoma. I knew I couldn't keep you under my roof forever, so I thought I'd let you stay with Millie, where she could watch over you. But I never got a chance to explain myself to her either. Once we saw that portrait of you in Russell's gallery, I knew you were still in great danger. I had to take her. Russell's eyes were vacant as he stared off into nothingness. I had to take your mother back to Olympus. Barius discovered you after more than a decade of growing suspicious, and he ordered your death, but he didn't want to be connected to it. Since we knew you did not have a pure soul, we thought the easiest way to have you eliminated would be to hire the job out to the Agarthian hunters. Thaddeus, specifically, was falling from honor within his father's ranks, and needed a job this size to stay in the king's good graces. He knew that if he didn't capture your soul, his father would have banished him from Agartha forever. He'd shamed the family by choosing a hunter's work over his royal education. So the king needed him to earn the kingdom's trust by strengthening the alliance between Agartha and Olympus. He had to carry out this job for Barius. But you didn't know we were soulmates. Russell shook his head. Once I realized it, I looked into the prophecy further. Eventually, I came to the realization that this was exactly how fate had intended it to be. You were the daughter of sea and sky, as you said, and Thaddeus was the third piece of the braid. He was the missing piece of your heart, your soul, and you were complete. The deliverer, the very same I saw in my vision 20 years ago. So I went to Agartha to help you. And here we are. We all stood silently for a moment, allowing the facts to sink in. So what do we do now? I asked the old seer. Now we retrieve the final piece of the prophecy. Chapter 24. How much time do we have before the guards circle around and find us missing from our cells? I shoved my hand into my messenger bag, feeling the familiar smooth surface of the tablet, which responded to my touch with a warm pulse and a jolt of energy surging through me. If they haven't discovered it yet, it will be only minutes, Russell frowned. Then we need to get out of here. My mom took Callan's arm in her hand and gestured for Russell and me to join them. Quick, everyone grab hands before... Her body was slammed backward, pinned to the cave wall. She grunted as the wind was knocked out of her, but she was still conscious. Before the guards find you here? I spun around to find the deep voice had come from the head of Barius's guard. The large Olympian man was flanked by two other men. One of them had his hands raised, his invisible power holding my mother high on the wall, where she wouldn't be able to teleport us out of here. That wouldn't stop her from leaving on her own, though. Please, Mom, save yourself. I stepped in front of Russell and Callan, knowing that I was invincible with the blade, and Barius wasn't here, which meant our full powers were at our command. As a seer, Russell wasn't much help in the way of combat, but I realized I had no idea what Callan could do. My father. He was big, if nothing else. The guard to the captain's left lifted his chin, and two throwing knives hovered in the air before him. There was no time to think. I had to act before those blades came flying in our direction. The captain turned his gaze to me with a sneer, and I got the sense that he was in my head, reading my thoughts the way Dom could do. Blade in hand, I channeled all of my energy into the steel and swung it into an arc in front of us at the same time the guard unleashed his knives. Miraculously, the motion created a shimmering, translucent shield that the knives bounced lifelessly off of. The guard pulled them back to him through the air, and the captain's sneer faded. You can't hold the shield forever, little girl, and as soon as King Bear... With another swipe of my arm, I released the power in front of us and aimed it like a dart at the man with the knives. It hit him square in the chest, knocking him to the ground with a loud cry of pain. I didn't know if the shot would kill him, but I couldn't be concerned with that right now. I had two more angry guards to fend off. The captain turned his head just a fraction, but that minor lapse in attention was all it took for Callan to leap out from behind me. He wasn't aiming for the captain, though. He had his sights set on the man who had my mother pinned. Callan lunged, slamming the guard's body to the ground and wrapping his meaty hands around the Olympian's neck. The captain had noticed him by then and lifted a dagger, ready to slam it down into Callan's back. I lifted my own blade, ready to strike the captain before he could hurt Callan, but my mother beat me to it. She stepped through reality, teleporting herself from the cave wall to the captain in an instant. Grabbing his hand with both of hers, she turned the blade toward him and slammed it down into the man's chest before he could even register what happened. The whole thing took less than half a second. My mouth fell open, awestruck and dumbfounded by what I had just witnessed. My mother had always been a spitfire, but I had no idea what she was really capable of. This woman was a warrior, strong, deadly. "Let's go," she said, rubbing the captain's blood off of her hands and onto her grimy pants. "We've got to get out of Olympus before they realize what happened. You go, get to safety, but I have to get the last piece of the tablet. We're so close now, I can't leave until it's safely in my hands. I'm not going without you." She turned to Russell. "Where's the tablet?" "I don't know. That's why we came for the prince." We all turned to face Callan. "You think I know where it is? My father hasn't spoken a word to me in 20 years. "That may be true," Russell said, "but in the training of your youth, they must have discussed the kingdom's secrets with you. Is there a vault or some other space reserved for royalty only?" Callan shook his head and paced back and forth 3 times. "Not that I recall, but if I know my father, he won't let it far from his sight, especially now that the Deliverer is here. It wouldn't surprise me if he kept it on his person at all times." "He doesn't have it on him. I would have felt it calling to me," I said. "Then it's probably in his private study," Russell frowned, "which makes it virtually impossible to retrieve." "I'll get us in there." My mother extended her hands, but Russell shook his head again. "You can't. The king's study is directly off of his bedchamber. His rooms are all protected against messengers and any powers other than his own. I can't even drum up a vision in there." "Then we'll go by foot." I stepped over a fallen guard, moving for the cave entrance before anyone could object. To my surprise, no one argued against me. They all fell silently into line behind me. Outside the cave, Callan paused and took in a deep lungful of air. He looked up, lost in the stars, and I wondered how long it had been since he had been out in the open. What kind of a father would do this to his own son? How could Barius have locked him up and driven him mad, his future destroyed all for the sake of Barius's own power? He had to be stopped, and I was just the girl for the job. "We've got to keep moving." It pained me to pull Callan away from his first taste of freedom, but there was no time. He could enjoy this world he'd missed out on after I acquired the tablet. I continued the trek up the winding path back to the palace on the ridge, stopping just before we reached the top at the sight of an old friend. Al's wings were brightly illuminated in the moonlight. "You guys look rough." "Thanks," I muttered. I wasn't in the mood for Al's jabs. "But you're gonna look even worse if you don't wait here for a minute. There's a gaggle of guards up there. Give them time to pass around to the other side of the palace. I'll let you know when the coast is clear." "A gaggle? Really?" "Do you want me to count them for you?" I rolled my eyes and glanced over my shoulder to tell the others we needed to hold off. Russell already seemed to know. His eyes flicked from me to the owl and back again. "More guards?" I nodded. "He'll let us know when it's safe to continue." Then I turned back to Al. "Any word from the others?" "Tension is still growing in Agartha. Loverboy may have to go soon, but he's determined to wait until you're back. The others are just as impatiently waiting for your return." "Tell them we'll be back shortly. We'll be coming in hot with a tablet any time now, but they may want to start spreading the word soon, if they haven't already. Tell them to warn the nations. The Deliverer is coming. We're on the brink of war, and only the pure of heart will survive it." "That sounds intense." "It is intense, Al." "All right. The guards are gone. Be safe, and I will return to help you as soon as I can." He fluttered up into the air. "Go get 'em, Tiger." We emerged topside on the ridge, the territory eerily silent in the mist below. The Olympian Acropolis towered over us, a harsh but beautiful old structure, white against the dark sky, and within it lay King Barius, breathing what I hoped would be some of his last breaths. Chapter 25. "You should wait here. I have the Fire Lake blade. He can't hurt me even if my powers are suppressed. But you—" My voice trailed off, unwilling to speak aloud what could happen to them if they were caught by Barius. "We are definitely not waiting here." My mother stepped forward with that maternal look that I could never argue against. I may have been the deliverer, but my mom was scary when she meant business. Callan and Russell stepped up too, and my heart warmed at this strange fellowship we'd formed. We were a bunch of oddballs, and I loved it. If the four of us could unite, there was hope for the world after all. "Okay," I took my mom's hand, "but promise me that if things get ugly in there, you will take these two and get yourselves out of here. You can't save me if the king captures you. You'll be better off joining up with the others on Earth for a concerted attack." "I promise," she said, "but I don't intend to let it get that far." We marched onward, tiptoeing around the giant columns that stood sentry on either side of the grand entrance. "There will be guards just inside the main doors," Russell warned. "We should find another entry point." "We're already here," my mother said. "I'll take care of it." Then she was gone. 30 seconds later, she reappeared, slightly out of breath. "Clear." We cautiously swung open the main doors to find 2 guards knocked out on the floor. My mother didn't so much as pay them a second glance as she continued onward into the large foyer. It was then that I noticed we weren't alone. "Gayla!" I ran forward to my friend, who was chained to a chair in the center of the large space. Her eyes were glued to my mother, her fear evident. "It's okay. That's my mom." "I know." Her already raspy voice had gone a few notes deeper. "I've seen her before." That was right. Gayla had seen her locked up in a vision long ago, but her somber expression now had me wondering if that was the only vision she'd seen. "Russell, do you have a key to these locks? Let's get her out of here." "No." The color drained from Gayla's face, and I'd never seen her look so serious. "I'm not injured. My father thought public humiliation was the only way for me to atone for my mistake in joining forces with you. I'm a symbol for the rest of the Olympians, a reminder of what happens if we disobey the king. But they won't physically hurt me." "So what? We're not going to leave you here. It won't matter what the people think of their king soon enough anyway. The whole territory is going to come crashing down." My chest burned hot as I spoke the words. Athena was ready for war. "No." Her voice was firm. "Leave me here. I saw what would happen if I were to go with you. I can't." I looked at Russell, but if he'd had a similar vision, he wasn't mentioning it. I believed her, though. "What happens, Gayla? How does this end?" She pinched her lips together for only a moment before shaking the memory of the vision from her mind. "It doesn't matter what I saw, because we're doing it differently. You all need to go. Get the tablet. I'll create a diversion and try to hold them off for as long as possible. But you need to hurry." "Is it in Barius's study?" "It is, but the king is not in there. Not right now, anyway. He's visiting one of his mistresses." She shuddered. "Get in the shadows by the stairs. There's an alcove in the wall behind the tapestry that hangs there. Hide until I can get the guards out of the way." We did as she said. I held the tapestry away from the opening as the others filed in, and just before I swung it myself, Gayla's shrill scream pierced the air. I paused, turning to see what kind of trouble she faced, but she was still alone. She mouthed the word, "Go," then screamed again. I tucked myself into the nook at the same time heavy footsteps came bounding down the stairs. Gayla continued her shrieking until one of the guards' booming voices yelled at her to shut up. "Quit your screaming and tell us what happened." "Over here, Leo," a woman's shout echoed from farther away, near the front doors if I had to guess, where the other guards' bodies lay unconscious on the floor. "You better get to explaining, quick," the first guard growled at Gayla, and I gripped the hilt of my sword even tighter, ready to pounce if I needed to spring into action. More footsteps came toward us now, guards from across the palace grounds converging to see what all the screaming was about. "It was the Manticorians!" Gala's voice was shrill and full of terror. She really was an amazing actress. "There were 3 of them. They tried to break in, but saw the guards and ran down toward the city instead. You have to stop them, now. They're going to destroy Olympus." "Why didn't they hurt you, too?" "I'm not exactly a threat like this, am I, you buffoon?" The guard grunted, and Gala gasped as I heard skin smack against skin. The pressure continued to build in my chest, and I was seconds away from stopping time and eliminating every one of those arrogant Olympian guards. But the female guard was urging them to go investigate. "Come on, if there are only the 3, we can stop them before they do any damage." There was a moment of silence, broken only by Gala's soft cry. "Someone needs to warn the king," the male guard said. "Please," Gala sobbed loudly. "Just go. My sister is in that city." The guard huffed, then called out some orders to the others who had gathered. The footsteps thundered toward the door, and before long the room grew quiet again. Gala's cry stopped abruptly before her voice cut through, steady and strong. "Go, now." We didn't delay. I led the way up the stairs, where Russell took over at the front of our pack. He took us down a hall and up another flight of stairs until we reached the king's personal residence. Pausing for just a moment outside the rooms, the old seer looked as if he were sending a prayer up to the heavens before he finally twisted the handles and eased the heavy wooden doors open. The king's rooms were dark. It was quiet inside, and there was a chill in the air. I guessed he probably hadn't been here at all tonight, but that wasn't my concern. I only cared about one thing, and I could feel its presence the instant we stepped over the threshold. Ignoring the others, I moved deftly through the rooms, past the foyer, through a sitting room, and straight into the king's bedchamber. Power pulsed violently through my veins, increasing with every step I took. I scanned the small space until I located the door that concealed the tablet. A faint blue glow crept through the cracks around the edges of the door, and the rest of the prophecy in my bag physically compelled me to reunite it with its missing piece. Reconnecting the other 3 pieces had caused bright, almost violent events. A part of me worried that this final corner would create a catastrophic reaction. "Stay here," I turned back to Russell, Callan, and my mom. "The tablet won't hurt me, it can't, but I don't know what it might do to you. Plus, you can be my lookouts. If you hear Barius coming, don't wait for me. Get yourselves out of here before he can zap your powers. I'll be fine, I promise." They exchanged unspoken words through the worry creases around their eyes, but eventually my mother agreed. "Be safe, darling. I love you. We'll see you in a minute." There was no confidence in her last statement, and I realized that they feared what could happen when the prophecy was pieced back together almost as much as I did. After all, they were keepers, perhaps the very keepers I was destined to destroy. I wanted to hang back for a moment longer and give them a proper goodbye. I couldn't come close to thanking them enough for the sacrifices they'd all made to get me here, but I wanted to try at least. Unfortunately, the tablet had other plans. As though I was under its ancient spell, my feet began moving, one in front of the other, until my hand gripped the cold metal knob of Barius's study door. Chapter 26. I barely noticed the room's furnishings. My attention was solely focused on the glass case in the center of a round wooden table in the center of the king's study. Within that clear box glowed the final piece of the prophecy, my lifeblood, mine. My arm was swinging the blade before I had time to consider any other plan. The metal crashed through the glass with ease, sending shards flying throughout the space. I exchanged my weapon for the piece of stone, laying the blade on the table as I gripped the electrified piece of the tablet. My other hand plunged into my bag, and like magnets, the missing piece pulled itself to the rest of the prophecy. The explosion of light that resulted from the bond was blinding. I fell to my knees, overcome with an indescribable sensation of power. It felt like it cut through my skin, lightning dancing up and down my spine. My chin was jerked upward, and though I couldn't see anything, I heard it. An ancient tongue whispering to me in another language of hisses and slurs. The words were nonsense, but the meaning was clear. Obey. I didn't have time to consider what the command meant. In a violent blink, the light went out, and my body collapsed into a pile on the floor. "Get her up!" The bellow of King Barius jerked me back into the present. My head lifted, not of my own accord, and I watched myself climb clumsily back to my feet like some kind of out-of-body experience. But I was still in my head. I just wasn't in control anymore. I wanted to yell. I wanted to grab my sword and fight, but I could do nothing. "Bring her here." My vision was still clouded from the earlier brightness of the tablet, but I saw the shape of two men against the far side of the room. One was large and commanding, Barius. The other was smaller, barely older than a child, and timid. Had they been there the whole time? I supposed I wouldn't have known it. I'd only seen the tablet, nothing else. I watched with horror as my feet moved toward them, the tablet still gripped in my hands. It was perfect, whole, smooth, and the writing etched into its surface glowed with an ancient power. The prophecy was complete, and I was delivering it straight into the hands of the king of Olympus. I was pretty sure that was not the original intention of my title, but alas, I could not stop. The heat in my chest had fizzled down to nothing, barely a pilot light flickering inside. He'd subdued my powers and somehow taken control of my actions. "Hand me the tablet." No, I wouldn't. Again I tried to yell, fanning the tiny flame that still flickered deep inside my chest. Where was my inner warrior when I needed her? And why had I set down the Fire Lake blade when I needed it the most? I realized then that Barius wasn't speaking to me. He was speaking to the small young man beside him. With a jerk of the boy's chin, my hands extended toward the king. I wasn't under the king's control. I was under the boy's. Barius reached for the prophecy, greed gleaming in his eye, and it brought me more than a little satisfaction to hear his cry of pain upon contact. "That's a good little tablet. Scald the hands of the big bad king." His lip curled, baring his teeth at me as he clenched his fists, fighting off the pain. "Get the manacles, boy." My muscles tensed, ready to run. I had to get out. I had to warn my mother and Russell and Callan. If I couldn't save myself, I could at least try to save them. But my feet were cemented to the floor, lips glued shut. The young man turned and wrestled with something on the shelf behind him, and there was a sadness in his eyes when he faced me again. He glanced down at my hands, still holding tight to the prophecy, and lifted his chin. I raised them toward him, and he easily shackled my wrists together. The metal was cold, and it tingled against my skin. "Don't panic," the boy said quietly. My muscles relaxed at his command. "I won't hurt you." Obey. The ancient tongue slithered through my mind again. But I didn't want to obey. Nothing about this was going according to plan. "The manacles are imbued with my power." A cruel grin spread across Barius's face. "You are nothing with them on. You have nothing, and you can do nothing, so don't even try. Tomorrow we'll come back for the blade, and your real training can begin. But for now, I need you to set the prophecy back on the table where you found it." I tried to give him the most stubborn look I was capable of. I would not obey this king. But he waved at the boy. "Go on, make her do it." My feet moved forward, and though my brain shouted for my hands to stop, they betrayed me by resting the tablet back on the round table in the center of the room, right next to my blade. I longed for them, and they for me. Even with Barrius's magic-draining shackles, I could feel the draw between me and the ancient relics, but there was nothing I could do. I knew from the moment I saw Rossel's painting that you were a much larger threat than he gave you credit for. But I believe we can change fate. There is no need to destroy this magnificent world we've built. In fact, I think we can make it better. And now that you're mine, there is nothing I can't do. No man is greater than I am. Barrius stepped in front of me, obstructing my full field of vision. My granddaughter, the Deliverer. What a gift! Thank you for making me the most powerful man who has ever lived. Together, we'll rule the earth. Part 3. Deliverance. Chapter 27. A petite Olympian servant girl set a small crystal bowl on the table in front of me. Its contents smelled divine, a combination of apples and cinnamon and cream. It was the most beautiful bowl of oatmeal I'd ever seen, but it was still just oatmeal, and even worse, it was Olympian oatmeal. I'd rather have Pierre's golden raisins. The girl curiously lifted her dark eyes to inspect me more closely, and I clearly imagined tossing the bowl and all of its contents violently into her pretty little keeper face. She took in a sharp breath and jerked her head backward. Served her right, getting into my mind unwelcomed like that. I had no patience for these telepaths Barrius kept trying to sneak by me. She scurried out of the room, and I turned my attention to my other companion. "May I eat, Chaz, or would you like to control my spoon as well?" I hated the sarcastic, bratty tone I'd taken on, but between Barrius's spies and his little puppeteer, I was out of patience. Yet there was nothing I could do. It had been 3 weeks since the tablet was restored, 3 weeks since Barrius cuffed my wrists and took me as his prisoner, compelled to obey orders given by his youngest accomplice, Chaz. I didn't know how Chaz's powers worked, only that I couldn't refuse his commands. He was my Geppetto. But the little puppet master wasn't the only force vying for my attention. Something new had been created the day the tablet was restored, something bigger than life, and it had taken up residence in my head, whispering only one word, day after day: obey. I rolled my shoulders back and cracked my neck, trying to ignore the ancient tongue hissing in my ear, but I couldn't get rid of it any more than I could clip the strings binding me to Chaz and whatever whims the king had him force upon me. Thankfully, I hadn't been compelled to do anything offensive, yet, but there was a storm brewing. I picked up my spoon, eyeing the cuffs that adorned my wrists. They were gold, inlaid with diamonds and pearls. They were lovely, really too beautiful to be as sinister as they were. Like the bars of the prison below the palace, these cuffs were also imbued with Barrius's power, which meant mine was totally useless as long as I wore them, and I would likely wear them forever, because Chaz told me to. Chaz, the 16-year-old punk kid who refused to make eye contact with me, even as he sat across the breakfast table listening to my sarcastic jabs. He dutifully pretended I wasn't there. I had to wonder what kind of dirt Barrius had on the kid, because it was clear that Chaz wanted to spend time with me as much as I did with him. In other words, we both would have rather been anywhere else. I shoveled in a mouthful of oatmeal, angry about how delicious it was. I was angrier still about the small part of me that had grown almost comfortable in my time as a prisoner of Olympus. I'd had 3 weeks of good food, a plush bed, and a bathtub the size of a small swimming pool. It would have been a vacation if not for the 2 hours I spent with Barrius every morning after breakfast. But that time was good for something. It was a reminder to stay vigilant. I had to remember that I was the deliverer, destined to save the world from oppressive keeper rule, not Barrios's pet. Chaz's gaze fell upon me as I stared into my bowl. I could feel it on me, but I knew if I tried to meet his eyes, he'd immediately look away. It was the same game we played every morning. I mouthed off, he feigned indifference, and when he thought I was distracted, he'd let his curiosity get the best of him. But our game was interrupted this morning by the abrupt entrance of an Olympian guard. "Where's the king?" he demanded. Chaz lazily gestured over his shoulder with a thumb. "In his study. What do you need?" "I need to speak with him," the guard grumbled. "You can leave your message with me." Chaz crossed his thin arms over his chest, daring the man to object. "It is of the highest importance. I'm not going to leave a message with some—" The guard bit his tongue before he said something he might later come to regret. "Please just ask him if he will see me." "No can do." Chaz took a slow bite of his own oatmeal, waving a hand in front of his mouth to cool off the too hot spoonful. He took his time swallowing it down, then sipped his apple juice, and just before the red-faced guard blew a gasket, Chaz finally finished his thought. "The king specified no visitors this morning. Again, you can leave your message with me or try to catch him later this evening." The guard huffed, his patience officially at 0. "Please tell His Majesty that we were unsuccessful in New England. We'll try the west coast of North America next." Chaz mumbled something indiscernible through another huge bite of oatmeal, accompanied by a thumbs up. That was all the confirmation the guard needed to know that his message would get through, and he clearly didn't have the patience to put up with Chaz's teenage attitude any longer. He turned on his heels and stomped back out of the king's suite. I had to admit, I kind of respected the kid's total disregard for authority. I just had to find a way to turn it against the king, instead of only the king's men. "So they still can't find Rossel and my mom, huh?" I couldn't hide my smirk. Not that Chad saw it anyway. He went right back to ignoring me the second the guard left the room. All signs that he had any personality at all vanished when we were left alone again. He was working so hard to keep his distance from me, speaking to me only when Barrios commanded him to control my actions. But why? Was he afraid of me? Of the powers Barrios had under his control? Or was he afraid that he might agree with me if he allowed himself to hear me out? I hoped it was the latter. Maybe it was time to change my approach. Instead of lashing out at the boy who pulled my strings, perhaps I should work harder to get him on my side. Chapter 28. The room to Barrios's study burst open at 9:30 on the dot, the same as it had every other morning for the last 3 weeks. He didn't even bother to greet us anymore, which was totally fine in my opinion. The less I had to speak to that horrid man, the better. The king bounded past Chaz and me in the dining room, straight to the private back entrance of his rooms. We silently stood and followed the man. We knew the drill. After breakfast every morning came 2 hours of training in the king's private courtyard with just the 3 of us. I fought against it the first few days, much to the chagrin of the quiet voice in my head, but it was no use. Barrios and Chaz could make me follow them anyway. It was easier to save myself the effort and humiliation of losing that battle every morning. Plus, I really hated the feeling of Chaz's compulsion taking over me. It wasn't nearly as pleasant as when the Agarthian sirens did it. We made our way down the stairs and out into the open air. It was a crisp morning, but the sun was bright. The air smelled of honeysuckle, and there was a faint breeze. Again, it would have been lovely under any other circumstances. Obey. I get it, okay? Shut up. I silently snapped back at the ancient tongue. It loved to remind me to behave myself, often. Who peed in Barrios's coffee? He looks grumpy today. I had to hide my smile at the third voice in my head. That was the other reason I'd quit fighting with the king about coming outside to train every day. This was the only time I was permitted to leave the king's rooms. Once Al discovered me here, these became my favorite 2 hours of the day. I only wished I could speak back to my favorite little owl without fear of being overheard by the king. I kept my eyes away from the wall where I knew he was perched. He kept to the shadows, out of sight. But even if Barius did notice him sitting up there, he wouldn't think anything of it. There were owls all over Olympus. It was how the Olympians communicated with their people on the Earth's surface. Al didn't usually say much, but I knew he was watching, listening, waiting. He mentioned one day that my aunt and friends were working on a plan to rescue me, but he didn't offer much in the way of details. And with Barius and Chaz around, I couldn't ask, but I wanted to, desperately. Nonetheless, seeing his feathery silhouette morning after morning was one of the few things that kept my hope alive. They were going to save me, and once they did, I would destroy Barius. Though it was strange how I thirsted for revenge against Barius, rather than the young man who actually held the control over me. I glanced at him then, and found him squinting into the shadows where Al was perched. Chaz had noticed the owl on more than one occasion, but if he suspected that Al was with me, he didn't say anything. It wouldn't have surprised me if the kid knew a lot more than he was letting on. After all, he was always within a few feet of the king. He was all teenage angst and attitude on the outside, but I could see the keen intelligence glistening in his eyes. Maybe that's why he chose not to look directly at me. I might ruin his act. And I didn't want to ruin his act. Why? Well, I wasn't entirely sure I could explain why. I just knew that a boy that smart, with such a unique power, didn't have to be indebted to anyone. If it weren't for the protection of my blade, I might even fear him. Something told me there would come a day when Chaz would bow to Barius no more, and when that day came, I wanted him on my side. "Snap out of it, girl!" Al's astonishment cracked through my mind, and I looked up into the stern glare of King Barius. "Don't tell me you're going to pull this garbage again." The king's jowls looked extra droopy when he was angry. "You know I can force you if you won't act on your own, so I'll ask you one more time. Pick up the blade." I bit down on a sharp retort and obediently walked over to the small wooden table where my blade lay beside the fully restored tablet. The prophecy pulsed erratically as I approached, and I wanted to pick it up and cradle it, soothe it. It was mine, and I hated every second that we were apart. But I couldn't touch it. The only reason it was here was because Barius refused to let it out of his sight. I'd been compelled to place it inside a glass case so that he could handle it without being burned, and now the man carried it with him everywhere like a toddler with his blankie. I couldn't wait for the day I would shatter that case and all of Barius's dreams along with it. I picked up the blade, relishing the half-second I could feel its power before the cuffs on my wrists cut it off. Instantly, Chaz's control latched onto my brain like steel claws that I couldn't shake off. Every day it was the same. We would come out here to practice the elaborate charade of unity between the Olympian king and me, with a constant grip on my mind in case I chose to defy the king's commands, which I did, often. His plan was to use Chaz's control to wield my power, hoping the world would believe we worked together. He knew I alone had the ability to command keepers across all 3 races, and he desperately wanted that power for himself. Again, he was blinded by his greedy need for power, and I couldn't stand for it. Obey. The tablet's glow grew brighter at the silent command, and while I normally shrugged it off in annoyance, today I considered it. The prophecy was for me. It was clear in what I must do, and if it told me to obey, perhaps there was a good reason for it. I looked at Chaz, who immediately flicked his gaze away from me, and a plan began to take shape. What if I did obey? What if I made the king believe I was giving up and joining him? What if I played nice with Chaz and got him on my side? Together, we could strike the king when he least expected it, and he would be no match for my power and Chaz's combined, especially if Chaz could somehow prevent the king from suppressing mine. The boy met my eyes then, his stare so intense that I had to look away this time. King Barius stepped closer to me, too close, in fact. I could feel the spittle balancing delicately in the corners of his mouth as he barked commands at me. But I bit my tongue, relaxed my expression, and focused on what he wanted me to do. Today was going to be different. Today, I would obey. Aim the sword at your target. Good. Now when I say go, I want you to blast it with the sword's power. The sword depended on me for power, just as I depended on it. It couldn't do anything as long as I had these cuffs around my wrists. Barius knew that. He just chose not to believe it. But instead of mouthing off as usual, I aimed my weapon, summoned all the energy I had in me, and watched with wonder as a tiny spark lit off the tip of the blade. The king's jaw dropped. It worked! I knew we could get it to work if we just kept at it. Now do more. I'm not sure I can, Your Majesty. I forced his proper title through my teeth, because what I wanted to call him certainly wouldn't win me any points. It is my power that activates the blade. It won't work while my power is suppressed. I raised my wrists in the air, watching the sunlight sparkle in the diamonds. The king glanced at Chaz, who gave the tiniest of nods. I will remove one cuff, but don't even think about trying anything foolish. Chaz here will have you incapacitated by your own hand, should the thought even cross your mind. I'd suspected Chaz was also a telepath, but that confirmed it. How, though, could this boy read minds and control them at the same time? No one was so powerful. That kind of capability simply didn't exist. Then again, the ability to control minds wasn't supposed to exist on its own either. The cuff on my left wrist clicked and fell to the ground. I flexed my fingers, enjoying the feel of the air on my skin, which looked pale and thin where the cuff had been. Chaz's mental grip tightened in my head, a warning. But I didn't intend to act against the king, no matter how much self-restraint it took not to. I had other goals today. Violence didn't win friends. The voice of the tablet hissed through my mind again. This time, for the first time, it said more than one word. Good. Obey. Patience. Your time is coming. I whipped my head back to see the prophecy flashing wildly in the morning sunlight, but Barius and Chaz both appeared to be none the wiser. Had I imagined that? Or was I finally on the right track to fulfilling my destiny? Either way, I wasn't backtracking now. It looked like Barius and I were about to become very good friends. Chapter 29. With a healthy distance between me and one of the cuffs, I felt like I could breathe again. I hadn't realized just how much of my essence was being sucked dry by the gorgeous piece of metal. I was only halfway unbound, but I felt like a brand new woman. And to the king's great delight, I was able to summon quite a bit more power with my one free arm. He laughed and cheered, clapping his meaty hands together with every new step we took in the right direction. And I obeyed. Every command, every heartbreaking word he uttered about me joining his side, I accepted them. Fighting back was useless. But if I could gain his trust, or at least lead him to believe he was still in full control, perhaps I'd find an opportunity to strike. Our typical 2-hour training session stretched well into the afternoon that day. Barius couldn't get enough. He was drunk on power, my power, and giddy over the possibilities my obedience presented. A sweaty sheen glistened across Chaz's forehead and my arm shook with fatigue when Barius finally called it quits for the day. I plastered a smile on my face, blinking innocently at the man, when all I really wanted to do was turn the blade on him and end his life with a single swipe of power. Obey. Al was gone when we finished our training. I wasn't sure how much of my act he'd seen, but I could only hope he knew my intentions. Surely he knew I could never team up with Barius. The king picked up the glass case containing the prophecy and tucked it under his arm, practically skipping back into the palace. Chaz and I followed more slowly, each of us drained from the strenuous work of the afternoon. Barius called for a messenger as soon as we reached his rooms. "It's time," he said to Chaz. "We'll continue practicing for another week or so, but I can't wait any longer. Are you prepared to move forward with our plan?" The furrow in Chaz's brow was almost imperceptible. Barius may not have noticed it, but it didn't get by me. "Yes," the boy said. "I'm ready." The messenger knocked timidly on the door, and the king ushered him in with great enthusiasm, shoving a scroll and a pen into the young man's hands. "Take notes," he ordered, then began listing a long series of actions the messenger was to take. Plans for an event the king was planning. It would require the help of many different heads of the Olympian Council. "Let's make it a gala. We'll usher in the beginning of our new era in style. It will be a party so grand they won't be able to refuse the opportunity. I want it to be the biggest event of our time, bigger than the annual convention. Every keeper of every race should be in attendance. Do you hear me, boy?" The young man nodded, desperately jotting everything down as the king droned on. "Excellent." Barius clapped his hands together after naming 11 million more action steps. "Now scurry along. And as for you two," he turned back to face Chaz and me after the messenger left. "We've got 1 week to come up with the most dazzling speech and presentation these people have ever heard. I want every knee to bow to me before the end of the party, and I need you to make it happen. Now get your dinner. We'll practice some more after the meal." And so it went for the next week and a half. I didn't think Barius would be able to pull off an event of that kind of magnitude in such a short amount of time, but he had his whole territory scrambling to please him. I heard bits and pieces of the planning updates in between our training sessions, but that time was rare. Any time we weren't practicing our act for the gala, I was trapped in my room, being measured for gowns or shaved, plucked, and prodded by some female attendants until I fit the image Barius was going for. My appearance wasn't the only thing he wanted to fit his ideal. Now that he was convinced he had me under his control, Barius worked me non-stop, perfecting my every movement under Chaz's control. He wanted to dazzle the crowds with my power and fluff his ego with my praise and deference to him. He wanted them to believe he owned me, that my power was his power, and they were no match for us. I was a prize for him to show off, like a magician with a caged tiger. But just like the tiger, I was only biding my time. Barius could go on believing he had me under his control, but once we were on stage in front of keepers from across the globe, I would bring his plan crashing down. I was no one's pet, and I would never bow to the king of Olympus. I would bow to no man, ever. Chaz gave me the side-eye the evening before we were to go back down to the Earth's surface, and I quickly wiped my coherent thoughts from my brain. I'd gotten used to repeating my new mantra any time he was around. Obey, obey, obey. He probably thought I was some kind of deranged robot zombie, but I didn't care. I was just 1 day away from my freedom. Not only that, but if all went according to plan, I was just 1 day away from having the tablet transcribed by Driscoll and learning the full prophecy. After that, who knew what I would be capable of? It was definitely worth it to play my role for just a little longer. Another messenger met us in the king's rooms after our final evening session in the courtyard. Chaz and I were on our way to our individual bedchambers for the night when she entered. "The Storm Master is ready, Your Majesty." I slowed my steps, curious to hear why the woman's voice trembled with her message. Chaz slowed as well. I expected a push in my back or the claws of his control to urge me back into my room, but he didn't seem to be in a rush. Together, we paused in the hall, listening to the woman's report. "Excellent," Barius rasped. "And how are the mortals taking it? Has it been reported and the area evacuated?" "Yes, Your Majesty, mostly. There are always some who don't follow the mortal leaders, but the Storm Master has assured me that they won't be a problem. He is prepared to make landfall at your command." "What are they talking about?" I whispered to Chaz. "Shh." He leaned toward the antechamber where they spoke, and it struck me that he was outright eavesdropping now. "Tell him to proceed. Let me know when the humans have been taken care of, and I will make my descent. Please ready the guards. Have the first order go down to the mount as soon as it's clear, and let them know I won't be far behind." Barius chuckled. "I've waited my entire life for this day, and it's finally here." "Yes, Your Majesty." The messenger's footsteps left the king's rooms, and Chaz yanked open my door, shoving me inside before Barius caught us listening in the hall. He waited with me until the king retreated into his own bedchamber. "What's he going to do, Chaz? Is he talking about killing humans?" Chaz's jaw hardened. He shot me a dirty look, then left my room with a huff, not bothering to answer my question. I was left alone, with nothing but the sound of my breathing. But my blood grew hot, my heartbeat pounding out the war song I'd kept suppressed for too long now. My left hand tingled with power, not even half of what I could do, but would it be enough? I channeled all of my energy into my free hand, and with all the power I could muster, I flung it at the cuff of my right hand. I had to get out of here. It bounced off in a blinding flash of light. My wrist burned as though I'd been branded by the metal, but the cuff remained firmly in place. It wasn't even singed. With a cry of frustration, I slammed my fist into the door and instantly regretted it. Now burned and sore from the impact, I shook out my fingers and twisted open the knob. I couldn't just stand by while Barius murdered humans with some storm master. I had to stop this. If that meant I'd be his captive for a while longer still, then so be it. My anger grew with every step I took toward Barius's bedchamber. I wasn't sure how I intended to stop him, only that I had to try. Perhaps the tablet could help me, or the blade. He kept both locked away in his study. I just had to get my hands on them. But I never made it to his private rooms. Chaz's door opened as I passed, and he once again pulled me silently inside. "Get off!" I jerked my arm away from him, but immediately felt his power take control in my brain, holding me to the spot. "Go back to your room." "But the humans!" "I've got it." He spoke the truth. Miraculously, I saw it play out in my mind's eye like a movie projected from his brain to mine. The few people who refused to evacuate before the oncoming storm were hunkered down in their homes. This wasn't a place I was familiar with, but the village they were in had a distinctly European look. And I felt, more than saw, Chaz's power take control in their minds, convincing them to get out of town. "He won't hurt them if they get away," Chaz explained. "The king just needs them to leave so he can make his grand entrance." "You're helping them?" My jaw fell open, anger subsiding. It seemed he had a hint of a moral compass left, after all. "Thank you." "Don't thank me." Chaz's features pinched together bitterly. "Now get back to your room like I said." This time I obeyed. I had no other choice, but at least I knew the humans were safe, and maybe, just maybe, I still had a chance to win Chaz over to the good side. Chapter 30. Get up. I groaned and pulled a pillow over my head. Shh, you'll scare the dolphins. My voice was raspy in a half-sleep state. I said, get up, now. My dream evaporated into thin air as the metal claws of Chaz's control took hold in my brain and wrenched me from my bed. Hey, you don't have to be such a... The claws twisted, and I clamped my mouth shut. He could physically control me, but he couldn't stop me from finishing that thought in my mind. Knowing he could hear it, I threw in an extra silent insult for good measure, but Chaz ignored me. He forced me into my ensuite bathroom, where one of Barrios's attendants waited beside a running shower. The room was full of steam, and the attendant girl smiled kindly, urging me to get in. The door slammed shut behind me, with Chaz on the other side. He didn't go far, though. I could still feel his presence in my mind. What's going on? We normally enjoyed breakfast and a morning training session before our showers, and I certainly didn't require any help getting clean. His Majesty has asked me to help you get ready. You'll be earthbound in about an hour. Oh, that's right. Today was the day. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes, suddenly much more motivated to get ready. I was going back to the Earth's surface today. This was it, my chance to break free from Barrios and step into my calling as a deliverer. I grinned at the girl and wasted no time hopping into the steaming water, my mind racing wildly with ideas. She provided me with comfortable travel clothes after I dried off, which looked more like uptight business clothes in my opinion. The pants were wide-legged slacks, a light camel color with golden threads woven in. The shirt was a form-fitting classic white button-up, and the nude heels added a couple of inches to my height. This was an interesting development. Maybe Barrios would try to take control of the other keeper leaders in a formal meeting of the heads before the gala. I'd have to adjust my schemes for that. One quick blow-dry and a touch of makeup later, I was back in Barrios's main living space. Chaz waited there alone, similarly dressed for what looked like a business event. I quickly tried to clear my mind of any thoughts relating to bringing Barrios down, and joined him on the couch. Where's the portal? Chaz grit his teeth together. I didn't think he was going to answer me at first, so it took me by surprise when he finally spoke. We're not using the portal. No portal? How else are we supposed to get back? The door to Barrios's bedchamber opened before Chaz could answer, and the king's humming voice echoed down the hall until he joined us. He was followed by a pair of attendants who held the Fire Lake blade and the prophecy, both encased to prevent any accidents, in the air with their power. The grin on his face twisted my stomach. Rise and follow me. It's time to make history. Twice as many guards as usual stood outside the entrance to the king's rooms. With them was another man, perhaps the oldest-looking keeper I'd ever seen. He wore his hair long, and his beard was even longer. Upon our exit, the man nodded at the king, barely dipping his chin. He seemed disinterested, or maybe he was simply too hunched over to pay the king proper respect. The ancient-looking man was surprisingly spry, however. He marched in line with the rest of us as our large group descended the stairs through the palace and congregated behind the large stone building near the cliff where we'd rescued Callan. My eyes drifted toward the path that led to his cave, a breath hitching in my throat. I'd waited a lifetime to meet my father, but the opportunity came and went before I had a chance to let it sink in. Now he was gone again, and I still knew next to nothing about the man. I was only certain that he was Olympian and a prince, the son of my wretched captor. I turned back to Barrios, and the nausea already turning in my belly twisted even further. I hated that I was related to him, this man who wanted to control the world, the man who was so desperate for power that he locked up his only son for years, driving him mad, and the same man who tried to have me killed, but that was before he found a way to control my power. I looked back at Chaz then, surprised to find that he was already watching me. Shoot, I needed to do a better job of keeping my thoughts empty around him. "My scouts have reported that the coast is clear. Would you do me the honor, Silas?" The old bearded man nodded, and Barius curled his fingers, gesturing for Chaz and me to join him and his attendants at the cliff's edge. "What's happening?" I whispered to Chaz. "The Storm Master is sending us to Earth in style." The boy's jaw was hard, and if I didn't know any better, I'd think there was a hint of fear behind his stoic expression. "The Storm Master." I repeated Chaz's words, taking a closer look at the old man called Silas. His eyes darkened, the sign of an Olympian summoning his power. My pulse quickened as I watched the man, barely breathing, as I anxiously awaited his next move. My attention was so narrowly focused on the man that I didn't notice the mist of Olympus coming to life, rolling across the ridge and up from the valley below. I didn't see how it gathered and swirled around our legs, picking up in intensity until my feet were lifted from the ground. It thickened into a dense cloud, defying the laws of physics as it pulled me closer to Chaz, Barius, and the two attendants who pulled the prophecy and blade into the sky alongside us. Then, with a flick of his wrists, old man Silas proved his title of Storm Master to be true. The cloud that had formed beneath us surged forward off the cliff, and we were falling to the earth's surface miles below. It happened so fast, I couldn't even summon a scream. I froze in place, eyes locked onto the king, whose laughter thundered through the sky. And when I didn't think things could get any worse, a blinding flash of lightning surged out from our impossible chariot, bringing Barius's laughter into a crazed frenzy. To my great surprise, Chaz reached out and gave my shoulder a soft squeeze, reminding me that I wasn't alone. Though it did little good, because his face was frozen into a similar look of terror. My only consolation was knowing that the Fire Lake blade was near. I was shackled and controlled by the king, but the blade would prevent my untimely death, at least. And there was no way Barius would risk my life for the sake of a grand entrance, not when he was so close to everything he'd ever dreamed of. He needed me to get what he really wanted. It wasn't long before the hair whipping around my face stilled, and the cold gusts of stormy air slowed to a strong breeze. We were maybe 100 yards above the ocean, moving toward a stretch of coast lined with narrow streets and low buildings. The village was nothing too impressive, especially compared to the blue silhouettes of towering mountains not far beyond it. And I knew right away where we were going. It was as though a piece of me recognized this land. We were headed for Mount Olympus. More lightning flashed from our cloud, and thunder cracked through the empty village with a deafening boom. Leaves and branches littered the ground, and the grim realization struck that our little storm master had been busy long before we got here. This must have been the village I saw through Chaz's mind last night. Hopefully, he got the people out to safety before the storm landed. Enormous gusts of wind blasted across the world below, and the sound of shattering glass filled my ears as debris flew wildly. But still we barreled forward, carried on a storm cloud driven by a power-hungry maniac of a king. The mountains drew closer and closer still, until my scalp tingled where my hairs stood on end. There it was, Mount Olympus in all its glory. It seemed like a portal would have been an easier method of travel, but as we finally approached the mountain's summit, I knew why Barius had chosen to arrive in the clouds. Hundreds, no, thousands of keepers stood around the base of the mountain, all staring up with wide eyes and open mouths as we descended upon them. Some of the Olympians bowed. One man's voice carried through the air with shouts of, "Zeus!" And maybe that was it. Maybe Silas the Stormmaster contained the soul of Zeus, with the power of lightning at his command. You'd think that would automatically put him in charge of the Olympians instead of Boreas. But perhaps even the soul of Zeus was no match for the king's cunning and ability to repress others' power. None of that mattered now, though. Not as we landed gracefully atop the mountain, my shaky legs barely keeping me upright as the cloud dissipated back into mist. The attendants trembled beside me, arms wavering, as they held the cases containing my blade and the tablet suspended in the air. Even Chaz looked pretty shaken up. But Boreas, though, he stood tall and led us toward a flat vertical expanse of stone at the top of the mountain. The views were incredible from this height. I could have stood there drinking in the sight for hours if I didn't have a king to destroy and a world to save. But duty called, and so I followed. The rock face shimmered as we approached. "After you," Boreas grinned, and my stomach nodded. But it wouldn't be long now. I stepped through the shimmery surface and prepared to fulfill my destiny. Chapter 31. I don't know what I expected to see on the other side of the rock wall, but it certainly wasn't this. The business attire suddenly made more sense as I surveyed the sleek interior of a conference hall as nice as anyone might find in a New York City skyscraper. All that was missing were the windows. It was basically the opposite of what the inside of a mountain should look like. It smelled of plastic and office supplies, and harsh fluorescent lighting shone off of the slick tiled floors right alongside the reflections of hundreds of irritated keeper faces. Olympian guards stood in a line along the walls of both sides of the space. In the left half of the room was a group of Atlanteans, tall with red and brown hair and blue-green eyes. Maxwell, Gloriana, and Anastasia huddled at the center of their troop of Atlantean guards. Though her parents scowled in my direction, Anastasia looked more hurt than angry. It was a look of betrayal. I wanted to shake my head and tell her the truth. Hold on, it will all make sense soon. But Anastasia was the least of my worries. The right half of the room was filled with Agarthians, and noticeably absent from the group was their interim king. My heart dropped. Where was Tate? Was he okay? I scanned the crowd, searching for those familiar golden eyes, but I knew he wasn't here. There was no tingle, no tether joining our hearts together, no Tate. "Welcome to the summit of the Mount." Boreas spread his arms, chest puffed out with bravado, as he grinned at the crowd before him. "Thank you all for joining me on such short notice. This gala shall be one for the history books. But before it begins, let us convene in the main conference room. We have much to discuss before the crowds arrive." The Olympian guards surrounded Boreas as he moved deeper into the space. My blade and the prophecy still hovered in the air behind him, held by the power of his attendants, but there were several additional guards surrounding them now. I suspected he wanted to show them off to the Atlanteans and Agarthians, but he was still afraid of losing the precious objects, and rightfully so. There was never a bigger target on anyone's back, but I knew they would be safe. After all, the only person who could touch them and live to tell about it was me. I stepped in line to follow the king, but Chaz cut me off. "You're not invited." "What do you mean?" I looked back at Maxwell, as though my own leader might be able to speak up on my behalf, but he very purposefully avoided any eye contact with me. They were going to meet, probably about me and my power, and I wasn't even invited. "Let's go," Chaz said, ignoring my question. I felt his control lock into place and decided now wasn't the time to fight against it. I needed to save my energy for when it would make the largest impact. I'd wait for the gala. Besides, there was still a chance I could get Chaz on my side if I played my cards right. I hoped there was, anyway. I obeyed, falling into step beside him as he led me to an elevator in the center of the mountain. I had no idea this place was here. The doors opened with a ding. I mean, I knew Mount Olympus existed, of course. I just didn't know it was more than a mountain. Have you been here before? No, Chaz grumbled, looking straight ahead. He mashed a button, and the elevator began to drop a moment later. Where do you normally hang out on Earth? Do they have, keeper high schools or something? He pressed his lips together and didn't answer again. This whole make friends with Chaz plan was failing hard and fast, though I don't know why I expected anything different. He'd been cold towards me ever since we met. I could put up a fight against Barrios on my own, but it sure would help if Chaz would join me. Without his help, I'd have to obey the king's orders, and only hope that my friends would see my distress and somehow come to my rescue. That is, if they were even here. Tate's absence admittedly had me pretty shaken up. Look, I said, as the doors opened and Chaz stepped out into another hall. I'm sorry that you hate me. I don't like being stuck together any more than you do. But this might be the last day for the rest of eternity that I'm not known as the girl who destroyed the world. And I suspect it's the last day of your freedom, too. I'll shut up if you want, but like it or not, we're in this together. I just thought we might as well try to be friends. Chaz stiffened, and his control in my brain wavered for the tiniest of an instant. I've never been to the Earth's surface before. What? I whirled around to face him. This is your first time? And Barrios dragged you down here on a storm cloud without even giving you a chance to get acclimated? He frowned and kept walking. I followed of my own accord before he had to force me and remembered why we were stuck together to begin with. Well, maybe after this is all over, I can show you around, I offered, trying once again to make peace with the kid before Barrios put us on display. There won't be much to see. Chaz ran a key card through a slot on the wall, and a door clicked open. He gestured for me to go inside. Why do you say that? Call it a hunch, he frowned. The current war is bad enough. I'm afraid after tonight's announcement, things will only get worse. Everyone wants power, but no one knows how to handle it when they get it. What war are you talking about? Something clenched in my chest, my subconscious reacting to what I already knew deep inside. You're a Garthian prince's war. You wondered why he wasn't here? That's why. Agartha has no king, just as Barrios intended. He's allowing them to fight amongst themselves while he slides in as ruler over all the keepers. You mean to tell me that Barrios is the one instigating this war in Agartha? I mean to tell you nothing. Chaz clamped his mouth shut and closed the door, locking me in a room alone. Your attendants will be by to get you ready before the event. His muffled words grew quieter through the door as he walked away. I yanked on the handle, trying to pull it open, but it was locked from the outside. I was trapped, a prisoner again, with nothing to do but wait until I helped bring the world crashing down later tonight. Chapter 32. The room looked like something from a contemporary design magazine. It was large and sparsely furnished, with straight lines and flat gray surfaces. Even the bed was nothing but hard planes. It looked about as soft as a slab of granite. A line of light drew my attention to the far wall. A thin strip of an opening, barely wide enough for me to stick my fingers through, ran horizontally across the smooth stone surface of the wall, just higher than my head. I ran over to inspect it and realized that it was a cutout, an open-air window of sorts, or maybe just a vent just large enough to let in a sliver of light. I grabbed the first thing I could carry, a small wastebasket under a sleek desk, and pulled it over to the cutout. Turning it upside down, I stepped on it like a stool and lifted up upon my tiptoes until I was at eye level with the opening. The walls of the mountain were probably 3 feet thick. Even if the opening was large enough for me to stick my arm through, I wasn't sure I'd be able to reach all the way through to the other side. Such a narrow slit in the mountain would be completely unnoticeable from the outside, which was obviously Barrios's intention for the design. And we were thousands of feet in the air, far from any hiking trails. It would be impossible to find any help up here, but that didn't stop me from trying. "Hello? Is anyone out there?" A cold breeze was the only thing to answer, so I tried again. "Please, anyone, can you hear me?" "Everly?" I squinted, shifting back and forth on my feet to try and get a better view. Was my desperation playing tricks on me, or was that Al? I was almost afraid to say his name out loud, afraid to hope for the impossible. But a flutter of white feathers confirmed it was him a moment later. "Al!" "Quiet, or someone will hear you. I swear, in the thousands of years I've known you, you have never been good at keeping quiet. It's like you were created without the ability to be stealthy." "Okay, I get your point. I'll keep quiet," I whisper-yelled through the slit. "Now can you get me out of here?" He flapped his wings at varying speeds, dropping enough to peer inside the cutout before lifting up again so that all I could see were his cute little owl feet. "I don't see a way." His feet disappeared. I waited just a minute, expecting him to come back, and when he didn't return, panic surged up into my throat hot and fast. "Al? Al!" "Shh, my goodness, you are loud. I was just searching the rocks out here to find a way in." "Well, what did you find?" "Nothing." Ugh. I kicked the wall out of frustration and nearly sent my trash can step stool toppling over. Quickly readjusting to peek out of the crack again, I spotted Al perched on a piece of rock jutting out from the side of the mountain. He looked tired. "How did you find me? Did you fly all the way here from New York?" "Of course not. I'm an owl, not a passenger jet. Devon brought me when we received Barrios's invitation." "Devon? Does that mean Millie and my mom are here too? And the others? What about Tate? Have you seen Tate?" I lifted higher onto my toes, as though it would give me a clearer view of the ground below, but I could barely see anything through the narrow slat in the thick stone walls. Yes, they're here. Everyone except Tate. But they're caught up with something right now." "No." "Where's Tate? Is he all right? Is he at war? I heard the Agarthians were fighting over who should rule. What is happening out there?" I had so many questions, and Al just wasn't talking fast enough. I had to get out of this place. He shifted on his feet and turned his head in a very owl-like fashion to peer down at something near the base of the mountain. "Al, what is it? What do you see? Are they okay? Please tell me what's going on." That panicky feeling began to surge up through my chest again. "Things have gotten tense since Barrios called for the meeting here. Yes, Tate is fighting to maintain control over his people, though things haven't gotten physical yet for the most part. The rest of the keepers are talking all across the globe, and we fear they're not the only ones joining us here for this little soiree. Unfortunately, I believe the Manticorians are on their way too, even as we speak." Of course they were. Rasputin wanted my power as badly as Barrios did. He'd made that clear. But I had successfully evaded him and his army of witches once already. Surely I could do it again. I'd get away from Barrios too. They could fight amongst themselves for all I cared. I just wanted to get a hold of the prophecy so I could finally understand what I needed to do to take action. "That's okay," I said, more for myself than Al. It didn't sound as though Tate was in danger, and though the people were tense, everyone was still safe for now. "I'm not afraid of Rasputin. We'll handle him when he gets here. Do you know where Driscoll is?" "He's at the base of the mountain with the others. They're spreading word of what is to come, trying to prepare the other keepers to stand up against Barrios when he attempts his transition to power." "Great. Listen, I've got to get out of here. Will you have my mom or Devon please zap up here? I know where the tablet is. Barius has it, and my blade too. But if we can just get them and have Driscoll interpret the full prophecy for me, I know I'll be able to put a stop to this. Even Rasputin will be running from me once I have my power back. I've felt it, Al. It's impossible to describe how much power lies within that tablet. I believe you, but it's also impossible for anyone to teleport themselves into your room. The wards surrounding you are thicker than the stone walls. There's got to be a way. I'm sorry, but there's not. I pounded the wall with a fist, frustrated again that I couldn't find a way out of this. We'll have to wait for the gala then. Please let my mom and the others know. No matter what they see me doing there, I'm on their side. We're gonna get through this. We have to. And Al? Yeah? Please find Tate. I'm gonna need him here. I'll do my best. With a flutter of white wings, Al was gone. Chapter 33. I spent the next hour trying everything within my power to break off the remaining cuff on my wrist. I rubbed it on the corners of the furniture, bashed it against the stone walls, and even called upon the soul of Athena to help me destroy it. But Barius's block on my power was too much. Athena was asleep, and I was trapped. Every step I took, pacing back and forth in my large, empty room, took me one notch closer to insanity. I was losing my mind, thinking of Tate and the others working so hard to stop Barius from taking control. And meanwhile, I just waited patiently, playing along like a good little girl, and waiting for them to force me to betray our people. And all for what? Did I really think I would be able to resist his control once he had me on stage at the gala? I couldn't even get the stupid cuff off of my wrist. Chaz was nowhere close to joining me and taking Barius down, and there was literally no way for me to resist the control he enacted in my head. He could make me do anything at all, and I was powerless to stop him. Completely lost in my thoughts and despair, I hardly noticed the faint knock on my door until it opened with a whir and a click, and 3 Olympian attendants stepped inside. One carried a long garment bag, one dragged a suitcase on wheels, and the third held a pair of throwing knives. Delightful. It's time to get you ready for the big event. One of the girls smiled, while the others got to work laying out cosmetics and hair irons across the desk in my room. She hung the garment bag on the doorframe and unzipped it. I began to object until I saw what hung inside that bag. It was a gown, resplendent in glittering gold. I knew that gown. I'd seen it before, painted in glorious detail on a portrait of myself in Rossel's gallery. Deliverance. Chill bumps dotted my arms, and my heart skipped a beat. This was the night Rossel saw in his vision, the night everything would change. No pressure. Biting down on my objection, I decided to go back to my original plan. I would continue to play along and pray that an opportunity to break free would present itself when the time was right. It was my destiny, after all. I was so close now. I sat quietly as the attendants did my hair and makeup, never once asking to see the mirror. I knew how I would look. I had already seen the finished product in Rossel's painting. Surely the king had as well. Did he know the dress they'd picked out for me tonight? Had he done it intentionally, believing he was part of the plan all along? Perhaps he was. I knew I wouldn't have much choice in the matter either way. The deliverer didn't get to choose her own destiny. It was chosen for me. There was no way to tell if Chaz recognized the golden dress or not when he picked me up from my room a short while later. He was straight-faced and stoic, and I worked hard not to portray what I knew as I fell into place beside him on the way back to the elevators. We dropped down, down, neither of us speaking a word, as the elevator plunged us deeper into the base of the mountain, or maybe even further below ground by the feel of it. We fell lower into the earth for what felt like ages before the doors finally opened with another ding. Thousands of people stood on the other side. Not people, keepers. They were all dressed up in formal attire, suits and gowns of every color from every culture across the world painted a dizzying landscape before me. The room seemed to tilt and sway as the keepers moved from conversation to conversation, each lost in their own individual importance. The air felt heavier here, enchanted. It had to be. Of course, Barrius wouldn't risk any harm coming his way on the biggest day of his life. But where was he now? I scanned the crowd in search of him, but landed on a pair of green eyes instead. "Excuse me." Anastasia grabbed me by the shoulder and pulled me away from Chaz, sending him a dirty look before settling her scrutinizing gaze on me. Chaz lingered nearby, watching, and most definitely listening, but mercifully he didn't come after us. Neither did Anastasia's guards, who towered over my 16-year-old puppeteer. "What are you doing?" Her tone was laced with that betrayal I'd seen written on her features earlier. "My father says you're teaming up with Barrius? That you're trying to hand all power over to him? That's not what we agreed on. That's not why I helped you escape from Atlantis. You were supposed to save me, save us all, not doom us." I risked a glance at Chaz, who pretended to be distracted by some dirt on his shoe. "I'm trying." My voice was barely a whisper. Then I mouthed, "Trust me," hoping it might get past Chaz, but Anastasia only frowned. Why should she trust me now? Changing tactics, I decided to ask her about my friends instead. If there was anyone who would have pinned Sean down the moment he entered this place, it was Anastasia. "I haven't seen them." "None of them? Not even Millie?" My voice quivered with disbelief. Al said they were coming. They should have been here by now. "Not yet." Her expression softened slightly. "But they'll come. Everyone has to. Those invitations you and Barrius sent." She shook her head. "Well, let's just say they are impossible to refuse." And with a scowl, she turned away again, motioning for her guards to follow. "Was there some kind of a spell put on the invitations?" I asked Chaz after they were gone. He said nothing, leading me through the crowd of keepers across the ballroom. There, at the opposite side of the room, was a stage, and on that stage sat a throne, the throne from the painting. Hope surged through me again. "It's there. Wake up, Athena. It's time for war." I searched desperately for the power I knew I still held inside, but Barrius's control over it was too strong. I couldn't break through. There he was, grinning arrogantly with his hands resting on the back of the throne, my throne. I didn't want him to touch it, didn't want him to look so smug and unshakable up there on that stage, didn't want to see the cases holding the prophecy and the Fire Lake blade resting on the table behind him. They were mine. All of it was mine. A set of double doors on the left of the stage slammed open as I took it all in, and I didn't know which was more shocking, seeing Rasputin stride confidently onto the stage, or seeing the wide grin spread across Barrius's old face at the sight of him. The Olympian and the Manticorian shook hands like old friends, then turned their eyes to Chaz and me as we approached. "Hello, Everly. It's a fine evening for some deliverance, wouldn't you say?" There was an unmistakable gleam in Rasputin's eye. "And Chaz, you are looking fine this evening as well." Chaz dipped his chin. "Thank you, Uncle." "Uncle?" The shock must have been evident on my face, because Barrius roared with laughter. He gestured out at the ballroom full of keepers, who finally began to take notice of the man who had just entered the room. Nervous murmurs worked their way through the crowd, but not a single soul tried to do anything, despite facing the leader of the Manticorians on the stage before them. The king spread his arms wide. "Shall we begin?" Chapter 34. Chaz found a shadow along the wall next to the stage to hide himself in, but I wasn't so lucky. I watched my feet take a step toward Barius, then another. I tried to open my mouth, but my lips were sealed shut, replaced with a forced smile. My arm reached up to give a small wave to the nervous crowd, and I hated Chaz in that moment. I hated him for making me appear so human. I hated him for his relationship with Rasputin. I hated him for fooling me into believing he still had a modicum of kindness in his soul, when he so clearly planned on helping Barius take over the world all along. And I hated him for controlling my every movement so precisely that I couldn't even turn to give him a glare. Every eye was on me as I took my place between Barius and Rasputin, grinning like a fool. Inside, I was screaming. My skin crawled in their presence. They were cruel, disgusting old men, and I wanted nothing more than to break open the case that contained my blade and end them here and now. But I couldn't. I could do nothing but play their game. Obey. Even the ancient words of the prophecy whispering through my brain felt like a betrayal. I didn't understand any of this, and I would not obey, not if I could help it. I struggled against the invisible chain locked around my free will and the cuffs binding my power, but it was no use. The words Barius used to address the crowd hardly registered in my mind until I heard a name that was one step too close to the people I held dear. Titus, king of Agartha, accepted the new order immediately. He is so invested in making this work that he joined up with Rasputin and myself several weeks ago to ensure our success. You may have thought him gone, but he was only working hard for his people. Titus, why don't you come on out and speak to your people, to our people? Chaz allowed me to look at the doors to the side of the stage where Rasputin had entered earlier. They opened again to reveal Tate, and a collective gasp filled the room. My heart thundered raucously against my ribs at the sight of my beloved. But no, this wasn't Tate. It was Titus, his identical twin, and something was wrong. Titus's eyes were glazed over and almost vacant behind the smile plastered across his face. Titus moved to the front of the stage and began to speak some dribble that was obviously written by Barius. It was so rehearsed, so robotic in nature, that I wondered how anyone in the crowd could possibly buy into this load of garbage. Cutting a look over to Chaz, I realized that I wasn't his only puppet. His eyes were focused on Titus, mouth moving ever so slightly with the words he was forcing Titus to speak. His words were bone-chilling. He was essentially handing the keys of Agartha directly into Barius's hands, citing the prophecy as his motivation. They'd twisted a tale of power so great that no one could stand up to it, and my blood curdled at the looks of the keepers as they twisted their faces in horror at me. I was an abomination, a beast. I wasn't here to deliver them. I was here to enslave them under the rule of Barius. A new era, a new order. No matter how they phrased it, the people knew this was the beginning of the end, and it was all my fault. Obey. But why? Why would I obey this? This was against everything I'd believed all along. So now we have the Manticorians. Barius gestured toward Rasputin. We have the Agarthians, and we have the most powerful Atlantean, known better as the Deliverer, all joined together with me and the Olympians. The time has come, my good men and women, to unite under one accord. And it is with great honor that I accept the role of imperial leader over all the keepers and above all of mankind." The crowd had been quiet until now. They were willing to hear Barius out until he propped himself up as the leader of them all. Now the Atlanteans especially began to bristle. Heads shook and murmurs rose until one brave soul called out, "Why should we believe you? This girl looks like nothing special. I bet you just placed some kind of an illusion on her aura to make it appear white." "Yeah," another man yelled. "The Deliverer is a myth. There is no prophecy." Shouts of agreement rang out around him, but Barius only smiled. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. This was his chance to parade me in front of them all like a cheap party trick. "Come." Barius wiggled his fingers, and my traitorous feet stepped forward. Taking my hand in his, Barius raised our arms and swept his free hand in front of me like I was some overpriced piece of jewelry displayed on the Home Shopping Network. "I have proof, and I will show you under one condition. If I can prove that what I say is true, Maxwell must concede his power to me and the Deliverer, for he will soon discover that he is no match for us. If he does not concede, we can, and will, easily take Atlantis by force, and I'm sure none of you wish to begin a war." Barius looked over at Titus, who was still grinning like a dunce-off on the side of the stage. "Not another war, anyway. So do I have your word?" He'd been prepped on this in their earlier meeting, but obviously Maxwell had yet to agree. To put him on the spot in front of most of the keepers on Earth was uncalled for. Barius truly stooped to the lowest of tactics to get his way, and I hated him even more for it. If Maxwell did not agree, he would be guaranteeing a war on his people. If he did agree, he'd look like a gullible pushover. His people would feel betrayed, and he would be hated forever, going down in history as the weak man who helped Barius rise to the top. There was no easy way out of this for him, and Barius knew it. The entire room held its breath, waiting for Maxwell's response. "Read us the prophecy, prove that you can even decipher its words, then share them with the rest of us," Maxwell said. "Once we hear it, I will agree to concede if you can show proof that she is who you claim. But I will set the terms. I will determine what kind of proof will be acceptable only after we hear the prophecy in its entirety." Barius turned to look at Rasputin, who gave a subtle nod. Satisfied, Barius turned back to the crowd and clapped his hands together. "You have a deal." Rasputin's menacing chuckle made my hair stand on end as he moved back to the table with my precious artifacts. The brick of dread in my belly grew even heavier when he called me over to join him. I resisted, or I tried to resist, but my feet moved forward. I flung as many silent insults at Chaz as I could come up with, but of course it didn't matter. He had complete and utter control over me. Cursing the boy would make no difference. "Now you see," Barius said, "the prophecy has been put back together. It was formed from the original 4 pieces that were broken and scattered thousands of years ago, and until now it was impossible to bring them back. Only the Deliverer could do so, and now that it is whole, only the Deliverer can safely touch the object." He nodded to me, and I reached for the first case, not of my own accord. Though it wasn't my choice to unleash the tablet from where it lay hidden inside the enchanted case, I couldn't deny that I wanted it. I needed to feel its power coursing through me again. My heartbeat picked up into a frenzied symphony as I unclasped the locks and allowed the lid to fall open. The tablet's glow filled the room. I hadn't seen it unleashed in its full glory since the first night I'd pieced it back together. It was beautiful, and the entire room must have felt its power, judging from the gasp followed by an awed silence. Even my inner Athena seemed to stir, despite Barius's cuff on my right hand. And even though I knew better, I couldn't help the hope that flickered again at the sight of it. It only grew when Barius asked me to lift the tablet before the entire room. The stone immediately began to pulse in time with my heartbeat, rushing faster and faster as the tablet's power poked and prodded around Barius's restrictions. It was looking for a way in, and I desperately wanted to help it break through. Not yet. I perked up at the ancient whisper. Not yet was certainly better than never, or its favorite, obey, and it was enough to let my hope surge free as Barius spoke again. Rasputin, will you please read the words of the prophecy aloud for our audience here? Wait, Maxwell stepped forward. I want someone else to read it. I don't trust him. He stepped up on the stage beside Barius and faced the crowd. Can anyone else decipher the meaning? I scanned the crowd, searching for the bushy brows and beard of Driscoll. It hurt more than I cared to admit that he wasn't there. Not just because I wanted him to read the prophecy, but because I thought he cared enough to help me out of this. Driscoll and Millie, Sean and Dom and Gayla, Tate, my mom and Dad, none of them were here. None of them came to save me. Even Al was gone. And there wasn't another soul in this entire giant ballroom, not another soul in the entire mountain who was able to read the old language, none other than Rasputin. But I would know if he was lying. I knew what 3/4 of it said. If he got that part right, I would have to trust that the rest of it was correct as well. Fine. Maxwell's shoulders dropped, and he waved his hand at Rasputin in defeat. Tell us what it says. I turned to offer Rasputin a better view of the prophecy in my hands, and the tablet seemed to dim slightly as he looked upon its face. Greed flared in his eyes, and his lip curled as he began to read the words aloud. The daughter of sea and sky, together with the one who ignites her heart in her centennial incarnation, shall form a white braid of the powers that bind. The deliverer alone can wield the power of the sword with grace and fire to destroy those who hunger for power. The keepers shall perish at the hand of the deliverer, and the world will unite as one, as it was before and evermore shall be. The room paled, and an invisible fist clenched around my heart, which grew uncomfortably hot in my chest with unleashed power. It was right. Rasputin read the words correctly. I knew it in the marrow of my bones. But that's what terrified me. Was I really sent to destroy the keepers? All of them? And if so, how did Barius expect this to turn out? This wasn't good for anyone here. So you see, Barius grinned, we have the deliverer in our midst, but thanks to me, she has agreed to let us live. We shall not perish at her hands, so long as you all agree to bow to our rule. What will it be, Maxwell? Shall we count the Atlanteans as friends or foes, allies or enemies? Chapter 35. The gall of Barius never ceased to amaze me. His plan was all making sense now. He'd enlisted Chaz to control me for forever, so that he could use me as a means of gaining control over all the keepers as well as all the humans of the world. He was twisting the words of the prophecy and making the other keeper races fear for their lives if they did not follow him. It was written as plain as day, "The keepers shall perish at the hand of the deliverer." The words made me nauseous. I couldn't kill them, not all of them. So in that way, I supposed I was glad Barius had dampened my powers. I certainly wasn't about to thank him for it, though. And Chaz, poor kid. I didn't like him, but that didn't mean I thought he should have to devote his next 1,000 years to keeping me under control. He was as much a slave as I was. "We still need to see proof that this girl is the deliverer." Maxwell didn't make eye contact with me. He couldn't bring himself to look in my direction, and who could blame him? "As you wish." Barius only widened his sick smile. "What would you like to see?" Maxwell's brows furrowed as he considered the request. "The prophecy, assuming that it is the real prophecy, says, 'The deliverer alone can wield the power of the sword, but I see no sword.'" "Ah." Barius raised one finger in the air, triumphant that Maxwell was still unwillingly playing right into his hand. "Allow me to show you the Fire Lake blade." Again, the entire crowd gasped. Chaz's grip on my mind tightened, and I carefully placed the tablet back into its case, then reached for the blade's case beside it. I heard its song, strong and true, the moment I unbuckled the clasps. It felt good in my palm. The weight was perfect, the hilt cool and solid beneath my fingers. My hand came alive with the contact, and the only thing that seemed to keep my power under control was the cuff around my right wrist, siphoning nearly all my strength and all the ancient power the sword provided to me. Chaz willed me to spin around and raise the blade high overhead. The crowd cowered slightly at the sight of it. Again, they had to have felt its power. There was no question that this was no ordinary blade. "As the stories say, this is the most powerful blade in the history of the world. Nothing compares to it, and only the most noble can wield it, for its owner becomes invincible with its strength. Our deliverer here went to the depths of the Fire Lake to retrieve it. Only she could survive such a feat, and only she can wield the blade's power now. Show them." Barius inclined his chin toward me. He then pointed to a giant crystal chandelier hanging over the center of the ballroom, and I dreaded what I knew came next. With my sword held awkwardly in front of me, the best my inexperienced puppeteer could make me do, I felt the flicker of power buzzing in my chest. I tried to hold it back this time, even as the ancient tongue of the prophecy again urged me to obey. But I was powerless against the cuff and Chaz's claws in my brain. I flung my power through the blade, and with a vivid flash of light, like a bolt of lightning, it shot across the room and struck its target with stunning precision. The fixture exploded like a firework, and shattered crystal rained down upon the horrified crowd below. The room came alive with shouts and screams as the keepers dodged the falling pieces. I knew it wouldn't kill them. They would recover from surface wounds quickly, and there were plenty of Atlantean healers in the room to assist those who required extra attention. But I still hated that I'd caused them any pain at all. Barius, however, cheered with glee. It was exactly what he wanted. "There you see it. Only the deliverer can wield such power." After the chaos calmed, the Atlantean leader stepped forward again. "Such theatrics. It's a nice story, but that's all it is, a story. The Fire Lake blade is a myth. You cannot prove to me that this is it with your flashing lights and explosions." Maxwell's skin was growing increasingly red and blotchy, like a rash creeping up from the collar of his shirt. "Try to take the blade and see for yourself," Barius smirked. "No one else can so much as lay a finger on it. Only the Deliverer has what it takes." Maxwell hesitated for only the briefest second before stepping forward. I wanted to pull my sword away or shout for him to back up. The blade had always been powerful, but now that the prophecy was completely restored, I wasn't sure just how much damage it would cause if Maxwell attempted to take it. It could be deadly. But of course, Chaz wouldn't allow me to offer any warning. I simply grinned and held the blade politely in front of me, offering it up to Maxwell like a prize. "Sir, stop." One of the Atlantean guards stepped out from the crowd. "Please allow me to try. If it truly is the Fire Lake blade, you could be badly injured or worse. Let me do this for you." I could feel the pain in Maxwell's expression as he considered the guard's offer, but at last he relented. "Thank you, Bourdreau." The guard stepped forward, his Adam's apple bobbing as one shaky arm reached toward the sword. To his credit, he did not hesitate. He fought through the fear that gripped him and wrapped a full hand around the hilt before his body started convulsing and he fell to the floor. The skin of his palm was still smoking after he landed, and the smell of burnt flesh stung my nostrils. I swallowed down bile, sick with myself for not stopping the man from what I knew was going to happen, but I couldn't. I turned to place the blade back inside its case and angled my chin just enough to see Chaz's pale face, taut with emotion. He wouldn't look my way. Good. I hoped he was sick with himself, too. Barius, on the other hand, couldn't have been more pleased with himself. He joined me as a cluster of healers rushed forward to tend to the Atlantean guard. Rasputin surprised me by stepping up on my opposite side, and as though they'd rehearsed it, each man took one of my hands into his and lifted their arms, creating what appeared to be a united front between the three of us. "The Manticorians shall bow to you, Deliverer." Rasputin's voice was chilling and quiet, though it still somehow filled the room. "As shall the Olympians, and I thank you for entrusting me with the power to rule, Deliverer. I shall carry out your commands to the fullest as the Imperial leader." Barius squeezed my hand, urging me to play along, as though I had any choice in the matter. Titus reappeared then, still completely glazed over, as he dropped to his knees before us and bowed his face all the way to the ground. "The Agarthians surrender all control to you, Deliverer. Through the leadership of our Imperial leader, Barius, we shall obey." Something about the way he said obey triggered a sleeping part of my brain. I couldn't place my finger on it, but I felt something shift into motion. There was only one keeper race left. I looked at the ashen-faced leader of my people. Maxwell's eyes were deep with sorrow, full of regret. He inhaled and opened his mouth to speak, but the doors at the back of the ballroom slammed open before he had a chance to get a single word out. Osborne entered the room, glowing with hellfire, as two Agarthian elementals stood on either side of him, covered in flames. "Before you say another word, I want to see for myself that this Deliverer is truly who you claim she is. Let me have a crack at her, and we'll see if she's really invincible with that blade." Chapter 36. I should have feared Osborne's words. He'd essentially told the entire room that he was going to try to kill me, and the Fire Lake blade would protect me in theory. But could I really sustain myself without full access to its power? There wasn't a chance Barius was going to release my cuff and let me off my leash. So yeah, I should have been terrified. But I wasn't. Because the instant the doors flew open, I felt it. A tingle started in my toes and quickly spread, faster than the flames that engulfed Osborne's guards. My body came alive with an electric sensation, and the invisible string tied to my heart was pulled tight. Tate was here. I couldn't see him, but I knew it was true as much as I knew I needed oxygen to breathe. And I didn't fear Osborne, because I knew that if he really did have bad intentions for me, Tate would have destroyed him before he ever got this far. Plus, Osborne didn't have the same venom in his tone that he usually reserved for me, and the fire reflecting in his eyes wasn't focused on the stage at all. He was looking at Titus.
"We've done our part. What more proof do you need?"
Barius did little to hide his rising irritation.
"She is the deliverer. You can try to best her, but your life will be lost as a result. Is that a risk you are willing to take?" "Yes."
Osborne took a step forward.
"Foolish man."
Barius shook his head, but to my surprise, he stepped aside, opening me up to whatever attacks Osborne threw my way. The Agarthians moved closer, and the flames dancing across the skin of the guards grew brighter and hotter with every step. I'd never seen anything like it. I knew they existed, but the only elemental Agarthian I'd ever seen use her power was the girl with the wind back at Columbia. And if I thought her wind was scary, these fire-wielders were in a whole different ballgame. Every eye in the room was trained on them. Even Chaz watched them closely, hopefully so that he could help me dodge or block their attacks and stay alive.
"She needs the blade," Rasputin said. "Give her a moment to retrieve it before taking aim."
Osborne nodded his agreement, and I went back to the table. The Agarthians took turns tossing fireballs back and forth between them, like they were playing a game of catch. The keepers watched them on pins and needles, just praying one of the balls wouldn't drop. It wasn't until I turned my back on the crowd to get the blade that I noticed the doors to the side of the stage were cracked open. My heart jolted in my chest. Tate? It had to be him. I glanced quickly at Chaz, who was already trained on the doors. I didn't know if he'd read my thoughts or the thoughts of whoever stood in the hall beyond, but I wouldn't let him hurt Tate. Chaz turned to me then, with the strangest look on his face. He gave a subtle shake of his head and looked back at the Agarthians with the fireballs in the ballroom. The door cracked open even further, and to my surprise, it was my mother's face I saw. She grinned before pulling herself back into the darkness on the other side. Then Tate appeared. I froze, unable to breathe. All I could hear was the rushing sound of my own blood pumping through my ears. I was overjoyed, but also horrified. What would Barius do to Tate when he caught him here? Or worse, what would Chaz have me do to him? He put a single finger up to his lips. Then he, too, disappeared back into the darkness. My heart was still thundering in my chest as I stood in shock, completely forgetting what I'd been doing before I saw his face. But Chaz's claws dug into my brain, moving my hand toward the Fire Lake blade, then spinning me around to face the crowd. They were still so absorbed in the circus act by the fire-wielders that they hardly noticed my delay. I stepped forward, back to where Barius and Rasputin created a gap for me in the center of the stage. They moved further to the edges, leaving me exposed there alone. But the blade felt sturdy in my palm, and I prayed that it would be enough to defend me, even without access to my full power.
"Are you ready, then?"
Osborne's sneer didn't pack as much punch as it had before. Yes. My feet moved me into more of a defensive pose, but it felt unnatural and staged. So fake. I imagined Chaz was probably copying something he'd seen from a TV show. The fireballs now blazing in the palms of Osborne's guards, however, were definitely not fake. I refocused on the very real threat in front of me, once again trying to wake up that inner goddess of war. Come on, Athena. I could really use your help here. All three of the Agarthians narrowed their eyes at me, and Osborne's voice slid into the sing-song timbre of a siren. "Lift your hands in the air and don't move. This will only hurt a little." Obey. I did as he said, but not because his glamour worked its magic on me. On the contrary, I felt none of Osborne's power at all. I did it because somewhere in my soul I knew the tablet's words were important. I had to obey. Just at the edge of my periphery, I saw movement from Barius and Rasputin. They lifted their arms into the air, and Osborne's fire boys each turned to face the men. Osborne still watched me, but there was no malice in his expression. He gave a quick jerk of a nod, and the audience gasped, refocusing their attention behind me.
"What is the meaning of this?"
Barius shouted. He dropped his hands, using his own power to squelch the glamour Osborne had placed in his mind. The Agarthian guards launched their fireballs then, but Rasputin was able to erect some kind of shield to block them before they hit their targets.
"Seize them!"
The king and his men rushed forward to Osborne. I stood there dumbly, watching in a stunned silence, until a firm hand on my shoulder grabbed my attention. I whipped around and finally saw what had shocked the crowd a moment before. My mom grinned, tears glazing her lashes. Behind her stood Callan, Russell, and Millie, but there was no sign of Tate. Chapter 37. "We'll have to run. I can't teleport you." My mother moved urgently toward the doors. I started to follow, but Chaz and his stupid brain claws stopped me in my tracks. I turned to glare at him, but he was already walking this way. His jaw hung slightly askew as he looked past me, past my mom and Russell, straight at Callan. My father smiled at the boy.
"Hey, Chaz."
Chaz's eyes flared wide with disbelief, but it was only temporary. He quickly regained his composure and shot a furious look in my direction. "You can't go, not yet." As much as I hated to admit it, I knew he was right. I couldn't leave with Titus and the other keepers still in danger.
"You!"
Barius snarled and pointed his thick finger at Russell. Osborne and the guards had been apprehended, and he'd only just now realized that another crowd had joined us via teleportation behind his back.
"You're dead."
My mother quickly grabbed Callan and Russell, who took Millie's hand, and the four of them vanished. Barius roared. Pride surged in my chest for my clever mother. She acted quickly, too fast for Barius to enact his power over her. Now I just needed her to stay gone. She wouldn't be so lucky a second time. A buzz shot up my spine, lighting me up from the inside out. I knew who it was immediately. I just had to find him. There, standing in a group with Devon, Sean, and Gayla, Tate was reaching for his brother. Devon must have teleported them in while Barius was distracted by my mother. Titus looked confused. He was obviously not in his right mind, but whether that was from drug use or something Rasputin had done to him, I couldn't be sure. Tate spoke quietly to him, urging him to his feet and into the center of the group. The next moment, they were gone, all of them but Tate. His golden eyes locked onto mine, and a triumphant smile spread across his face. My goodness, he was a beautiful creature. I'd almost forgotten. But even if he were ugly as mud, I would still love him with every ounce of my soul. Our tether yanked tight in my chest, and heat blossomed beneath my sternum. Now. Wait, what? Surely I'd misunderstood. Did the tablet just say, "Now"? I leaped forward, shielding Tate with my body before Barius could hurt him. The king curled his lip. He began to speak, but movement just to the side snagged his attention before he could. My mother reappeared there with Callan and Russell. Millie wasn't with them this time.
"Enough!"
Barius bellowed loud enough to shake the room, and everybody froze. For a moment I feared he'd sucked out all the power from every keeper here. But a flicker of a white-hot flame burned in my chest, and I knew he couldn't snuff it out. Not anymore. 2 Olympian guards emerged from the crowd at Barius's command, and in a matter of moments they'd rounded up my mom's crew with invisible ropes, holding them together in a tight cluster. But rather than killing them on the spot, Barius arrogantly decided to use their disobedience as a teaching moment for the others in the room.
You want to know what happens to those who choose to fight against their new imperial leader and the Deliverer?" He looked at Chaz from the corner of his eye, no doubt signaling for the boy to puppet me forward. Only Barius didn't know that Chaz's claws were gone. I was unbound. Part of me wondered if Chaz was even aware.
"Well, let me show you." Tate joined my side, leaving my skin practically sizzling where his arm brushed against mine. And that flame in my chest was so hot now that I could barely contain it. Any more power, and I would have to forfeit myself to it, allowing it to fully consume me. But as long as Tate was by my side, I could hardly care, and I wasn't about to let Barius ruin things again. He pointed 2 fingers at a new pair of Olympian guards, giving them their cue to take aim at my mother and the others. He never saw me coming. I lunged forward, slicing through the air with my blade and creating a shield to protect them. The electric blasts from the guards rebounded, scattering across the room and singeing the walls where they finally made impact. The other keepers in the room screamed and ducked for cover, but no one was hurt.
"What are you doing?"
The king failed to keep an even keel to his tone. He looked from me to Chaz.
"They've acted against the new order. They must pay for their crimes with their lives."
"There is no new order," Tate said, loud enough for the whole room to hear. "Maxwell has yet to concede, and as the interim ruler of Agartha, I decline to subject my people to your rule either." Barius's cheeks were red-hot, and I had to fight the urge to strike him down.
"You are nothing, Thaddeus. Titus is alive and well. Everyone saw him. He gave his allegiance on behalf of Agartha. He was under duress." "He was no such thing."
Barius's voice boomed throughout the ballroom.
"Guards, seize this man. Kill him, and the rest of them as well, so we can get on with our evening."
"Don't you dare." My voice was barely more than a whisper, but not for a lack of courage. I was fearless. Barius's threat against my soulmate ignited something inside me that couldn't be tamped down. And though my words were soft, the promise underlying them was clear to everyone in the room. I was out for blood. The guards instantly stilled, choosing to obey me rather than their king. It was a wise move, especially considering they'd all just heard a prophecy that they would perish at my hand. But Barius was enraged.
"I said kill them!"
He stomped his foot like an insolent child. "Control yourself." My voice took on an otherworldly tone. It was like the ancient tongue of the prophecy now mingled with my own words, and the warning was clear. "Calm down, Barius. Let's not get hasty and murder your only son." I looked at Callan, the father I still hoped I'd one day get to know.
"My only son?"
Barius barked out a humorless laugh.
"He's dead to me already. He betrayed me long ago, and today he has chosen the side of our enemies. The same rules apply to him as everyone else here. Go against the new order and face imminent death. But don't fret over my lineage, Deliverer. Callan is not my only son."
"He's not?" I looked at Callan, but he wasn't watching me anymore. He was looking at Chaz. No, Chaz? My 16-year-old puppeteer turned to me, answering my bewilderment with a look of solemnity. "Is it true?" I thought, hoping Chaz was listening in. He gave a subtle nod. But how? He'd called Rasputin uncle. He couldn't also be Barius's son. "Please, Chaz, stop this. You know it's not right. There has already been too much death, too much blood on your hands. You know Barius won't stop. We've got to put an end to this."
"Of course he's not," Barius said, answering my earlier question. "But even if he were, it wouldn't matter. You will inherit my throne, my dear. Together, You and I are going to change the world, just like we've discussed."
Beria stepped closer and leaned down, twisting his brows into a quasi-look of concern.
"We're a team now. We just have to remove those who stand in our way. Those people lied to you. They've betrayed you since birth, holding you back from your true destiny. Haven't you had enough? Please, let's stop them now so we can rise to our fullest potential. You and me, granddaughter. We can do it. Together."
Tate placed a reassuring hand on my back, reminding me that I wasn't alone. And that single touch was all I needed for my power to explode into action. My inner Athena roared to life. My chest burned white-hot, and my limbs felt like they were on fire. So I relented. I gave in and allowed my natural instinct to take over. The blade came to life in my hand. I lifted it before me, and like a flash of light it cut through the air, slicing through the tender flesh on Barrius's neck and silencing the entire ballroom as the king's head rolled across the ground. I froze, unsure of what had come over me and terrified of what would happen next. For 3 long breaths, everything remained silent. Then the ballroom erupted with shouts of victory. Chapter 38. The remaining cuff broke free from my wrist and hit the ground, but I didn't even hear it clatter over the riotous shouts of acclamation that filled the grandiose space. There was movement all around, overwhelming and choking me, but Tate's touch once again brought me back to the present.
"You did it, Ev."
There was no condemnation in his tone. There was nothing but respect and love. But how could he love a monster like me? I was a murderer. "You did what had to be done." Chaz approached me on the other side. A strange mixture of emotions cycled across his face, and I wasn't sure what he planned to do next. After all, I'd just killed his father, the man he'd teamed up with to put all of this into motion. And even though he'd kept me locked under his control and forced me to play along with Barrius's sick games, I wasn't mad at him. Some sixth sense, maybe it was Athena, made me take compassion on the boy.
"Well done,"
a thickly accented voice croaked in my ear. I whipped around to find Rasputin grinning at me. He didn't appear upset by the act of horror I'd just committed either.
"You are magnificent, my deliverer. Now that the true threat is out of your way, it's time for you to rise up."
His hands were on my shoulders, and he was guiding me back to the throne. Tate looked like he might lash out at the man, but I gave a subtle shake of my head. I wanted to hear what Rasputin had to say. I still didn't trust him further than I could throw a stick, but he'd been the one who insisted I take my sword. He was possibly related to Chaz, and he still showed no signs of wanting to injure me. There was nothing in it for him anymore, so the least I could do was hear him out. Rasputin sat me on the throne and took a spot by my side.
"What do you think?"
he asked the small group who had joined us on the stage. Tate, my mother, Callan, Russell, and Chaz all looked at me with wonder in their eyes.
"Remarkable."
Tate turned to Russell.
"It's just like the painting."
My golden gown glittered under the stage lights. Despite the fact that I'd just beheaded a man, I was spotless, and I'd never felt more alive. The power of Athena coursed through my veins with the pulse of the prophecy. I felt every ounce of ferocity I'd seen painted on my face that day back in Russell's gallery. Deliverance. But what did that mean for me, exactly? What was I supposed to do now? I still had so many questions. Chaz approached, reading the thoughts running through my mind, no doubt.
"Barrius spoke the truth. He was my father. And yes, Rasputin is my uncle."
"Then that makes you my uncle?" Chaz shrugged.
"Yeah, I guess so."
"But how is that possible? The curse doesn't allow the races to mix and produce offspring. When Barius saw that your mother and father successfully bore a mixed-race child, he wanted to attempt it for himself. He took several women from Agartha and Atlantis as his concubines, and called upon Rasputin's expertise in the dark arts to keep him safe from the curse. Somehow, they found a way for him to survive. The women weren't as fortunate, however, and the experiments never worked. But Rasputin had an idea. I offered my sister. Rasputin stroked his beard, grinning like he'd won a Nobel Prize. The elixir I created took time to work in the woman. I fed it to her for 3 years before allowing Barius to take her. She grew ill after Chaz was conceived, but we were able to keep her alive long enough for him to be viable outside of the womb. He killed his sister to help Barius produce a mixed-race keeper. The realization repulsed me, but it made me look at Chaz with a new understanding. We were more alike than I knew. So you're half Olympian and half Agarthian? Chaz nodded. I inherited telepathy from my Olympian genes and glamour from my mother's side. Combined, the two were stronger than they could ever be on their own, and that's how I have the powers you now know. Russell spoke next. Barius commissioned me to locate you as soon as Chaz's powers came in over the summer. He was ready to find you and kill you once he saw my vision on canvas. But when Thaddeus proved to be unsuccessful in taking your soul, he decided to take matters into his own hands. He called upon Rasputin again for help. But you must understand, my magnificent girl, that I never planned to submit to Barius. Rasputin dropped to his knees and reached for my hand, but I moved it away. I knew all along that he would never succeed. It is you who must rule over us all. They are ready to serve you, and I will help you with every step, my lovely. I will guide you. I don't want your help. I stood from the throne, heat surging through me. And I don't want to rule. I'm sick of everyone battling for power. The curses and the bickering, the pointless rules. I don't want any of it. Then let us stop it. Rasputin slid an arm around my shoulder, and my blood boiled even hotter. I felt Athena raging up inside, but I didn't want to let her out again. If I released her another time, I may never be able to rein her back in again. You already have the allegiance of Olympus and Agartha. Just convince Maxwell to serve you, and you can take your rightful position and put an end to everything you see unfit. You have my word that the Manticorians will help you with anything you need, even the impossible, as we did for Barius. My stomach twisted at the reminder of what he had done. My grip tightened around the hilt of my sword, and I took a deep breath to calm myself. It didn't work. Faster than lightning, I grabbed the front of Rasputin's robe and pressed my blade against his neck. It took every ounce of restraint I had not to push the blade any further. Athena was ready to finish him the way she had Barius, but I didn't want to be known for violence and death. He wants your power, the tablet whispered through my brain. And I knew it was true. Rasputin was no good. He was never good. But I couldn't kill him like this. He vanished, just as he had done in his basement when I rescued Driscoll from him, and he reappeared behind Chaz, using him as a body shield. His eyes glowed with an eerie red-gold hue as he whispered into Chaz's ear. The boy, my uncle, flicked his gaze up to mine, and I saw the moment his decision was made. His lip curled, and he ducked down while simultaneously shouting, "Now!" Rasputin fired a shot of darkness at me, something that looked like pure shadow, dark enough to suck the rest of the light from the room, and the power within me stopped time. My breaths were heavy as I surveyed the situation. How did I get here? And more importantly, was there a way out of this without getting anyone else hurt? I looked at the crowd, and the terror etched onto each of their faces. I looked at Chaz, and again, somehow I knew this wasn't his fault. He wasn't bad. He wasn't encouraging Rasputin to fight. He was encouraging me, asking me to kill his uncle. Was that the only way for me to keep everyone safe? The words of the prophecy echoed again through my mind. The deliverer alone can wield the power of the sword with grace and fire to destroy those who hunger for power. Hunger for power. Like Barius, like Rasputin. Not all of the keepers had to perish, only those who had gone mad with their hunger for power. I knew what had to be done. I placed myself squarely in front of the blast of darkness. Closing my eyes, I breathed in deeply and counted to 3 before setting time back into motion. Then my instinct took over. My sword slashed through the air, creating a shield for me and perfectly reflecting the blast right back to its source. It all happened so fast that Rasputin didn't have time to react. The shadow struck him squarely in the chest, and his screams rang out through the mountain. I ducked along with the other keepers in the room, none of us sure how to react, other than to cover our ears and wait for the wailing to end. The floor and walls and even the earth around us shook at the sound. I'd never heard anything so bone-chilling, so soul-rattling in my entire life. It was dark and deep, a kind of magic I couldn't even imagine. I didn't want to imagine it. Whatever power Rasputin used to fire that shot at me was composed of all the darkest things this world had to offer, pure evil. And when the noise finally subsided, we all opened our eyes and dropped our hands to find nothing but a pile of ash where Rasputin once stood. Chapter 39. One by one, the keepers dropped to their knees. Wait, no! I turned to Tate and was blown away by the adoration in his eyes. What are they doing? Make them get up! They're paying their respects. You just single-handedly eliminated the 2 greatest threats to our kind. Then he dropped to his knees as well, before taking my hand and tenderly kissing the back of my knuckles. It was so heart-wrenchingly sweet and tender that I almost lost it. But no, I couldn't lose it here. Everyone was watching. Nearly every single keeper on the earth was in this room, bowing down before me. My mother knelt beside Callan, with tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. Even Russell bent his long limbs into a bow of respect. Chaz was last, but he too fell to the ground. He didn't have to. He could have easily taken control of my mind and made this event turn out any way he wanted it to. Chaz could wield my power as his own. He was the only other person capable of bringing the place down. But I knew he wouldn't. It was that 6th sense again. I didn't need to attack Chaz. If anything, the kid could probably use a friend. Thank you, everyone, but please get up. I am nobody special. Nobody moved, so I said it again, louder. Please stand. Maybe you should demand it as their new ruler. That kind of defeats the I spun around. Ow! My owl was perched on Gayla's shoulder. Dom stood beside her, grinning from ear to ear. Behind them were Devon, Millie, Sean, and Driscoll. They must have teleported in during all the chaos with Rasputin. You guys made it! My free hand flew to my mouth, as though I could cover the crack in my voice that revealed just how weary I was. But this wasn't over yet. I had to think. What was I doing here? How was I supposed to deliver these people from the chains of the law they'd been bound by for thousands of years? The tablet pulsed on the table, as if it were answering my question. I stepped forward, running my fingers over the smooth stone and carved symbols before picking it up and hugging it to my chest. Lava flowed through my limbs, firing me up from the inside out. I stepped forward and, feeling more confident now, raised my voice so that everyone in the room could hear me.
You heard the words of the prophecy. They're true. I am the deliverer. But I'm not here to take your lives. I'm not here to rule over you. You don't need a ruler. Can't you see? We are much stronger together than we could ever be apart. Something snapped between me and the tablet. Some invisible string was cut. 1,000 memories rushed through my brain, speeding by in flashes and whirs like a bullet train. I couldn't keep up. I saw thousands of years of history playing out before me, all the knowledge of souls past condensed into one feeble brain. It was too much. My legs swayed under me, but I stood strong. It was only a moment before the feeling passed, and though I couldn't pick out specific memories, the knowledge of the ancient world became clear to me. I took a moment to catch my breath before beginning again. This is how it was always meant to be. This is why we were created. Our power combined is what the world needs to stay whole. We were united in the beginning, but greed and a hunger for power divided us. The races were cast apart, thrown into distant corners of the world. Darius was wrong about a lot of things, but he was right about this. It's time for us to reunite, not under any ruler, but together as one. The rules that you have lived by all your lives have done nothing but separate us more. It's foolish. Even the humans have been hurt by this struggle for power. No more. I am here to deliver you from these chains that are holding you back. May every curse be broken. May every soul be freed. May the fractured be restored. And may we all find peace with the ones our souls crave. Mark this day as the day the world changed forever, for the better. The tablet seared my fingers. It was hotter than fire and bright as the sun. The only light in the room that could rival its glow was my aura, which had become almost blinding during my speech. I released the prophecy, surprised to see it hanging in the air as if by a string. Then I reached for the fire lake blade, and I swung. The tablet shattered. There were no solid pieces of it remaining, only dust, bright, glowing dust, as fine as powder, rained down on the heads of every keeper in the mountain. The people rose to their feet again, awe-inspired gasps filling the large space. And when I turned around, I was face to face with a strange man I'd never seen before. He was shorter than me, dressed in a flowing white gown, with feathers sticking up from one side of the golden band wrapped around his forehead. I didn't recognize him until he spoke. "I have arms." I laughed. "Yes, Al, you do, and legs and skin." We stared at each other for a moment before the man rushed forward and wrapped me in an embrace. Though I'd never seen him in human form, there was something comforting in the hug. My soul knew him, and after thousands of years tag-teaming through this world together, it was only right that we saw each other face to face. Finally, I pulled back. "How?" "How what?" "How are you a human instead of an owl?" "You broke the curse." "You were cursed." I took in a breath and held it. Of course he was cursed. How else did I think an owl was speaking to me? And how many others had been cursed over the years? "How long?" 12,000 years. Al ran a hand through his hair. It wasn't even streaked with gray. Time must have stopped for him while he was an owl, and it dawned on me how miserable it must have been to be stuck in bird form for 12,000 years. "Who would do that to you?" "Well, you did." Thank goodness Tate chose that moment to wrap his strong arm around my waist, because I might have fainted otherwise. "I would never," I said, as he guided me toward the rest of the group on the side of the stage. "You did," Al smiled sadly, "but it was well deserved." "I suspected as much.
Driscoll said with a twitch of his mustache. "I'd read stories about the curse, but no one ever believed them to be true." He laughed, but it sounded more like a cough. "Go on, then. Tell us what happened." Al sighed and nodded. "We lived, as you said, together as one united front, and we watched over the mortals as was our duty. But some of us got a little too eager to use our power. We grew great nations, technologically advanced and beautifully created. And the bigger they got, the more our greed grew. More was never enough. We were insatiable. And that's how the territories were divided. I ruled Atlantis in those days. It was my fault we were cast into the bottom of the sea. And you, well, you were always destined for greatness, all of you." I looked around the small circle of friends. No one seemed to understand what he meant. Even Dom and Chaz, with their mind-reading capabilities, looked perplexed. "You see," Al said, "your souls were connected then, just as they are now. You," he pointed at Gala, "you saw the fall of the Keepers before it happened, and likewise you saw our return to glory. But you didn't know just how long it would be, only that Everly here would be the one to bring us back together. You were so angry." Al dropped his chin before meeting my eyes. "You were furious with me the day Atlantis fell into the depths of the sea, but you knew one day justice would be restored, and you cursed me, turning me into an owl so that I could never go below the water to enjoy the nation I worked my entire life to create. I have nearly forgotten what Atlantis even looks like now." He paused, staring off into the distance, as if trying to imagine it. "I'm sorry," I whispered. No apologies." He waved a hand in the air and snapped back to the present. "The other part of the curse was for me to follow you and protect you until the day the Keepers were restored. I played a major role in our destruction, and the only way to redeem myself was to play an equally major role in our redemption. That means thousands of years of looking after you and keeping you safe. But I couldn't mention the prophecy. I couldn't mention your role. You had to come to that on your own. One wrong move, and it could have changed our world forever. So my memories of that day were erased." He looked at Chaz. "Erased by you." "Me?" My 16-year-old uncle was astounded. "Yes, and the memories weren't restored until now, when the tablet was shattered. Things were different back then. Our powers were stronger, more varied, and as you now know, great things happen when the races work together. Great powers are created through our bonds, and I very much look forward to seeing our world restored when the Keepers unite again." I blew out a breath through my lips. Wow, that's a lot. I looked out at the crowd. Their excitement was palpable. The air was thick with anticipation and hope for our future. "So, just to be clear, everything I said is okay? That's how it's supposed to be?" I spoke the words from my heart, and I passionately stood behind them. But to believe that it could be a reality was almost more than I could ask for. No curses, no rules on bonds or soulmates, no separation of the territories, freedom for the fractured souls. "That's exactly how it's meant to be," Al smiled. "Thank you. You have delivered us from 12,000 years of punishment, and the world will be greater for it." I never could have guessed the afternoon would end like this. We were all exhausted, but as I looked at the faces around me, my mom and dad, new friends, a long-lost uncle, and an owl-turned-man, my heart was full. We were an unlikely group, a very strange family indeed. But these were my people. This was my family, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Tate wrapped his arms around me from behind and whispered in my ear, "Come on, Ev. Let's tell everyone the good news." He spun me around to face him, never releasing me from the protective circle of his arms. The kiss that followed was gentle, sweet, and far too brief. but he was right. There would be time for more kisses later. My only job now was to tell our people that they were finally free. Epilogue. There was a pounding on the door. "Everly? Just a minute, I'm busy." My words came out muffled against Tate's mouth. I felt his lips pull into a grin over mine, and I couldn't help but kiss him again. "Yeah, I know exactly how busy you are. You have until the count of 3 before I'm bursting in."
"Tilly,"
my father's voice was soothing.
"she's a grown woman. Give her just a minute."
"She may be grown, but she's still my daughter."
1. "Maybe we should continue this later."
Tate gave me one more lingering lock with his magical lips before sitting up. 2. I groaned and sat up next to him, running a hand through my hair to smooth it out. 3. True to her word, my mother barged into Millie's study, where Tate and I had snuck away for a few minutes before the dinner party. She put her hands on her hips and tilted her head. She had that mom look down pat. "You think you can get out of silverware duty to sneak away and make out without getting caught? Think again."
"Sorry, Miss Gordon."
Tate stood and shoved his hands innocently into his pockets, giving my mom a respectful nod in the process. "It is a great make-out couch." Gayla popped her head into the doorway. "If I had a nickel for every time I caught Devin and Millie in here." She cringed and shook her head. "Anyway, Pierre said dinner will be served in about 5 minutes. You guys better wrap it up." She winked and disappeared back into the hall. We followed after her, stopping just long enough for Tate and my father to shake hands.
"It's been a while, Thaddeus. Good to see you again. How's the underground?"
"Better than ever, sir." Tate grinned.
"We had our first council meeting a couple of days ago. Surprisingly, I think Osborne is going to do a pretty good job as the Agarthian chairman." "You bet your tail I am."
We rounded the corner into the dining room and nearly crashed right into the smug-faced ex-hunter. He clapped Tate on the back and stepped aside so we could find our seats for dinner. There were so many of us tonight that Jeeves had to put both Leaves and Millie's already huge dining room table. "Gang's all here." Gayla beamed in a fuchsia dress that would have revealed way too much of my gangly limbs, but it looked fabulous on her, as everything always did. And she was right. Everyone I cared about had shown up to celebrate tonight. It had been 3 months since the gala where we almost lost everything. 3 months of spreading the word to every keeper who couldn't make it that night, letting them know the deliverer had come through. 3 months of tearing apart old systems and working to build them back stronger. 3 months of getting to know my father and his huge heart and dry sense of humor. 3 months of showing Chaz what life on Earth looked like. We'd made lots of progress, but it wasn't all easy. Dom smiled at me from across the room and helped Titus into his seat, scooting him up to the table. She dropped out of Columbia after that fateful day. She said she couldn't sit in a classroom while she knew there were so many keepers out in the world struggling to make sense of life now that their curses had been lifted. She and Chaz started a small private clinic using their unique views into other people's minds to help them overcome their trauma. Titus was Dom's first client, and perhaps the most challenging. We still weren't sure of everything Rasputin had done to him while he was held captive, but the damage had definitely left a mark. Dom made it her personal goal to help him heal. She'd also helped Sean's dad, Peter, and Chaz had taken in a few of the fractured and reformed Manticorians who had been running from the hunters for ages. The Hall of Souls in Agartha was empty now, the pools gone dry. We weren't sure where they'd all gone, but I hoped with my whole heart that they'd somehow been restored. They were free now, in any case. Millie and Devin sat at the head of the table, while my mother and Callan took the opposite end. The rest of us spread out in between. Osborne, Gayla, Chaz, Tate and I sat on one side. On the other side sat Driscoll, Dom, Titus, and my favorite new couple, Sean and Abby. They were the first openly keeper-human couple that I knew of. Sean hated the attention it brought him, but I couldn't have been more proud of him. And if there was ever a human who could stand up to the criticism of some of the old-school thinking keepers, it was Abby. She already knew so much about our world that she slid into place seamlessly. Even Gayla had finally come around to accepting Abby. Her days of pining over Sean were long gone. Besides, she'd found a much more capable sparring partner in Osborne. They swore they hated each other, but it was quite a smoldering hatred if you asked me. It reminded me a bit of the way Tate and I used to jab at each other before we discovered we were soulmates. He reached under the table to take my hand, and my heart swelled. Thank goodness we'd gotten over that whole hating business. This love stuff was way more fun. Jeeves came into the room, refilling our glasses before Millie's new maid brought round the salads. He was in on the secret now, too. We hadn't gone fully public to the mortals yet, but I figured it wouldn't hurt to let our favorite humans know what we were, especially Pierre. He needed the fear of my power to light a fire under him when he got to running at the mouth sometimes. The sound of a spoon clinging against a glass silenced the room. All eyes turned toward Callan as he stood at his end of the table. "Oh, hey, that was louder than I thought it would be." He set down his cup and ran a hand through his hair, looking uncharacteristically flustered. Focusing on me, he began speaking again. "Everyone take just a minute to look around this room. Look at this crazy group we have gathered around the table. Who would have ever imagined us here together?" We all traded looks and smiles. Tate gave my hand a gentle squeeze. "I certainly never imagined I'd be so lucky to have friends like this." Callan looked down at my mother, and his eyes crinkled in the corners. His love for her was written all over his face. It was a kind of look men gave their leading ladies in all the rom-com movies my mom and I used to binge, and it was her real life now. "And I never imagined I'd have a daughter." He looked at me again. "To get to know you, Everly, has been one of the greatest joys of my life. You are a remarkable young woman, and I thank you for allowing me to enter your life. But I have just one more small request to ask of you, if you don't mind." He swallowed and looked back at my mom. "How would you feel if I asked your mother to marry me, officially?" I gasped and looked at my blushing mother. Her eyes were glistening as she awaited my answer. "It's okay by me, but you'll have to ask her." "I was hoping you would say that." Callan smiled and dropped to one knee, taking my mother's hands into his. "Tilly Gordon." The musical chime of Millie's Scottish doorbell and 2 loud barks interrupted him, followed by a loud voice and some hushing out in the hall. A moment later, Rossel and Al came through the dining room doorway, followed by 2 very worked-up mastiffs. Rossel looked supremely annoyed, but it was Al they were after. He must have still smelled like an owl on some molecular level, because Tiny Tim and Lemon Drop couldn't stop drooling and licking their chops like they were about to dig into a turkey dinner any time he was near. "Shh, down!" Al kicked out a leg, then looked up with wide eyes once he realized what he'd just interrupted. "Oh dear, so sorry we're late." He hurried into the room, followed by Rossel, who held a canvas with a giant bow wrapped around it. Callan cleared his throat, but my mom grabbed his face in both hands and kissed him before he could speak again. "Yes, I will marry you," she exclaimed when she finally came up for air. Then she kissed him again while we all whooped and hollered. "You guys need to take this to the couch in Millie's study," Gayla said with a laugh. Jeeves jumped at the opportunity to grab a couple of bottles of champagne, and as he retrieved the flutes, Rossel stood and offered his canvas to my mother. "I wanted to be the first to offer my congratulations." She took the painting into her hands, and tears immediately filled her eyes. "Is this a vision?" she asked with a shaky voice. He nodded, and the first salty tear made a wet trail down my mom's cheek. "It's beautiful, Russell. Thank you so much." She spun it around to reveal a painting of her and my father sitting in rocking chairs on the wraparound front porch of my old Oklahoma home. In her arms was an infant, delicately wrapped in a yellow blanket. A mom and a dad, and now a baby brother or sister? My heart couldn't get any fuller. We spent the rest of the evening giving toasts and laughing until tears streamed from our eyes. It was a night I would cherish for the rest of my life. We would have more challenges, of course, in between our moments of joy. The hard stuff never really disappeared completely. But when you had a life full of people who would go to the ends of the earth to help you see those challenges through, what more could you ask for? This has been Fractured Kingdom, Daughter of Sea and Sky, Book 4. Written by AR Colbert. Narrated by Jennifer Groberg. Copyright 2023 by AR Colbert. Production copyright by AR Colbert.